I now invite the member for Georgetown West and Deputy Speaker to grace us with prayers.
Good morning. Let us pray. Almighty God, from whom all wisdom and power are derived, we beseech thee so to direct and prosper the deliberations of Parliament now assembled, that all things may be ordered upon the best and surest foundations for the glory of thy name, and for the safety, honor, and welfare of the people of these islands. Bless our sovereign, King Charles III, William, Prince of Wales, and all the royal family. Give grace to all who exercise authority in our Commonwealth, that peace and happiness, truth and justice, religions and piety may be established among us. Especially, we pray for the Governor of Islands, the Premier, the Speaker of the Parliament, the Leader of the Opposition, Ministers of Cabinet, ex officio members, members of Parliament, the Chief Justice, and the members of the judiciary, that we may be enabled faithfully to perform the responsible duties of our high office. All this we ask for thy great name's sakes. Let us say the Lord's Prayer together. The Lord bless and keep us. The Lord makes his face shine upon us and be gracious unto us. The Lord lift up the light of his countenance upon us and give us peace now and always. Amen.
Amen. Please be seated. This Parliament is now called to order.
Administration of oaths or affirmations.
None.
Reading by the Honourable Speaker of Messages and Announcements.
In keeping with this Parliament's desire to recognise worthy Caymanians, I now invite the Deputy Governor to introduce and recognise some hard-working, worthy civil servants. Honourable Deputy Governor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much and good morning to everyone. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, thanks again, sir, for giving us all this opportunity to recognize the outstanding Caymanians and other persons that we have working hard with us every day to make the lives of those we serve better. Mr. Speaker, today I have the distinct honor of introducing several outstanding civil servants who have earned this prestigious distinction of Employee of the Month, as well as our current Employee of the Year. Mr. Speaker, some of them are in the gallery here with us, with your permission, and when I call their name, I would ask for them to just stand and be recognized. Mr. Speaker, it should come as no surprise that the Deputy Governor's Award Program holds a special place in my heart. After all, the program bears my title in its name. Established in 2012, the DG's Award Program was designed to formally recognize high-performing civil servants who consistently deliver exceptional outcomes, whether within their respective ministries or departments or across the wider civil service. Over the years, the program has evolved significantly, both in terms of its nomination criteria and the stature of the Employee of the Year ceremony. Today, nominations are aligned with the 6 strategic goals outlined in our Civil Service Strategic Plan, which are delivering an outstanding customer experience, develop exceptional leadership, pursue excellence in talent development, foster effective communication, demonstrate excellence in governance practices, and create a culture of accountability. Since its inception, the program has celebrated 12 individuals for Employee of the Year and 1 exceptional team. These honorees, who I will name in a moment, exemplify the values and standards we strive for in the public service, and their contributions have made a lasting impact on our government and the people we serve. Mr. Speaker, kindly indulge me as I name our past winners. Those are our Employers of the Year. In 2012, Nicholas McLean. In 2013, Ms. Venice Tatum from the Sister Islands. Mr. Gidget Powell. 2014. In 2015, Mr. Philbert McFarlane. In 2016, 2017, we had Aubrey Borden and Christopher Ebanks. In 2018, Mr. Levi Allen, who has sadly passed away. Ms. Lisa Welcome in 2019. In 2020, because of the COVID, we had a combined team award, and the Department of Educational Services Continuous of Education Excellence Initiative and the Sir John A. Cumber Primary School Lunch and Grocery Delivery Team won those awards. Mr. Speaker, they performed excellent during the COVID pandemic. In 2021, Ms. Loretta Mack won. In 2022, Ms. Sarah Orrit. And in 2023, Ms. Janae Rambaran. And our current Employee of the Year, who is with us, Ms. Martha Connolly. Ms. Martha, it is my distinct honor to recognize Ms. Martha Connolly, our current Employee of the Year. Ms. Connolly served as the Communications Manager within the former Ministry of Border Control, Labor and Culture, and she distinguished herself as a driving force behind the ministry's impactful public presence. Her leadership was particularly critical during a period marked by the sensitive and complex issue of irregular migrants' arrivals. Through strategic, proactive communication and compassionate public engagement, Ms. Connolly not only helped to avert potential crisis, but also fostered respectful dialogue and reinforced public trust in our institutions. Mr. Speaker, the work that Mrs. Connolly done earned this prestigious accolade. But she did more than inform, Mr. Speaker, she inspired. Martha exemplifies the high standards of public service, a consummate communicator, a steady and principled leader in challenging times, and a true ambassador for the ministry's mission and the broader purpose of the Cayman Islands government to make lives better. And Mr. Speaker, that is Martha in her professional life. I just want to mention that I took Ms. Martha to lunch to celebrate. And I said to her when the lunch was being concluded, Ms. Martha, I would really want to celebrate your victory. Are you available to go on Radio Cayman with me next month? And she said, no, I can't. I'm going on vacation. So I said, okay, where are you going? Are you going off island on have some fun? And she said, no, Mr. Manderson. I'm taking my vacation to teach Bible school. I think, Mr. Speaker, that says it all. Mr. Speaker and members of this honorable House, I invite you to join me in formally recognizing Ms. Martha Connolly, who is present with us today, to celebrate her remarkable achievement and unwavering commitment to excellence. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, since Martha's win, we have awarded 7 more Employees of the Month, some of who are in attendance, and all of whom I wish to recognize publicly. Francesca Hammond, who is here with us, an Employee of the Month for January. She's a Senior Graphics Designer in the Department of Communications, and she won the January Award under the Strategic Goal category, delivering an outstanding customer experience, for her excellence and leadership in her field, including making significant contributions during critical moments in our country's history, which showcases her ability to excel under pressure and consistently deliver outstanding results. Ms. Hammond's exceptional service delivery and innovation has elevated the reputation of the graphics unit. Her outstanding suite of design work includes major government initiatives and events, such as the Queen's Jubilee, National Heroes Day, and the HMCI All Hazards booklet. Thank you. Next is our Employee of the Month for February, Mr. Desmond White. Mr. White is with us. Mr. White is the head of department and teacher for design and technology, as well as the robotics coach at John Gray High School. Desmond won the February Award for pursuing excellence in talent development. Specifically, he was recognized for fostering an environment where students are encouraged to explore their potential, hone their skills, and develop a passion for innovation. Through his dedication, Mr. White has built robust programs that prioritize not only academic success, but also the holistic growth of our Caymanian students. He has led students from various schools to compete on the international stage, including Singapore and Greece. Local teams under his leadership has excelled, placing first and second in local competitions. Thank you, sir. In March, Ms. Kamari Fletcher-Barrett was named Employee of the Month. Ms. Fletcher-Barrett is with us, and she's the Human Resource Director in our largest ministry, in the Ministry of Education. Kamari won for delivering outstanding customer experience, particularly for her delivery of initiatives that have or leading to improvements in the working environment and the engagement of our staff. Two of the important initiatives she delivered are the production and implementation of action items stemming from the annual employee engagement survey to ensure that employee feedback translates into meaningful improvements. And she also developed and executed something that's very close to all of our hearts, a recruitment strategy aimed at increasing the number of Caymanians in public education. Thank you, Ms. Fletcher-Barrett. Mr. Speaker, the Employee of the Month for April, Karima Corner, I don't think she's here. She's an administrative manager. Mr. Speaker, some of the Employees of the Month have their children are out of school, so they're spending some time with them, but they send their apologies. Ms. Corner is the administrative manager for the Financial Reporting Authority within the portfolio of legal affairs. She won the April Award for delivering an outstanding customer experience by consistently going above and beyond in providing support to the director and other staff members of the Financial Reporting Authority, including providing substantive administrative support to a multi-agency working group in delivering a critical 5-day training event. Ms. Corner also has received high praise from external stakeholders for a helpful and engaging attitude when assisting with suspicious activity report submissions to the e-filing portal. We thank her. For the month of May, Ms. Shauna K. Sinclair Miller, who works in my office, and she is an administrative officer, and she deals with citizenship and just about everything else. She was awarded in May for delivering an outstanding customer experience. She was lauded for her exceptional care and efficiency in handling the end-to-end citizenship application process, ensuring applications comply with all legal requirements and are processed promptly. Shauna K. also developed a new tracking tools and administrative manuals to improve workforce efficiency, reduce delays, and enhance the overall quality of service delivery. She's an absolute joy and pleasure to work with, and I ask that we recognize her. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in June, Mr. Tanya Scott earned the title of Employee of the Month. She is Associate Director, Exchange Services, and Acting Associate Director, Portal Services in the Department of International Tax Cooperation. Ms. Scott was awarded for overseeing the transmission of data to over 65 jurisdictions, including the economic substance and country-by-country reporting frameworks, ensuring compliance with international obligations. Additionally, Tanya completed detailed questionnaires and surveys for the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development and provided accurate statistics to support international assessments and reporting obligations. Please thank Ms. Scott for her outstanding performance. Mr. Speaker, this brings us to the final Employee of the Month recipient so far this year, Ms. Kimberly Kirkernel, Employee of the Month for July. Ms. Kirkernel is the Senior Customer Service Manager at the Department of Education Services. Kimberly won the award for stepping beyond her core duties, Mr. Speaker, to serve as acting chair of the Inter-School Athletics, LOC, where her leadership produced a highly commendable combined track and field championship. She also spearheaded several flagship national events, including the NCFA Young Musician of the Year Awards and the Steel Pan competition, all of which received exceptional feedback from stakeholders. Most notably, Butterfield praised it as the best ever and committed to expanding sponsorship. Mrs. Kokernel's strategic vision revitalized cultural programming, rebuilding relationships, redesigning the NCFA music syllable with heightened rigor, and reimagining the speech syllabus to spotlight Caymanian poets and original work. In partnership with the Cultural Foundation, she made history by introducing the first ever Platinum Award for our primary school Maypole performance. Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, the 7 employees of the month were invited today, and I think, like I said, 5 are here, and I would be grateful if you could join me in congratulating these exemplars for their outstanding contribution to ministries and departments and CIG as a whole, and more importantly, the people of our beloved islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could I crave your indulgence and just say a bit more about the portfolio, the
Sure.
college?
Sure.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, the good news continues. I would like just to recognize that on Friday, the 10th of October, the portfolio of the Civil Service was honored by not one, but 2 prestigious awards in the Cayman Islands Society for Human Resource Professionals, the 25th annual Anniversary Awards Gala. And Mr. Speaker, while I talked previously about the Deputy Governor's Awards, these are not Deputy Governor's Awards. This is a private sector organization who is awarding the civil service. The first of these accolades, the Beacon Award for Talent Development, was awarded to our Civil Service College in recognition of its outstanding contribution to leadership and professional development and career progression within the civil service. Mr. Speaker, I must underscore the significance of this achievement. The Civil Service College, through modest in size, competed against prominent and well-resourced organizations in the private sector, organizations known for delivering exemplary training and development opportunities for Caymanians. Yet the college distinguished itself through the quality, impact, and innovation of its programs, demonstrating how vision, commitment, and execution can make a difference, as well as highlighting the power of investing wisely in learning and development to transform performance, upskill civil servants, and prepare employees for career progression. As you know, Mr. Speaker, I do not believe in silent victories. I believe in celebrating the achievements of our civil service, and I ask for your indulgence for a few minutes while I do so now. While many honorable members are already familiar with the impressive offerings of the Civil Service College, I take this opportunity to remind both this House and the listening public of the programs that earned the college this well-deserved recognition. The Civil Service College is dedicated to building capabilities across the civil service. Its learning and development initiatives are aligned with our core competency of building capability and serves 2 critical purposes: equipping civil servants with the knowledge and skills required to perform their duties effectively, especially as those roles evolve in response to emerging challenges, and 2, supporting continuous professional development and expanding access to opportunities for career advancement. To this end, the college offers at no cost to civil servants, Mr. Speaker, leadership development opportunities, including ILM 2, 3, 5, and 7, formal educational support, and Mr. Speaker, I know you will appreciate this, including scholarships for Caymanian civil servants pursuing tertiary education up to master's degree level. To repeat that, Mr. Speaker, a Caymanian in the civil service can have free education all the way to a master's program. Core competence learning pathways tailored for individual contributors, managers, and strategic leaders. Mandatory and compliance training, such as anti-bullying, harassment and discrimination training, and cybersecurity training. A range of other targeted training programs. Mr. Speaker, just a snapshot of some of the achievements of the college in 2024. Over 200 civil servants earned internationally recognized City and Guilds ILM qualifications in leadership and management from level 2 to level 7. 23 civil servants completed the redeveloped Foundational Business Communication Program, which attained assured status from City and Guilds. 24 civil servants completed the City and Guilds Level 4 Diploma in Business Administration, Business and Professional Administration, paving the way for further academic advancement. The launch of the Civil Service College Scholarship Program, which provides financial support and internal guidance to 7 Caymanian civil servants pursuing studies up to master's level. A successful pilot of the ILM 3 certificate in effective coaching, with all participants achieving certification. The launch of the Civil Service College Online, a new learning management system that enhances access to quality learning, improves reporting, and provides valuable insights into future skills development needs. Mr. Speaker, over 6,500 hours of independent learning was logged in LinkedIn Learning, resulting in the completion of over 5,000 courses aligned with our core competencies. Mr. Speaker, the Civil Service College impact is also being recognized on the world stage. Partners from LinkedIn Learning, a global leader in professional learning and development, described the Civil Service College work as groundbreaking, noting that the Civil Service has achieved activation rates that are 17% higher than global benchmarks. That's world-class, Mr. Speaker. This international recognition underscores the strength of our learning culture and the commitment of our people. Mr. Speaker, I could speak at length about the remarkable work of the Civil Service College, but I'm mindful of the House schedule. Sufficient it to say their recognition as leaders in talent development is well-deserved, is well-earned and well-deserved. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I ask this honorable House to join me in congratulating the Civil Service College on receiving the Cayman Islands Society of Human Resource Beacon Award for Talent Development. Their achievement is a testament to the strength, dedication, and excellence of our civil service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, while Ms. Gloria McField-Nixon is here, I also want to share that the second accolade awarded on Friday evening does not pertain to a civil service entity, but rather to an exceptional civil servant and, Mr. Speaker, not just a leader, but one who exemplifies the values of our civil service, inspires her team and her colleagues across the organization, leads with integrity, champions our core competencies, and serves as a visionary architect for change. She's a distinguished figure in the fields of human resources and public sector reform, and a steadfast support for me in my role as Deputy Governor. It is therefore with immense pride, through not the slightest bit of surprise, I announce that the Pinnacle Award for HR leadership was presented to Chief Officer Gloria McField-Nixon, who is here with us this morning. Ms. Gloria was nominated alongside accomplished HR professionals from across the private sector, Mr. Speaker. And while I would admit my bias when it comes to Ms. Gloria, her victory was, in my view, inevitable. The other nominees are undoubtedly talented, but they are not Gloria. And I appreciate the HR Society that they recognize that too. Mr. Speaker, as honorable members will know, Ms. McField-Nixon serves as the Chief Officer of the portfolio of the Civil Service, where she provides strategic leadership in human resource policy, public sector reform, and corporate governance. And a key aspect of her role is to support the Deputy Governor, a responsibility she has fulfilled with distinction since I assumed office in 2012. Over the past 14 years, I have been consistently and expertly supported by Ms. McField-Nixon. I can attest to her accuracy, depth, and reliability of her HR advice and leadership. she provides not only to me, but the wider civil service. Mr. Speaker, I'll wrap up by saying, under her leadership, POCS has delivered transformative initiatives that have strengthened governance and improved public service delivery. This includes the establishment of this Parliament Management Commission as an autonomous body, the implementation of the Civil Service 5-year strategic plan, the consistent delivery of our annual engagement survey with an impressive 85% participation rate in 2024 and an engagement score of 73%, the launch of the 2024-2026 strategic plan, furthering our commitment to continuous improvement, the modernization of HR systems through the implementation of MyVista, our new HR management platform, the enhancement of family-friendly policies, including updates to maternity and paternity leave provisions, and most recently, the launch of the succession planning pilot program for HR community. Mr. Speaker, these are just a few examples of the impactful work delivered under her stewardship. Beyond her formal responsibilities, Ms. Macfield-Nixon is a gifted public speaker, a mentor to many, and a source of inspiration to countless civil servants, many of whom have risen to senior roles thanks to her guidance. She's a transformational and authentic leader and a beacon within the Cayman Islands HR community. Mr. Speaker, I love my role as Deputy Governor, and a significant reason for that is the privilege of working alongside so many remarkable leaders, and one of those persons is Ms. Gloria Macfield-Nixon. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and this Honorable House for giving me the time to recognize so many of our young, outstanding civil servants. Very much appreciated, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Governor. And just to add my... Deputy Opposition.
Mr. Chair, I beg your indulgence to, just on behalf of the official opposition, support the Deputy Governor, Ms. Gloria Macfield-Nixon, and all of those amazing staff mentioned today and the whole civil service for the amazing job they're doing. On behalf of the opposition, we support you.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the NCFC government, I would also like to thank the DG for his remarkable words, expertly delivered. We agree wholeheartedly, and we've seen it in the start of our term. The collaboration from the civil service has been outstanding. But in particular, we did have to give Ms. Glow a standing ovation. Thank you, ma'am, for your service.
Okay. And just to add my personal congratulations to the civil servants and to Ms. Gloria, Honorable Deputy Governor, you will know how many discussions you have had about succession planning in the civil service and the Civil Service College, and I congratulate you on its implementation. However, I must add that it is no small order to have your names and stories recorded in the Hansards of this Honorable House. We encourage all civil servants to utilize the Civil Service College for self-improvement and improvement of the overall services. And to quote Mr. Benson, to those who much is given, much is expected. Congratulations. Sort of business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg your indulgence once more. As the chairperson for the Youth Parliament Committee, with some schools out today, we've asked some of those members to come and watch in real life today as they debate one of the most important documents for the next 3 years of the country's future. So we welcome some of those students who could have been home, sitting down, relaxing, watching TV, but they decided to do such a great job by coming here, and they're going to be sitting there in the gallery, I hope taking notes and watching as they learn the process. So we welcome them on behalf of the opposition and on behalf of the government as a whole Parliament for the future generation of leaders. Thank you.
Thank you.
Personal explanations.
None.
Presentation of papers and reports.
None.
Urgent questions.
None.
Questions to members of the government. The elected member for Red Bay to ask the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Education and Training. Question number 40.
Honourable Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question 40 in my name to the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Development, Education and Training. And it reads, can the Honourable Minister advise what financial or technical assistance, if any, the government has provided to private early childhood centres in the last 5 years to help them remain open and maintain quality standards, and how many centres have benefited from such assistance?
Honourable Minister of Finance, Economic Development, Education and Training.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer: no grants were issued directly to private early childhood centres over the past 5 years. The Ministry of Education and Training, through the Early Childhood Care and Education Unit, has continued to deliver sector-wide support aimed at raising quality, improving safety, and promoting inclusion across all 36 registered private early childhood centres. Key achievements include enhanced quality and compliance. Regular health and safety reviews were conducted in collaboration with key agencies, including the Fire Services, Department of Environmental Health, Hazard Management Cayman Islands, Public Health, and the Office of Education Standards, and the Ministry of Education and Training, enabling every centre to access the resources needed to meet the required standards. Improved centre ratings. Targeted interventions have resulted in measurable improvements across the early childhood sector, with 2 centres progressing from weak to satisfactory, 5 centres moving from satisfactory to good, and 2 centres advancing from good to excellent. Professional development. Monthly initiatives such as the Teaching and Learning Cafe, Senko Connection, and Leadership Lab continue to strengthen teaching, practice, and leadership capacity across the early years sector. Direct family support. While the Ministry of Education and Training does not provide direct funding to private early childhood centres, families benefit from the Early Childhood Assistance Program, known as ECAP. In the current year, the Ministry supported 110 children through funding, enabling greater access to early learning opportunities. Collaboration and knowledge sharing. The Ministry hosted the Inspiring Progress Raising Standards Conference in 2024 in partnership with the OES. The event focused on strengthening quality and promoting a culture of continuous improvement across the early years sector. Collectively, these actions underscore the Ministry's ongoing leadership and investment in early childhood education, promoting access for Caymanian children to safe, high-quality, and inclusive early learning opportunities.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for that response, that answer. If I could say, Mr. Speaker, that before I ask my question, that I have heard firsthand about the good work of the OAS in assisting some of these schools, so I just want to add that. But despite all those good measures, I was wondering if the Minister is aware if any of these centres have had to close or is in fear of closing.
Honourable Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, as I know of it, there was a centre that closed recently, and certainly from my time previously as Minister, this has always been a challenging area. Challenging because the cost to run a centre with qualified teachers and the then requisite fee that would have to be charged makes the economics very difficult to work. However, between ECAP and the ongoing free support of the ministry, I would have to say that that would have positively contributed to a number of centers' bottom line. What I can assure the House is that certainly in the next term, we will be enhancing the assistance to centers, but more importantly, we will continue the drive that I started in 2009 to 2013 to introduce as early a learning opportunity as possible at as many government primary schools as possible.
Member for Red Bay.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for that response. And I do recall him stating on Tuesday, I think it was, the intention to expand those centers. So I thank him again, and thank you, sir.
Next question.
The elected member for Red Bay to ask the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Education and Training, question number 41.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 41, standing in my name, to the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Development, Education and Training. Can the Honourable Minister state what assessment the government has made of the value for money and long-term benefits of the new Kimmenbrack High School, and confirm what changes have been made to the original plans, including the reported $6 million reduction in cost, and explain how the revised project will still deliver the full educational and community benefits originally intended? Thank you.
Minister of Education.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer: the new Kimmenbrack High School CBHS project went through all the required value for money and business case assessment as mandated by government's three-stage capital project approval process. Independent consultants completed both an outline and full business case, which confirmed that building a modern hurricane-resilient high school on the bluff represented the best long-term investment for the sister islands. These assessments found that the project would provide modern, safe, inclusive environments, support science, technology, arts, and vocational learning, improve accessibility for all students, and strengthen community resilience and youth development. At the time, the inclusion of a large gymnasium was one of the major cost drivers in the overall project. The business cases were guided by the priorities of the steering committee under the previous administration, which placed emphasis on sports tourism and multi-purpose community use. With the change in administration, there has been a shift in focus towards fiscal responsibility and cost control. Following Cabinet's approval in July 2025, the Ministry carried out a value engineering and descoping exercise, which resulted in the omission of the gymnasium and associated facilities. These changes are projected to save approximately $6 million while maintaining all essential educational spaces and design standards. The project will still deliver fully equipped classrooms, laboratories, and specialist teaching spaces, safe and accessible facilities meeting international standards, and energy-efficient systems to reduce long-term operating costs per square foot. The Department of District Administration's nearby multi-purpose hall will also be available for indoor physical education, large events, and examinations, ensuring no loss of student benefit. In summary, the revised project configuration achieves value by delivering an educational facility. The Ministry is confident that the new school will meet and exceed the needs of the Kimmenbrack community. From a value for money perspective, however, the assessment of the new Kimmenbrack High School project indicates that based on cost metrics, for example, cost per student and cost per square foot, it does not represent good value for money when compared to comparable facilities constructed within the private sector. It should be noted that while modern infrastructure supports improved learning experiences, new buildings alone do not directly raise educational standards. When assessing value for money, one must compare what has been spent to achieve a particular outcome versus what could have been spent to achieve the same outcome. In the context of a school, the desired outcome is to provide a safe, modern learning environment.
Member for Reid Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for that answer. I noted the part in the response where the member indicated that compared to private institutions, it might not be value for money. But are there similar private institutions who built such a facility in Kimmenbrack?
Mr. Speaker, they may not have built such a facility in Kimmenbrack, but given the government's economic development package for the Kimmenbrack, where everything is duty-free, and the fact that the consortium or joint venture company who bid and won the project, the overall assessment that I certainly have made is that if all of us were shareholders in a company and we're going to build a good modern school, we will have designed it very differently in regards to how the AC system, roofing, and window systems is constructed, and we could have saved substantial sums.
Member for Reid Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what I'm curious about, so have those opportunities been lost then to make those savings, if the minister could say? Sorry, for clarity, the response just given was with regards to, yep, okay.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, those opportunities passed away long before April 30th, mainly because by April 30th, the entire foundation, which would include the mechanical system, had basically been completed. Also on site was the roofing system, which had already been pre-ordered and paid. All the windows were paid for and were on site, and various other aspects of the project were already paid for and on site.
Deputy Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Honourable Minister say, in respect to his comment of the Ministry is confident that the new school will meet the expectations of the needs of the Kimmenbrack community. From a value perspective, however, the assessment of the new Kimmenbrack High School project indicates that based on the cost metrics per square foot, it is not present good value for money. Whose perspective is that? Is it the minister's or the technocrats that advised the same minister before?
That perspective is one that is based on numbers. It is numbers that is based on schools that have been built recently, and those technocrats did not advise me previous because I've just taken up the post and it wasn't my project.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Honourable Minister. I don't think he got my question. Let me repeat it again. Was it the same technocrats that advised this answer to this Honourable Parliament that advised the former minister, who is not here to defend herself today, as to the change in value for money approach?
Mr. Speaker, he can speak louder, but the question is no clearer and no more relevant. Let me help the member. My chief officers knew. She did not advise on this project, so he's not going to put this project at her or my doorstep. Whoever advised, he needs to ask them.
Deputy Leader of Opposition, we don't do the
Yes,
recognize.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm left with a road to nowhere now, Mr. Speaker, because now the person that is responsible for this area is saying that the former chief officer is gone, he's not aware of it, and the public can't get no answers to a question which is legitimate to the value of this school to the Kimmenbrack community. Mr. Speaker, I think the public will know and this Parliament will know that as a former member of Cabinet, upon which the government of the day have many members of Cabinet there which presented a business case for value for money. So we're getting down into the technocrats who advise the elected arm. We are the voices of the people, and there's technocrats there to advise members. So my question is, Mr. Speaker, has the previous report that was presented in the cabinet paper for value for money for the approval of cabinet changed?
Oh, no, that's a good question. Oh, no, that's a good question, Mr. Deputy Leader. Oh, that's not changed. And let me assure the Deputy Leader of the Opposition that if Ralston Malachi Anglin was Minister of Education, that paper would not have made its way to the Cabinet. He has conflated and conflicted two very different things. Value for the community and value for money. My answer has clearly said the community needed a new school. In fact, just this summer, I had to do remediation of asbestos in the old site. Clearly, there needed to be a new school. What is at debate here is the design and cost of the new school. And what I can assure the member is that if I was the minister then, knowing what I experienced with the Clifton Hunter High School, substantial design changes would have been made, and we would have delivered a modern school that would have served the need. What is the need? Safe, modern school buildings where optimal teaching and learning can happen. As we know, with a home, give me a second, Mr. Speaker. With a home, we can take 1,000 square feet and we can pay $1 million for it, depending on what we want in it and how we design it, or it can cost $100,000. What I'm saying is, as a steward of the public purse, I would not have approved that business case and that design to go with it.
Deputy Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I realize you're giving me way, so I'm not going to push the luck. I want to say thank you so much to the Honourable Minister for clarifying that. So here's what will never get answered today, is the former minister and the former premier is not a technocrat, Mr. Speaker. Neither is she an engineer. And we, as members of this parliament, and the government members will also have to deal with, is technocrats advising on the outcome of a policy direction. And you have to take that technocrat because you're not qualified to do so. So who advised that cabinet paper, which was approved, but I dare say 1, 2, 3, 4. The other member not here. 5 members of the current minister's government.
You're going outside the question now.
So, Mr. Speaker, my point is...
You made your point. I think you made your point. So ask your question so we can move on, please.
But maybe the minister can give us an update later on why the technical team, or maybe the DG should be listening as well, I know he is, as to this process of technical advice to members, because you know what? My honourable former premier is not here to defend herself today and getting the licks for advice that they get. But I'll leave it there, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, he went down another bad road. I am in no way trying or giving licks to anyone. What I am saying is, and let's be very, very clear, ministers are not mindless beings who give policy direction, then get technical advice and just take it. At least you should not be. What I am saying is that given what the design spec, and there was a team of people, a steering committee, and the steering committee's input about what they wanted to see in the school drove what the result coming back would be. So, if we say we want gold-plated cups to be in the canteen, then the technical team is going to go out and price gold-plated cups, put it in the business case and cost it out, and then the ministry and the cabinet have to decide whether that's what they want. Everyone in this country have suffered through decades of misspending in education, save for the $13 million project that I delivered across 5 primary schools between 2005 and 2013. And those schools that I know the member loves to see when he goes by the Marie Martin Primary School, he knows the value for money that those represented. Can he imagine that we have never again used that design concept other than at Bordentown Primary? Everything else has used that old system of going a little too grandiose. Let us look at prep. Let us look at Catholic. Let us look at how they design school buildings. It is about ensuring that you're not designing for grandeur, you're designing for safety, modern, to ensure that teaching and learning is optimal. That is going to be my approach, and I can assure my colleagues that no such paper will come, and I can show that to the House.
Next question. Next question. I think you've...
The elected member for Red Bay to ask the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Education and Training, question number 42.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 42, standing in my name, to the Honourable Minister of Finance, Economic Development, Education and Training, and it reads, can the Honourable Minister state the Ministry's view on the value and importance of further expanding early childhood education, and confirm whether any analysis of the long-term return on investment has been carried out, and if so, will he publish it so the public can see the case for the investment? Thank you.
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really thank the member for Red Bay for this question. From 2009 to 2013, when I was Minister of Education, I declared early childhood care and education, ECCE, as the #1 priority in education. I created the first fully staffed ECCE unit in the Ministry of Education. I negotiated with the Foreign and Commonwealth Office during the budget preparation stage to allow the government to borrow approximately $13 million in order to address critical infrastructure needs across multiple primary schools. This paved the way to reintroduce reception, which had been discontinued for years. For example, at the Sir John A. Cumber Primary School, Bordentown Primary School, Savannah Primary School, and Georgetown Primary Schools. This led to a modern ECCE curriculum being implemented. Unprecedented training and lifting of standards across all centers took place during this term. There have been no formally documented cost-benefit analyses on the long-term return on investment. What is beyond a shadow of a doubt is that ECCE provides the greatest return on investment in a human's education journey, whilst such a calculation will be inherently subjective. As we work on enhancing and expanding the provision of ECCE, we will go about quantifying the impact in order to calculate a return on investment.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, member, for that response. And can I add, Mr. Speaker, that as I indicated the other day to him, I do recall well his advocacy in that area, and I commend him for that, and I look forward to the upcoming increases we may have in the coming budget. So thank you for that.
Next question.
The elected member for Red Bay to ask the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Education and Training, question number 43.
Minister of Education.
Not yet, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Member for Red Bay, yeah. Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 43, standing in my name, to the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Education and Training. Can the Honourable Minister advise this Honourable House of the results from the most recent external examinations for government and private secondary schools, including the percentage of students achieving 5 or more level 2 passes, whether through GCSE, IGCSE, GSE, CSEC, or equivalent, including English and mathematics, and how these results compare with each of the previous 3 years.
Mr. Speaker, the answer. The most recent data report available on the Department of Education Services website captures government school assessment data up to 2024. The 2025 data report will be published in December of this year. A summary of the data from 2022 to 2025 for students achieving 5+ level 2 passes, including math and English, is as follows. 2022, 45.5%, 2023, 56.5%, 2024, 56.7%, 2025, 47.8%. At this time, the ministry does not have collated examination data for private schools. However, this is a priority and would give a full picture of British system education achievement and progress nationally. The ministry will be working to collate this information going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I could ask the member whether he's able to indicate over those years which government schools showed the greatest improvement, and if he knows what factors might have contributed to that.
Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, I have to beg your and the members' indulgence. The data is available in the data report, and it is broken down by school, and it also has data from Key Stage 2 going on. What I don't have in front of me is, because I think the question he was asking was which of Clifton Hunter or John Gray showed the biggest improvement. That's in the data report. I don't have that at hand.
Member for Reidby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the member would commit to sending me that information, I'd be grateful. Thank you.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the data is actually available on the DS's website, so the member is free to get it and peruse it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now understand. Thank you, sir.
Next question.
The elected member for Red Bay to ask the Honourable Minister of Finance and Economic Development and Education and Training, question number 44.
Member for Reidby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 44, standing in my name, to the Honourable Minister of Finance, Economic Development, Education and Training. Can the Honourable Minister provide for each of the past 3 financial years the government spending on early childhood education, showing how much the government allocated to A, the Early Childhood Assistance Program, B, the ECCE unit, staffing and operations, and C, support for early childhood centres in government schools, D, grants to private providers, and E, any capital expenditure and maintenance, and stating the percentage that total early childhood education spending represented of the government's overall education budget in each year. Thank you, sir.
Minister of Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The answer to sub-question A, the Early Childhood Assistance Program, or ECAP, 2022, $736,987.50. 2023, $790,349.18. 2024, $535,568.50. The ECCE unit staffing and operations. 2022, $539,763.80. 2023, $573,870.10. 2024, $570,373.26. Subquestion C, support for early childhood centers. Government schools have reception classes and early year provision goes up to age 7. Each of these classes has a teacher and one or more assistant teachers. Each class is outfitted with age-appropriate resources and outdoor play areas. In addition, the Northeast nursery supports children from East End and North Side, and there is a Cayman Brack nursery. D, no grants were paid to private providers relating to early childhood education in the past 3 years. Subquestion E, in 2023, $127,178.80 was spent on the East End Nursery, and that was 0.33% of the 2023 capital budget. As reception classes are part of the main school structure, it is more difficult to ascertain exact maintenance costs, as those generally occur as whole school projects, for example, painting.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for that answer. Mr. Speaker, I won't move this forward any further, other than if I could just say to the member again that my series of questions were designed to help me get a good understanding as to where early childhood education is at, and I won't tempt you anymore, sir. So thank you, and I thank the member again. Thank you.
Next question.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition, elected member for Georgetown Central, to ask the Honourable Premier, Minister of Financial Services and Commerce, question number 45.
Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question on order paper number 45, standing in my name. Can the Honourable Premier say whether the government intends to agree to a new electoral boundary layout with this term, and if so, when?
Honourable Premier.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Belts and braces approach. I rise to move a suspension of Standing Order 36-3 to allow the time allotted for questions to exceed beyond 1 hour.
The motion is that Standing Order that limits the question time to 1 hour be suspended to allow for the completion of the questions on today's order paper. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The relevant standing order is therefore suspended. Questions will continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer. The boundary adjustment recommendations of the 2023 Electoral Boundary Commission were debated and rejected by the Parliament on 2 occasions last term. The rejection reflected agreement among members that several concerns with the 2023 recommendations and that implementation at that late stage in the electoral cycle would not have been in the best interest of the country. The key concerns raised during debates included the following. A, low public engagement during consultation period resulted in limited public awareness or endorsement of the proposed boundary changes, as well as underutilization of modern communication tools and techniques reduced public engagement. B, the recommendations resulted in significant shifts in some constituency boundaries, in some cases up to 30% of electors changing districts, which members felt required broader public understanding before implementation. C, absence of specific terms of reference guiding the 2023 Commission, unlike in 2015, resulting in uncertainty about various matters such as scope, electoral district naming conventions, and the number of seats. D, concerns about socioeconomic clustering, where some new boundaries would create homogeneous economic districts contrary to Cayman's longstanding social balance and unity. E, the timing to implement the recommendations was too close to the general election being April 2025, which creates a risk of voter confusion. F, administrative strain on election office resources, given that preparations for the 2025 general election were already underway. The National Coalition for Caymanians NCFC government is committed to requesting the governor to appoint a new electoral boundary commission very early in 2026 with specific terms of reference. These will be designed to include prevent a reoccurrence of the deficiencies identified in the 2023 process, ensure balanced voter distribution across constituencies. 3, strengthen public consultation and civic engagement. And 4, avoid implementation too close to an election. The government intends that the new Electoral Boundary Commission should complete its review and submit its report before the end of 2026, ensuring adequate time for Parliament's consideration and implementation well before the next constitutionally due general election in 2029.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say thank you so much to the Honourable Premier. That was a very, very well-covered answer, and I've answered everything I had questions about. And I am so happy with the commitment by the government, particularly when it comes to the timing of things, so that we can have a free and fair elections. So I thank the Honourable Premier again. Thank you.
Next question.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition, elected member for Georgetown Central, to ask the Honourable Premier, Minister of Financial Services and Commerce, question number 46.
Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 46, standing in my name on the order paper. Can the Honourable Premier say if the government intends to implement any of the recommendations in the Domestic Observer Mission final report by the 2025 domestic observers, and if so, which ones?
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for the question. The answer. The National Coalition for Caymanians NCFC government is committed to election reform. The NCFC caucus has already received an initial presentation from the Honourable Attorney General, the Honourable DG, and the, might as well call him Honourable, Supervisor of Elections. This presentation summarized the findings and recommendations contained in the 2025 Domestic Observer Mission Final Report, the International Observer Mission Report, and other administrative and legal recommendations relating to amendments to the Elections Act. The following initial list of reform matters raised during the presentation have received in principle caucus support. A, campaign finance reform, including measures to extend spending oversight and improve transparency. B, a review and potential increase in campaign expenditure limits to reflect modern cost and parity among candidates. C, enhanced transparency in political advertising, especially around online and social media campaigning. The Supervisor of Elections has therefore been requested by the NCFC caucus to develop a proposal paper to set out specific recommended amendments for consideration with a view to Cabinet approval of draft and instructions. Once draft legislation has been prepared, stakeholder consultation can be conducted, including, of course, with members of the opposition, and draft legislation then be advanced to this Honourable House for debate and hopefully passage as soon as feasible in 2026.
Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I want to thank the Honourable Premier for a well-covered answer, but only to ask that the Premier and his team may consider, before getting to drafting of the legislation, a more unified approach, as this should be seen as a non-political matter. It's about free and fair elections and the structure upon which we amend it. And I'm certain that our leader and the rest of our team will be willing to potentially, not caucus officially, but join you in a presentation as to things that we can support, so therefore it comes to Parliament with a unanimous support. With that being said, I thank again the Honourable Premier.
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the question is, will the opposition be included at an early opportunity to look at the draft legislation? The answer is yes, that makes absolute sense for a number of reasons. One, in each of our constituencies, we have different experiences. We've seen different things, and our people have experienced different things. And we've all seen a range of different challenges. Two, for the youth parliamentarians, because we're trying to encourage the next generation to take up our seats, we need to keep their in mind in the world that they're coming to in mind and show them that this is a type of issue that should go into what I'm going to refer to as a bipartisan bucket. And then three, it will save us grief on the floor when the legislation arrives here.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Member for Borden Town East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. Just want to thank the government for the actions they're taking. And this is very welcome news. And I say this because even before number 45, Borden Town East and Borden Town West has been the largest constituencies for a very long time. I know, Premier, you've taken over. Well, your constituency. But this is welcome news. We're bursting at the seams up there. Thank you.
Next question.
The elected member for Red Bay to ask the Honourable Premier, Minister of Financial Services and Commerce, question number 47.
The elected member for Red Bay is not present in the chamber. Will somebody else ask the question in his absence, please?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question 47 on the order paper. Can the Honourable Premier say whether the government intends to bring forward legislation to give effect to the private member's motion number 5 of 2023-2024 on the sale of pepper spray for self-defense and personal protection? And if so, when such legislation is expected to be introduced in this Honourable House?
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. Just acknowledging that the member for Red Bay is back, in case there are any follow-ups. Mr. Speaker, the answer. Under the Firearms Act, items designed or adapted for the discharge of noxious liquid or gas, such as pepper spray, are prohibited. However, amendments made to the Act in 2024 were intended to provide that Cabinet, quote, may, by order, permit the importation of such specified prohibited devices as it sees fit, and the order may include requirements regarding the licenses, permits, possession, and use of specified prohibited devices, end quote. I am advised that before any such order is approved by the Cabinet, careful consideration should be given to the potential benefits and risk that may be associated with the importation, sale, possession, and use of personal protection substances. Accordingly, this month, our NCFC caucus supported the establishment of a working group to be chaired by the Cabinet Secretary or his designate, and consisting of other key stakeholders to prepare a full analysis of the potential benefits and risk based on available up-to-date local and international research and/or comparative studies, so Cabinet can make an informed determination as to precise provisions that can be made to the present legal framework. For instance, how the sale of noxious personal protection substances will be safely regulated, including, as an example, whether sale will be permitted to persons with criminal convictions, or conversely, whether there will be restrictions on possession by individuals under 18 years of age. 2, what, if any, restrictions should be in place as to the capacity of noxious personal protection substances, such as the permitted strength or size. 3, what, if any, restrictions should be in place relating to the possession of noxious personal protection substances in public places, such as schools, licensed premises, hospitals, care homes, community spaces. What sanctions should be in place for breach of any regulatory framework, including criminal sanctions? And 5, what measures may be put in place to educate and sensitize members of the public to mitigate any associated risk? The said working group will commence its work next month and will be tasked with providing its analysis to Cabinet, dealing with their findings and any recommended legislative amendments on or before the 31st of July, 2026.
Member for Reid Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for that response. I also want to thank the member for Georgetown Central for asking the question on my behalf. I just want to, if I could just say, not a question, I would say this has been before this Parliament at least 2, maybe 3 times, so I'm looking forward to where we'll be come next year. Thank you, sir.
Next question.
The elected member for Red Bay to ask the Honourable Minister of Caymanian Employment and Immigration, question number 48.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 48, standing in my name to the Honourable Minister of Caymanian Employment and Immigration. Can the Honourable Minister state whether he has reviewed private member's motion number 14 of 2022-2023, approved by this Honourable House on 27th April 2023 in support of establishing a fair employment commission, and whether the government intends to give effect to that decision as part of this year's reform program to strengthen protection for Caymanian employment.
Minister of Caymanian Employment and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And I thank the member for his question. The answer. The government has on its agenda a series of planned reform to legislation and governance, as well as various initiatives to create better links between education and employment for the benefit of Caymanians. Once the government has established and are consistently enforcing our revised laws, policies, and programs, and if despite those measures it remains evident that Caymanians continue to be bypassed for opportunities, then it would be both appropriate and necessary to revisit the concept of a fair employment commission. At this stage, however, our priority must be to strengthen and resource the institutions that already exist, namely the Department of Workforce Opportunities and Residency Cayman and the Department of Labor and Pensions, and to ensure that our boards and tribunals are staffed with qualified, competent, and ethical professionals who can carry out the law effectively. Once those foundations are fully in place and appropriately and operating effectively, we will be in a stronger position to consider whether an additional body, such as a Fair Employment Commission, is necessary.
Member for Reid Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, member, for that answer. But what I haven't heard, though, Mr. Speaker, is whether the Honourable Minister himself has actually seen, read, viewed that private member's motion and the arguments for it.
Member for Caymanian Employment and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question. I have, Mr. Speaker. After reviewing the 2018 speech delivered by then Premier Sir Alden McLaughlin, the Cabinet proposal, which I reviewed, that's dated 2019 entitled Establishment of a Fair Opportunity Commission, the Fair Employment Bill of 2019, and the private member's motion brought by the member of Bordentown West, MP Christopher Saunders, on April 17, 2023. I've covered all areas of this, hence my answer to the member.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, sir. I won't belabor the point. I thank the member for his answer. I would urge him to reconsider, but I will leave it there. Thank you very much, sir.
Next order of business.
Statements by members of the government.
I have received a number of requests by ministers to make statements and approve them, and I will call the ministers in order and the Deputy Governor. First statement is from the Deputy Premier, Minister of Tourism, Trade, Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to provide members of this Honourable House and the listening public with information on the first in a series of planned strategic consultations and trade diversification, which took place earlier this week, and I thank you for affording me the opportunity and the privilege to present. Mr. Speaker, on Monday the 13th of October 2025, the Ministry of Trade Development convened a high-level meeting with some of the Cayman Islands' most experienced and knowledgeable business leaders to discuss trade diversification and specifically how we could lower the cost of imports to help lower the cost of living, which is the National Coalition for Caymanian Government's views as a key priority on its economic agenda. Also in attendance were the Honourable Premier, the Honourable Minister for Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure, and the Honourable Minister for Social Development. Their presence underscored the government's cross-ministerial commitment to addressing the financial pressures being felt throughout the community. Mr. Speaker, the fact that 4 ministers of government, including myself, made time to attend the meeting shows how seriously we regard reducing the cost of living and how committed we are to finding ways to bring relief to our fellow people and Caymanians. I am sure the public will recall that this was a campaign issue for every member of government, and we are united in our determination to make meaningful progress in this issue and deliver practical, long-term solutions for our people. The strategic consultation is part of the Ministry of Trade Development's efforts to expand the country's trade horizons and reduce over-independence on the USA as a single source of supply. Against the backdrop of global tariffs, increased shipping costs, and higher prices for essential imports, the Ministry is assertively taking the lead to identify ways to enhance the country's economic resilience and deliver tangible benefits to our people. Mr. Speaker, the cost of living in the Cayman Islands is made up of components such as housing, transportation, utilities, health care and health insurance, education, and others. While the government will be looking at all of these areas, the purpose of this meeting was to focus on trade and on imports specifically. In my open remarks at the meeting, I emphasized that collaboration with industry experts is vital to shaping effective policies. For this reason, the invited attendees represented a variety of key industry sectors, including shipping, logistics, retail, wholesale, construction, and international trade, and brought decades, and in some cases, multi-generational experience navigating international markets and supply chains. A representative from the Chamber of Commerce and senior civil servants from the Ministries of Trade Development, PLAHI, and Social Development were also present. My ministry intends to leverage that expertise to develop a more robust and diversified trade framework for the Cayman Islands. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the insights gained will be instrumental in developing a trade diversification strategy that is practical, well-informed, and meaningful in reducing the cost of living for working and vulnerable families. I have no hesitation in saying that the government is willing to listen, to learn, to collaborate, and to act. I am pleased to report that the participants shared a variety of perspectives on areas such as developing new source markets and supply chains, logistical challenges impacting imports, the government's current schedule of import duties and how duties are calculated, the critical success factors and potential barriers to establishing new markets, local consumer preferences and patterns impacted what is imported, the impact of online shopping, and the policy or infrastructure reforms needed to overcome some of these barriers. Given that government cannot solve these issues alone, my ministry team and I look forward to collaborating with those who know the business landscape well. Our aim is to identify practical ways of lowering the cost of certain imports swiftly and working together with the private sector to ensure the savings are passed on to consumers. I would like to publicly thank all the attendees for their time, input, and willingness to candidly engage in these important discussions. The willingness to share their knowledge to benefit this consultation is greatly appreciated. The Ministry is in the process of collaborating the feedback from the consultation session, and we intend to convene a subsequent meeting within the coming weeks, underscoring our commitment to ensuring that this initiative informs strategic policy development, moves at pace, and leads to tangible outcomes. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to present this statement.
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as required by Section 11(6) of the Public Management and Finance Act, I make this statement to members of this House with respect to an exceptional circumstance transaction that was approved by Cabinet for the Ministry of Financial Services and Commerce during the 2025 financial year. The transaction was approved pursuant to Section 11(5) of the Act. This transaction relates to funding for the Cayman Islands Institute of Professional Accountants, otherwise known as CIPA, to support its functions as a supervisory authority under the Anti-Money Laundering Regulations, AMLRs. Mr. Speaker, the Cayman Islands Institute of Professional Accountants was established under the Accountants Act in 2016 as the statutory body responsible for governing and regulating the accounting profession in these islands. In 2017, the Cabinet designated CIPA as the supervisory authority for firms of accountants conducting relevant financial business under the Proceeds of Crime Act. This designation placed upon CIPA a critical role in the jurisdiction's anti-money laundering and counter-financing of terrorism framework, in alignment with the Financial Action Task Force standards. CIPA is one of 3 supervisory authorities for designated non-financial businesses and professions, DNFBPs, alongside the Department of Commerce and Investment, DCI, and the Legal Services Supervisory Authority. Unlike those entities, CIPA's AML supervisory role has to date not been funded by government. Mr. Speaker, CIPA has endeavored since 2017 to discharge its AML supervisory obligations using its limited resources, but its supervisory capacity is constrained by insufficient funding. The Cayman Islands is scheduled to undergo its 5th round mutual evaluation by the FATF in December 2027. Effective AML supervision of the accounting sector is an essential input to our success in that assessment. Failure to adequately resource CIPA would therefore risk undermining our jurisdiction's compliance with international AML CFT standards. Given this exceptional circumstance, Cabinet has determined it necessary to intervene under Section 11(5) of the Act. This provision empowers Cabinet to authorize executive financial transactions where no appropriation exists provided that the transaction remedies an exceptional circumstance and does not exceed 5% of the budgeted executive revenue for the financial year. Mr. Speaker, Cabinet has approved the establishment of a purchase agreement between the government and SEPA for the 2025 fiscal year. Under this arrangement, $200,000 will be reallocated from the existing appropriations within the Ministry of Financial Services and Commerce's budget, specifically from Output Group FSA1 to fund CISPA's AML supervisory functions. This transaction does not result in any increase to total public expenditure. Rather, it is a reallocation within the ministry's existing appropriation framework. The funding will allow SEPA to build adequate staffing and training capacity, develop and implement a risk-based AML supervisory framework, conduct on-site inspections through third-party providers, and improve outreach, sectoral guidance, and engagement with supervised entities. These outputs have been specified within a new purchase agreement pursuant to Section 33 of the Public Management and Finance Act. Mr. Speaker, by equipping SEPA to operate as an effective AML supervisory authority, the Cayman Islands will further strengthen its AML CFT framework and demonstrate to international partners our ongoing commitment to maintaining the integrity and reputation of our financial services industry. This investment is both prudent and strategic, as it will contribute materially to our jurisdiction achieving a positive rating on immediate outcome 4 during the forthcoming FATF mutual evaluation. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Cabinet's authorization of this transaction reflects the government's continued resolve to uphold robust financial integrity standards while ensuring efficiency and value for money within the public sector. I therefore commend this statement to honorable members of Parliament in accordance with Section 11(6) of the Public Management and Finance Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister for Planning, Lands, Agricultural, Housing and Infrastructure, 2 statements.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a statement on behalf of Cabinet under the Section 11(5) of the Public Management Finance Act 2020 revision about a special financial transition approved by Cabinet on the 6th of August 25. Mr. Speaker, Cabinet approved the purchase of a land block 4B parcel 381 located on Boson Bay Road in West Bay for $2.3 million from George Hides Jr., Administrator of the estate of Mr. Hurley Calder Hides. The property is just over 2 acres and sits right next to the National Housing Development Trust estate. It has been identified for a future government community use and holds the real potential to support long-term development in that area. Mr. Speaker, the chance to buy this land came unexpectedly, and the seller had already received another private offer. Once that chief valuing officer confirmed that the price represented fair market value, Cabinet acted quickly to make sure this land remained on for the benefit of the Caymanian people. To complete the land purchase, Cabinet approved the relocation of $2.3 million for the existing capital spending, especially from the Ministry of Education 2025 budget, and transferred to the land purchase appropriation under the ministry. No new funds were required, Mr. Speaker, and this was responsible decisions that used existing resources wisely and kept the government's financial position steady. It's a good example on how the government manages its public money, acting carefully by moving decisively when opportunities arise that serve for public good. The Minister of Finance will bring forward a supplementary appropriation bill for 25 to formalize the adjustment and seek Parliament's approval as required under the law. Mr. Speaker, the land purchase supports the government's broad outcome, prioritizing affordable housing by securing the property now, and we're creating options for housing communities and facilities on infrastructure that will serve our people well into the future. That's what leadership looks like, thinking ahead and acting responsibility and making the Caymanians benefit from the decisions we take today. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make this statement on behalf of Cabinet in keeping with the Section 11.5 of the Public Management Finance Act 2021 revision. At its meeting held on the 1st of October 2025, Cabinet approved what qualifies as a special financial transaction, the relocation of funds with the existing 25 budget to meet urgent housing and community needs across the island. Mr. Speaker, the decision involved two key adjustments with the Minister. The first, Cabinet approved the transfer of $1 million from the National Housing Development Trust, EI 157, to TP 6-day housing assistance. The change allows for the Ministry of Planning, Lands and Agriculture, Housing Infrastructure to continue the vital home repairs and maintenance for Caymanians who needed it most, families who deserve the safe, dry, and livable homes. Second, Cabinet approved the additional $500,000 to TP 76 Assistance for Infrastructure and Development. This will strengthen the Ministry's ability to support local infrastructure projects that serves in the communities. As part of that, Cabinet authorized the use of $370,416 under TP 76 to assist the Northside Wesleyan Holiness Church with the construction of a new facility. Mr. Speaker, this existing building is over 80 years old and no longer fit for use, and the new facility will provide a space for worship, youth outreach, and for the community programs that benefit not only the congregation but the wider Northside district. Mr. Speaker, this is not new spending. It is a relocation with the approved 2025 budget made in line with the principles of sound and responsible financial management. This action supports the broad outcome 3, improving the well-being of our people, and the broad outcome 8, building a modern infrastructure for a successful future. Mr. Speaker, this is what responsible leadership looks like: acting quickly when it matters and managing our resources wisely and keeping Caymanians moving forward.
Honorable Deputy Governor, two statements.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, at the last Public Accounts Committee meeting, I was asked to give an update on the topic of raising the retirement age in the civil service, and I want to speak briefly about that. Mr. Speaker, as you and members of this Honorable House know, decisions such as these cannot be made hurriedly, nor can they be taken lightly or without proper consultation, data, and risk assessments. In this vein, this discussion, including my statement today, are part of an ongoing dialogue, one that seeks to balance the evolving needs of our society with the aspirations and well-being of our people. Over the past decade, we have taken significant steps in this direction. The retirement age was raised from 60 to 65, a move that reflected our recognition of longer life expectancy, improving health outcomes, and the invaluable experience and knowledge transfer opportunities that older workers bring to their roles. That decision was not merely administrative, it was visionary. It acknowledged that many of our citizens wish to remain active, engaged, and productive well into their later years. Mr. Speaker, since the civil service raised the retirement age in 2016, we have seen a notable increase in the number of employees within the civil service who are age 60 and over. Mr. Speaker, as of September 30th, 2025, the civil service had 522 employees who are 60 and over, and 152 employees who are age 65 and over. Mr. Speaker, this means that out of a total headcount of 4,925 for the same period, 10.6% of the civil service workforce are over the historical retirement age of 60, and 3.1% of our employees are beyond the current retirement age of 65. These individuals continue to contribute meaningfully to their workplaces, enjoying not only the dignity of work, but also the salaries, benefits, and professional fulfillment that come with it. Their presence is a testament to the success of our previous reforms and a reminder that age should not be a barrier to opportunity. As we now give thoughtful consideration to the possibility of raising the retirement age further, we do so with a spirit of inclusivity and foresight. We will listen to stakeholders, review data, and explore the broader implications for workforce planning, pension sustainability, and intergenerational equity. Mr. Speaker, I wish to be very clear. No decision has been made with respect to further raising the retirement age. However, the civil service remains committed to a process that is transparent, consultative, and grounded in evidence. Our goal is not simply to extend working years, but to ensure that every stage of life is met with dignity, purpose, and choice. The conversation we are having today is not just about retirement, it is about how we value experience, how we adapt to change, and how we build a future that honors the contributions of all. I look forward to continued conversation on this topic and providing updates on same once we have progressed in necessary consultations and considerations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You have another.
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, sorry. Board down west.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and everyone knows my position on this. I think it's section, is it 32? Yeah, I haven't used this in a long time, but...
So granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Honorable Deputy Governor for that statement. Recognizing, Mr. Speaker, that there is no retirement age in the private sector, only the age in which we stop paying pension. And also recognizing that in the government of yesteryears only had one pension plan, which is a defined benefit plan. I know that the government has now introduced a defined contribution plan, which is similar to what most entities have in the private sector. Can the Honorable Deputy Governor state that if the government is looking at where employees are on the defined contribution plan, because I recognize you do need a ceiling for a defined benefit plan, but for those employees on the defined contribution plan, where there is a set contribution being made, would the government consider at least raising the retirement age for those employees that are on the defined contribution plan as opposed to those that are on the defined benefit plan, because those two pension plans are night and day?
Honorable Deputy Governor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I thank the member for the question. Mr. Speaker, as I said in my statement, we are exploring all opportunities, and I thank the member for that suggestion, and we will take that forward as part of our consultation process. And I thank the member for the suggestion.
Honorable Member for Cameron-Brack West.
East.
My apologies, Cameron-Brack East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to ask this short question to the honourable member. Can the member give an undertaking that as a part of the consideration, the average death age, in particular of males, would be given a significant consideration so that they'd have an opportunity to enjoy their hard-earned pensions?
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to include that in our considerations. And I thank the member.
Honorable Deputy, I think you have another statement.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, very briefly. Mr. Speaker, during the last meeting of the Public Accounts Committee, I gave an undertaking to make a statement at the next meeting of Parliament regarding government forecasting. Mr. Speaker, I wish to confirm that I've discussed this matter in detail with the Minister of Finance and the Financial Secretary as recently as yesterday. Together, we are reviewing the current forecasting processes and identifying opportunities for further strengthening and improvement. As head of the Civil Service, I remain committed to ensuring that our teams continue to strive to achieve the highest standards of integrity and professionalism in providing financial forecasts and advice to the government. When Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance will provide additional context on this matter during his budget address next month in November. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Governor, the other statement was taken clear earlier this morning.
That's correct, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Minister of Social Development, Innovation, Youth, Sports, Culture and Heritage, 2 statements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to make a statement as to the circumstances and reason why I, as Minister for Social Development and Innovation, had to request supplementary appropriation within the 2025 budget for the Children and Youth Services Foundation KEYS under Section 11, 5, and 6 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision. Mr. Speaker, the Children and Youth Services Foundation, which manages and operates Francis Borden Girls Children's Home, Bonaventure Boys Home, and the Phoenix House, is a government-owned company under the remit of the Ministry of Social Development and Innovation. The KEYS Foundation provides 24... Sorry, 1 second, Mr. Speaker. One second, Mr. Speaker, I just seem to have my papers mixed up. Mr. Speaker, sorry about that. The KEYS Foundation provides 24-hour residential facilities for children who are in need of care and protection, and children who have been remanded or committed by the Court for Youth Rehabilitative Services. In addition to the supplementary funding to provide critical staffing resources at KEYS, which were approved during the September 25th sitting of Finance Committee, KEYS is also in need of significant renovations and enhancement to their facilities. The dormitory-style residential living which KEYS primarily utilizes, is not in keeping with international care standards and can be counterproductive to the development and therapeutic progress of children in care. The challenge of the current residential model, which does not provide individual personal space, is further exacerbated by the growing prevalence of mental health challenges, complex trauma resulting from adverse childhood experiences, and associated behavioral difficulties, including self-harm and suicidal ideations within the care population. The physical infrastructure of KEYS facilities is in dire need of comprehensive renovations to meet basic international standards. The most pressing concern is Phoenix House, which is the only secure accommodation facility for children in the Cayman Islands. Children may be placed at Phoenix House temporarily for secure care needs in emergency circumstances, or more typically, placed in care by a court order. Additionally, the Youth Justice Act 2021 Vision and the Children Act 2021 Vision makes provisions for children to be remanded or placed in secure accommodations at facilities, including Phoenix House. Phoenix House, in its present state, is ill-equipped to manage high-risk behaviors due to structural deficiencies, which makes it inadequate for secure accommodation of high-risk children. Additionally, the current setup at Phoenix House presents challenges for the safety of staff and children, and an environment that does not feel safe or therapeutic will exacerbate challenging behaviors, including but not limited to self-harm and absconding. The alarming increase in police call-outs for KEYS facilities in response to challenging behaviors underscored the urgency of this request. In order to address these concerns and to create a safe, secure, and therapeutic environment at Phoenix House, KEYS estimated that it would cost an additional $500,000 to make the necessary renovations and critical upgrades. These upgrades will include the installation of specialized doors, windows, bathroom suites, and a sprinkler system, which is critical due to the plans for secure features on all windows. Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet therefore approved the request from the Ministry of Social Development and Innovation requested to transfer of $500,000 from EI 78, Ministry of Investment, Innovation, and Social Development to EA 170, Children and Youth Services Foundation to cover essential and immediate capital costs of renovations at Phoenix House at the Children and Youth Services Foundation for Section 11.5 and 11.6 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision. Mr. Speaker, the aforementioned exceptional circumstances, which was approved by Cabinet on September 19, 2025, complies with the principles of responsible fiscal management. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Second
Member
statement.
for, sorry.
It's second statement, sir.
But just a minute, somebody wants a question. Member for Borden Town West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I correct my previous. It is now Section 29.4 under the new standing orders and not 32, so I apologize for that. Mr. Speaker, under Section 29.4, my question regarding that statement, the minister said that he had gotten a quote from the management of the Keys Foundation. That quote that they received for $500,000, was there any independent verification of that amount? Like from Public Works or anyone else who had provided that, or did it come straight from the management of the Keys Foundation?
Minister for Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, as far as I'm aware, it came from the management of the Keys Foundation because they were in the process of already starting some renovation works there.
Next statement.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to make a statement as to the circumstances and reasons why I, as Minister for Social Development and Innovation, had to request supplementary appropriations within the 2025 budget via Sections 11.5 and 11.6 of the Public Management Finance Act 2020 revision. Mr. Speaker, last year the Department of Financial Assistance confirmed to the Ministry that its budget would be insufficient to meet their projected expenditure, but reductions were accepted to conform to overall budgetary constraints as directed by the Ministry of Finance. Subsequently, there was a need to bring forward $242,000 from NGS 64, care of the indigent, elderly, and disabled from 2025 to 24, in order to allow the department to make payments throughout the remainder of the year. Compounding the issue of insufficient funding were two factors in particular. Firstly, the Pines Retirement Home increased their fees for residential nursing care in 2024 to stay in line with the rising cost of living. And secondly, there was an increased need for residential nursing care services at the heavy care level. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, the Department of Financial Assistance confirmed to the Ministry that by early October 2025, they will be unable to continue funding this essential service for our clients who are in dire need of financial assistance to access residential nursing care services. This was allocated as allocated funding would be exhausted. The Ministry responded to this critical need by submitting a paper to Cabinet requesting for supplementary funding to increase NGS 64, care of the indigent, elderly, and disabled by $571,450 per Section 11.5 and 11.6 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision. Mr. Speaker, the Cabinet therefore approved the request from the Ministry of Social Development and Innovation for supplementary appropriations to increase NGS 64, care of the indigent, elderly, and disabled by $571,450 per Section 11.5 and 11.6 of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision. Mr. Speaker, the aforementioned exceptional circumstance transaction, which was approved by Cabinet for the Ministry of Social Development and Innovation during the 2025 financial period, did not cause any non-compliance with the principles of responsible financial management. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next item of business.
Presentation of petitions.
None.
Obituary and other ceremonial speeches.
None.
Raising of matters of privilege.
None.
Government business. Motions. Government Motion Number 5 of 2025-2026. The Strategic Policy Statement for the 2026 to 2028 financial years. To be moved by the Honourable Premier, Minister of Financial Services and Commerce.
Honourable Premier, Minister of Financial Services and Commerce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move Government Motion Number 5, 2025-2026, which is captioned, quote, the strategic policy statement for the 2026 to 2028 financial years, end quote. And it further reads, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, as follows. Whereas Section 23.1 and 23.1A of the Public Management and Finance Act 2020 revision, as amended by the Public Management and Finance Amendment Act 2025, provide that the strategic policy statement for the next budget period shall be presented to the Parliament by a member of the Cabinet appointed by the Cabinet to do so on behalf of the Cabinet. In a year where there is a general election, the strategic policy statement shall be presented to Parliament not later than 6 months after the date of the general election. And whereas the next budget period is with respect to the 2026 and 2027 financial years, and whereas the strategic policy statement tabled during this October 2025 meeting of the Parliament satisfies the legal requirement to encompass a 3-year time frame, and presently this time frame involves the 2026-2028 financial years. Be it now therefore resolved that the Parliament approves the policy priorities, aggregate financial targets, and financial allocations set out in the 2026 to 2028 strategic policy statement as the indicative parameters on which the 2026 and 2027 budgets will be formulated.
The motion has been moved and is open for debate. Does the Honourable Minister wish to speak to the debate?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Thursday, 16th of October, 2025, was a history-making day for our beloved Cayman Islands. On that day, every member of the National Coalition for Caymanians, the NCFC, united to sign a coalition agreement that speaks directly to our people. The NCFC coalition agreement is not simply words on paper, it is a pledge rooted in our shared values, strengthened by our experience of working together so far, and guided by our vision for a stronger, fairer Cayman. That agreement makes public how this government will operate, our core values, our decision-making process, our framework for conflict resolution and mediation, our commitment to the ministerial code of conduct, and most importantly, our commitment to help you, Mr. Speaker, enact and abide by an enforceable parliamentary code of conduct. This is our covenant with our people. It is our promise to lead with professionalism, country interest over self-interest, and respect. It is our commitment to model the very values we want our youth to emulate. Mr. Speaker, before I start, let me make clear about my intent. Today, I am focused on the vision, the better outcomes that this NCFC government commits to deliver for the people of the Cayman Islands. The SPS sets out the vision and strategic priorities of this administration, which will drive us toward a stronger, fairer, and braver Cayman. The strategic policy statement before us is the what we intend to achieve and why it matters. The details of funding, resourcing, and the implementation will be presented in full during the budget presentation and the budget debates that will follow in due course. This is by design, Mr. Speaker. We want this honorable House and the people of Cayman to first understand our direction, our priorities, and our commitments. Then we will show exactly how we intend to resource and deliver them transparently, professionally, and with the utmost integrity. Mr. Speaker, the Strategic Policy Statement, also known as SPS, we will now take another important step forward. As our coalition agreement sets out how we will govern, then the SPS sets out overall what we will deliver. Together, they form both the covenant and the roadmap. Our vision is clear: a Cayman Islands that is stronger, fairer, and braver once more, Mr. Speaker. A Cayman where every Caymanian has the opportunity to learn, to work, to prosper, and to live with dignity. A Cayman which of course includes our precious sister islands, that protects its heritage, values, and culture, even as it adapts to the demands of a rapidly evolving world. A Cayman where government earns the trust of its people through transparency, integrity, and results. Mr. Speaker, this vision is achievable if we act with courage, commitment, and kindness. The combination of those three words are not mine, Mr. Speaker. I saw the combination of those words in a primary school classroom a couple of weeks ago at the Culture Day of Island Primary School, where I witnessed this vision in action. Caymanian children learning with non-Caymanian children, whereby all were actively taught Caymanian culture and heritage as a foundation, whilst also learning of others' cultures. But I could see that the whole cohort of pupils functioning in balanced harmony. I could see, as you reflected earlier this week, Mr. Speaker, courage, commitment, and kindness on magnificent display at the John Gray High School graduation this week. By and large, Mr. Speaker, our young people are doing what we are asking them to do. Now we must do what we have to do to give them the strongest prospects of success. We must build a stronger, fairer, braver country to take to them so that it moves forward when their time comes to take the reins. However, we must be honest about the risk of doing nothing. Yes, Cayman still remains one of the best places in the world to live, work, and to raise a family. We are loved for our overall stability, our prosperity, and our natural beauty. Yet beneath these blessings, Caymanians are hurting. The cost of living has risen beyond the reach of ordinary earnings. Affordable housing has become scarce, even for Caymanians in steady two-income households. Our young people, well-educated and ambitious, too often find doors closed to them in entry-level jobs, many of which are being outsourced overseas. Our politics has too often descended into nasty division, whereby favors replace fairness and expediencies kick cans down the road. And our Caymanian resilience, physical, mental, and spiritual health has weakened. Mr. Speaker, the truth is uncomfortable. If we stand still, the Cayman we know and deeply love will gravely slide backwards beyond all recognition. Therefore, the status quo is no longer an option. So what does it mean, Mr. Speaker, to build a stronger, fairer Cayman? It means reforming our politics so that policies are made for the common good, not short-term wins. It means every Caymanian child receiving an education that equips them for the future, not just to pass exams, but to thrive in an evolving economy. It means affordable housing that gives families the security to put down roots. It means a diversified economy that creates good opportunities across several sectors, not only in financial services or tourism. It means health and social systems that allow every Caymanian to live with dignity from childhood through advanced age. It means protecting and celebrating Caymanian culture so that our children know who they are. And it means public services that are efficient, transparent, and people-centered rather than system-centered, so that trust is not presumed but earned every day. That, Mr. Speaker, is a stronger, fairer Cayman. But let me underscore again, we cannot achieve that Cayman if we cling to old, tired ways. If we continue to drift, the gaps will widen between the rich and the poor, between Caymanians and opportunities in their country, between the rhetoric of politics and the lived reality of our people. If we fail to act, Cayman's proud identity will erode into oblivion until we risk becoming strangers in our own home. This is why government's 2026-2028 strategic policy statement matters. It is a living plan that recognizes our country's challenges, mitigates the risk, and commits us to adapt and overcome. Mr. Speaker, as leaders, we have no higher sacred duty than to prepare our country and our people now and for generations to come. This SPS is not just about balancing budgets or meeting legal requirements. It's about giving Caymanians the confidence that their government, indeed their parliament, is looking ahead, making damn tough decisions, and investing in the right priorities today so that we can move on to systematically addressing the priorities of tomorrow. Here are the 4 levels of the SPS that move our country from high-level national priorities to people-centered, day-to-day delivery of public services. The broad outcomes, long-term national goals as set out by the Honorable Minister for Finance on Wednesday. The specific outcomes that he read out, which are measurable results over time. Initiatives and programs, which are the coordinated strategies. Projects and services, the day-to-day work that turns plans into reality. Thorough government services that clearly benefit individuals and communities in the Cayman Islands, and those with whom Cayman does business overseas. This is how government will ensure coherence between vision, resources, and results. And Mr. Speaker, the 7 broad outcomes where Caymanians will begin to see their needs reflected in government plans are worth repeating what the Minister of Finance said on Wednesday. 1, education, immigration, workforce development. 2, housing, infrastructure, and environment. 3, the economy. 4, health and social development. 5, Caymanian identity, culture, and heritage. 6, public services. 7, good governance and public safety. Now, Mr. Speaker, those outcomes are not new. What is new is our resolve to confront squarely the deep-rooted problems that are represented in those broad outcomes, using facts, data, and evidence, not political expediency or partisanship. Mr. Speaker, I reiterate that this SPS is the first half of Cayman's budgeting process, representing the government's strategic, broad policy framework. The next half is government's presentation of the national budget, which will contain our specific dollars and cents, funding proposals to give life to delivering people-centered public services and to achieve our broad outcomes. Members of this Honorable Parliament, we will aim to commence the budget debate on the 5th of November this year. And so, Mr. Speaker, we return to where I began. Cayman is still one of the best places in the world to live. We remain a country blessed with prosperity, overall stability, and peace. But we must not rest on our blessings. Gratitude alone is not enough. Yes, Cayman is grateful, but Cayman is also hurting. And the people have given this government the responsibility to put our country on a stable path that heals us, builds us, and creates opportunity for all of us to thrive, not a select few. Mr. Speaker, The coalition agreement we signed yesterday, 16th October 2025, is our covenant on how we'll govern. The strategic policy statement before this honorable parliament is our roadmap, what we will deliver. Together, they represent a new chapter in Cayman's history. A government unified by principle, professional conduct, decisive in decision-making, and determined in its vision for a stronger, fairer Cayman. We will measure success not by how many announcements we make, but by how many lives we strengthen. And when our children sit in these parliamentary chairs years from now, may they say, this was the watershed moment when Cayman, when this parliament chose to rise above division, above acrimony, to embrace integrity, to step boldly into a brighter future for their sakes, not ours. May God bless us all in this honorable house. May God continue to bless our beloved, all three Cayman Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The House is suspended for 30 minutes. Does any other member wish to speak? Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a contribution on behalf of the opposition on Government Motion Number 5 of 2025-2026. The strategic policy statement for the 2026-2028 financial years. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by thanking the Premier and the government for the strategic policy statement that they delivered or tabled on Wednesday. I'd like to take this opportunity to also thank the Premier for allowing the opposition time to properly assess the statement and to be in a position to better respond. I do hope, Mr. Speaker, that this precedent continues going forward, and I can assure the House that any government that I lead, should I ever have that great honor, will encourage and continue such a tradition. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to also take this opportunity to recognize that it is October, Breast Cancer Month. This month, we honor those we've lost to breast cancer and stand with those that are in treatment and celebrate our survivors. May our actions, supporting one another, promoting early detection, and funding care, turn awareness into hope. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to remind the listening public that despite it being a very quiet one thus far, we are still in hurricane season. And I would encourage everyone to remain vigilant and in a state of readiness until the season is over. Mr. Speaker, the responsibility of a government is one of decisions. In the words of the late U.S. President John F. Kennedy, for to govern is to choose. Having served in government, Mr. Speaker, we on this side know the truth in those words. Mr. Speaker, the coalition government's strategic policy statement has now been presented to the country and this Parliament after an unprecedented delay, outlining the choices the government has made for the next 3.5 years. Mr. Speaker, as the current stewards of our nation, it is indeed the government's responsibility and duty to set the country's course over the parliamentary term. And in carrying out my duty, Mr. Speaker, there must be an appreciation that decisions and choices made would impact the lives of Caymanian people and Caymanian businesses for better or for worse. But I pause to note that in almost no time at all, about a half of the government's first year is already gone. The clock, Mr. Speaker, is ticking. Mr. Speaker, today we debate not just a document, but the direction of our country in a time when many Caymanians feel that they are working harder, yet they are falling further and further behind. Mr. Speaker, as His Majesty's loyal opposition, we also have a responsibility and a solemn duty. It is to serve as the guardians of Cayman's future, to be vigilant, visionary, principled, and unwavering. Our role is to keep watch, hold power to account, and ensure that the decisions made by the coalition government truly build the tomorrow we all want as a country. There is an old saying, Mr. Speaker, that silence gives consent. Mr. Speaker, I assure the country and this House that the opposition will not be silent. We will not consent to a reality where the soaring cost of living crushes the Caymanian spirit, where inaction on crime and security compromises our communities, where our young people are left behind without opportunity, and where housing solutions that stall while immigration policy uncertainty creates anxiety. Mr. Speaker, we will act swiftly should the government's course endanger our collective future. Mr. Speaker, as we approach this SPS debate, not as a political exercise, but as a solemn responsibility to test whether the course set by the government will truly secure Cayman's future or place it at risk. We, in the People's Progressive Movement, know what it takes to govern these islands successfully. We have a track record of solid economic growth, record surpluses, and decisive debt repayment, all with no increased taxes over 8 years. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we reduced fees on the public where we could do so. It was this fiscal prudence that we rebuilt the government's coffers, allowing us to increase assistance to those in need whilst also successfully managing the COVID-19 pandemic, closing our borders when needed, keeping our civil servants employed, and assisting the country's economic sectors through an unprecedented crisis. We understand what success looks like and how to deliver it. Mr. Speaker, we are here today to present a plan for stability and growth, and to demonstrate that we are fully prepared to answer the call of duty. We will show, if needed, that we stand ready to move from questioning the government to becoming the architects of Cayman's future, designing and building a country that works for every single Caymanian. The foundation of that future, Mr. Speaker, if we are to be true architects of that future, we must first assess the foundation on which we are building. The foundation of any strong nation is financial health. And today, that foundation faces not one or two isolated issues, but a series of interconnected challenges. These include the need to restore fiscal strength, address the continuing crippling cost of living borne on our people, and manage the escalating long-term costs of an aging population, costs that are already straining our healthcare system and our pensions. These are not easy matters to confront, but, Mr. Speaker, they will only grow harder if they are ignored. When we look at the government's financial position, we see that revenues continue to rise and the country continues to operate with a surplus. The deficit that was incorrectly forecast prior to the election simply did not happen. We doubted that it would. But this did not stop the government from using that flawed forecast to attack the opposition. Perhaps, Mr. Speaker, the government is clairvoyant, with additional borrowing taking us up to a record $650 million. Perhaps the deficit is in the not too far future. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the minister himself, in my opinion, said that he was delaying bringing the SPS because he could not trust the government's own projections. He wanted to align the SPS and the budget forecast more closely because of this. But now, Mr. Speaker, we are not seeking an argument with the Minister of Finance. We are all Caymanians and all parliamentarians, united in our desire to do what is best for this country. We are calling for better data, stronger forecasting, and improved fiscal modeling, because those capabilities serve not the government, nor the opposition, Mr. Speaker, but the people of the Cayman Islands. Still, Mr. Speaker, as many Caymanians would do when we are misrepresented, we will respond. Government revenues may be rising, but we must recognize that our fiscal safety margin is shrinking. The government's Q2 2025 unaudited financial report shows that despite collecting record revenue, our entire public sector surplus is CI 14.9 million less than for the same period last year. That, Mr. Speaker, we take as a warning sign. As the Financial Secretary himself noted before the Public Accounts Committee, we must return to the kind of strong surpluses we had between 2013 and 2021, which were under previous PPM administrations. Those surpluses created the PPM's sound financial management, helped build confidence, enabled investment, and safeguarded the country through global uncertainty. To sustain the essential services and the social support our people rely on, including financial assistance to those who need it, and fair compensation to civil servants. We need a renewed commitment to fiscal discipline, Mr. Speaker. We must return to the prudent management that once delivered regularly healthy surpluses this country enjoyed under the PPM government. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear about what that track record looks like. Over 2 terms, our fiscal management created strong, consistent surpluses that allowed us to drive down the national debt from over $550 million to under $250 million. This prudence, achieved without adding any new taxes on our people, and while increasing support to those in need, rebuilt our national reserves. Mr. Speaker, it was this financial strength that allowed us to successfully navigate the COVID-19 pandemic, funding the closures of our borders and supporting our economy through crisis. We funded our capital investments from operating revenues, ensured that a healthy government budget did not place a milestone of debt around the necks of future generations. That is the standard of fiscal discipline we call for today, Mr. Speaker. That is the foundation this country needs, not the tax, borrow, and spend approach that I fear the government is adopting. A key part of that discipline, Mr. Speaker, must be credible and comprehensive plans to tackle the persistent deficit and rising costs at the Health Services Authority. We have full confidence in the dedicated staff of the HSA who serve our people with commitment and care. But we cannot ignore the governance and cost control weaknesses that continue to undermine our national surplus. The Auditor General's recent report raised serious concerns that demand not another study or review, Mr. Speaker, but decisive structural reform. A clear plan to put the HSA on sustainable financial footing and without compromising the quality of care that our people so deserve. Mr. Speaker, while revenues may be rising for the government, for many families, that rise in revenue is simply proof that financial pressure on our people has never been greater. This, Mr. Speaker, is when the government profits from the public's pain. Again, when the government profits from the public's pain. We have heard little from this administration that offers genuine relief from those crippling costs. Caymanians are paying more for almost everything, while government revenues continue to climb. Mr. Speaker, the unaudited financial report for the second quarter of 2025, covering results to 30 June 2025, shows that revenue from stamp duty on land transfers was 2.5 million higher than for the same period last year. This increase, Mr. Speaker, the report notes, was driven by both a greater number of property transactions and a higher average property price. Mr. Speaker, each time property prices or transaction volumes rise, the government collects a larger tax check. That may be good for the Treasury, but it adds real pressure to Caymanian families struggling to buy land or a home. And here's why, Mr. Speaker. Stamp duty is calculated at a percentage of the sale price. When prices go up, so does the duty owed. A Caymanian buying a home that once cost $400,000 paid $30,000 in duty. If that same home now costs $600,000, that duty has risen to $45,000. That is an extra $15,000. And Mr. Speaker, that is $15,000 before the family even pays their deposit or mortgage. Every increase in property values or sales volumes put more money in the government's coffers, but it takes more money out of the hands of Caymanians who are simply trying to get on or move up the property ladder. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that there's already systems in place that provides important concessions for first-time Caymanian home buyers, and those benefits must continue. They have helped many Caymanians take that critical step onto the property ladder, and we fully support its continuation. However, Mr. Speaker, what we are addressing today is a group of Caymanians who do not qualify as first-time buyers. Caymanians who have outgrown their starter home or who are trying to buy land to build on, but are now being hit with the full 7.5% stamp duty rate. Mr. Speaker, these are mostly middle-class Caymanians, raising families and contributing to our country, who are still being priced out of home ownership. We must make the system fairer, not by increasing anyone's taxes, but by easing the burden where it hurts most. The opposition therefore proposes a targeted new concession that Caymanian individuals who are not eligible for first-time buyer concessions should pay a reduced stamp duty rate of even, say, 5% instead of the 7.5% when purchasing residential land or a home for their own principal residence. Companies, including those that may be Caymanian-owned, would continue to pay the standard 7.5% rate. This ensures the benefit supports Caymanians to own a home, not an investment vehicle. The existing first-time buyer concession would remain untouched, Mr. Speaker, and this new measure would simply fill the gap for ordinary Caymanians who are trying to move up the housing ladder or to build a better home for their families. Mr. Speaker, this approach is fair. It is fair. It is targeted. It is responsible. It recognizes that Caymanians who live, work, and raise families here should not face the same financial barriers as those with greater access to capital or the overseas market. It keeps the system simple, preserves government revenue, and directs relief where it can make the greatest difference. That is, to Caymanians striving to secure a home and a future in their own country. That, Mr. Speaker, is fairness in practice. Fairness that keeps Caymanian home ownership within reach while ensuring that our housing market remains accessible, sustainable, and just. Mr. Speaker, the cost of food and essentials continue to climb. The government collects import duties based on value. So when the cost of a crate of eggs or a container of building supplies rises overseas, the government's revenues rises too. Mr. Speaker, I pause to recognize that earlier in a statement, the Honourable Deputy Premier announced that a committee has been formed to look at relief in these areas. Mr. Deputy, thank you, but I'm sure there's some you can find and do without the committee's findings, which may take months or never happen, who knows. But we need to act. The Consumer Price Index, the CPI, data for Q2 2025 shows overall inflation at 1.9%. Yet the cost of food and non-alcoholic beverages is up 3.1%. Health costs are up 3.4%. And the price of education, Mr. Speaker, has surged by a crippling 7.2%. A similar trend has been seen in Q1 of this year, and I expect it will continue to the end of the year. Mr. Speaker, these are not luxury goods. These are the basic costs of existence, and their increase is compounding the hardship on every family. Now, Mr. Speaker, we acknowledge that the government has finally approved the new minimum wage for implementation next year. We welcome that. It will help thousands of hard-working Caymanian employees. But let us be honest. CI 875 an hour is still not a living wage in these islands. We understand there are mixed views on this increase. Yet, we must recognize that it remains an important step towards restoring the dignity that inflation has so eroded. Over time, Cayman must move closer to a real living wage that better reflects the cost of living in our islands. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, this government has found time to increase taxes on the middle class. Without addressing unfair banking fees or other cost pressures, the recent rise in vehicle registration fees up to $1,000 for vehicles under $80,000 and $2,000 for those above hits the middle-income families the hardest. Taxes are up, Mr. Speaker, but real relief is still absent. One of the most persistent drivers of hardship for Caymanian families and businesses is the cost of energy. High electricity bills and rising fuel prices are placing pressure on households and squeezing small businesses already struggling to survive. While the government's strategic policy statement offers long-term solutions, it falls short of urgent solutions to bring down these costs. Mr. Speaker, it was Honourable Roy McTaggart, as opposition leader, who brought forward Private Member's Motion number 13 of 2023-24, a focused, responsible proposal aimed at delivering immediate relief. That motion, Mr. Speaker, called for the government to consider temporarily reducing the import duty on fuels purchased by utility providers, cooking gas, automotive fuels, including diesel, to 0% for an initial 12-month period. The intention was clear: ease the cost of living for families and ease the economic burden on small businesses. But we went further. The motion also called for government to secure a commitment from recognized fuel importers to pass those savings directly to consumers, whether at the pump, in electricity bills, or at the supermarket checkout. The motion was passed, Mr. Speaker, and the government should act on it to improve the lives of our people. Mr. Speaker, we believe this approach balances fiscal responsibility with practical compassion. When fuel prices are high, the government should act. When fuel prices come down sufficiently, the duty can be returned. But doing nothing, Mr. Speaker, or pretending that the issue will fix itself is not an option. The government has the power to provide this relief. What it needs is the political will. And let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, this is not about politics. This is about Caymanian families, retirees, and small businesses trying to make ends meet and waiting for their government to show that it understands what they're going through. As guardians of the future, we say clearly, Cayman cannot build a secure tomorrow if today's families are underwater. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not speaking about rising sea levels, sir. I'm speaking about bills. Consumers deserve a better shake in our society. And we will continue to press for targeted relief that benefits our people who need a break. We also urge the government to further reduce import duties on essential food and supplies, and to ensure, through proper oversight, that every dollar of those savings reaches the consumers. Mr. Speaker, we must match the strength of our national income with the discipline and empathy of our national spending. And I want to repeat that again, Mr. Speaker. We must match the strength of our national income with the discipline and empathy of our national spending. Only then, Mr. Speaker, can we lay a foundation strong enough to build Cayman's future on that works, one, Mr. Speaker, that works for every Caymanian. Mr. Speaker, a real strategy is needed when we talk about Cayman first, Caymanians first, not just a slogan. The government has announced sweeping changes to our immigration framework. They have passed civil service term limits with the opposition's support. They have made pronouncements and suggested new policies on permanent residency and Caymanian status. Mr. Speaker, while the rhetoric sounds bold, the reality behind these announcements is far less clear and far more risky. Mr. Speaker, the opposition voted in favor of civil service term limits. We believed, indeed always believe, that it was necessary to bring greater parity between the public and the private sector. But we are also clear that this must be implemented carefully, with safeguards in place to ensure that government can still function without losing experienced, capable professionals. Because, Mr. Speaker, term limits on their own do not create Caymanian successors. Handled badly, it can create gaps. Gaps in classrooms, gaps in hospitals, gaps in our police patrols. And if those gaps are not filled, the cost will be paid by the people of these islands. Mr. Speaker, the government claims that their coming immigration changes will make way for Caymanians. But as a strategy, this is deeply flawed. You cannot build a Caymanian workforce by merely sending people away. You build it by building Caymanians up. And that requires a long-term, coordinated, and credible plan. Let us be honest. No term limit can train a Caymanian teacher, graduate a nurse, or license an electrician. What is needed most is investment in the early years, in technical training, and in pathways from school to work. And I'm happy to see in the SPS that the government plans to address some of these issues in the long term. Mr. Speaker, we are deeply concerned by the increasingly reckless rhetoric by some ministers surrounding immigration. We do not need to create any more division than we already have in our society. When ministers speak of massive overhauls without proper consultation or clarity, they create uncertainty, Mr. Speaker, not just for workers and families, but also for the businesses that employ Caymanians and permit holders that keep our economy running. Let us be clear. We support putting Caymanians first, but that must be done with strategy and not slogans, with policy and not politics. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear again about what strategic immigration policy looks like. Later in this response, I will speak about digital transformation, economic diversification, AI, and emerging technologies. The new economic sectors Cayman must develop to reduce our dangerous dependence on a single industry. But before I get to that vision, Mr. Speaker, let me be clear about what building that future actually requires. Building a digital economy requires expertise that we don't yet have in sufficient numbers. We will need specialists in artificial intelligence to build smart systems, cybersecurity experts to protect our digital infrastructure from attacks, financial technology entrepreneurs to create new digital services, compliance technology developers to build regulatory solutions, and leaders experienced in guiding organizations through digital transformation. Mr. Speaker, needing overseas expertise is not a failure. It's a reality. Every nation building capacity in new economic sectors faces a challenge. The question is, do we use work permits strategically to build Caymanian capacity? Or do we use rhetoric to avoid difficult decisions? A real Caymanian first policy means this. We must actively attract companies in emerging tech and specialized sectors, making Cayman an irresistible destination for digital business, fintech firms, and innovative enterprises. But attraction alone is not a strategy. We must ensure these companies become partners in building Cayman's capacity. That means structuring work permits with workforce development commitments built in. When companies bring specialized expertise, such as artificial intelligence specialists, cybersecurity experts, and fintech developers, we welcome that expertise, but we expect knowledge transfer. Training programs for Caymanians, apprenticeships and internships for our young people, mentorship that creates succession. This isn't a burden on business. It's an investment in sustainability. Companies that train local talent builds a more stable and committed workforce. And this results in Caymanians gaining the skills to lead in these industries. Mr. Speaker, to be clear about scale, we're not talking about thousands of people and work permits flooding our islands. These emerging tech sectors require specialized expertise. So we're talking about perhaps a few hundred strategic positions over several years, not thousands. But we must recognize, what we must recognize is that even this targeted growth requires coordinated government action and careful planning. The minister responsible for infrastructure and his team must work closely with immigration and economic development. Attracting new sectors require coordinated planning, not just digital infrastructure like connectivity and e-government platforms, but roads, utilities, housing, a modern public transport system, and educational facilities. And here's what's critical, Mr. Speaker. Any infrastructure plan must fully account for Cayman's needs as its foundation. Our children, Mr. Speaker, need school spaces. Our families need affordable housing. Our people need jobs and training opportunities. We cannot develop an economic growth strategy that overlooks or marginalizes the need of our own people, the needs of our own people. Growth and Caymanian well-being must be integrated into a single comprehensive plan. not treated as competing priorities. You cannot build a sustainable economy if Caymanian families struggle to find housing, if our children face overcrowded schools, if young Caymanians lack access to opportunities, or if our people experience declining quality of life. Economic development and Caymanian prosperity must advance together. This is about smart, managed growth with comprehensive infrastructure planning that ensures our people benefit from, not suffer because, of our economic success. This is how you build a Caymanian workforce in new economic sectors, not by keeping experts out, but by ensuring every expert who comes helps create their own Caymanian successor. Within 3 years, those apprentices become practitioners, and within 5 years, they become supervisors, and within 10 years, they become the leaders and entrepreneurs. That's strategy. That's how nation building capacity in industries they don't yet dominate. Mr. Speaker, this is exactly what our proposed National Workforce and Skills Development Strategy calls for, making compliance with workforce development a requirement for a work permit approval. Not a suggestion, not a nice to have, but a requirement. But this requires political courage. Courage to tell the truth about where we are today while showing a clear path to where we need to be tomorrow. The courage to say we need strategic expertise now so that Caymanian can lead these sectors later. The courage to distinguish between work permits that displace Caymanians and work permits that create opportunities for Caymanians. The courage to use immigration policy to advance Caymanians and advance Caymanian opportunities, and not as a weapon for political theater. This is the difference between our approach and the government's threats. We talk about making space for Caymanians by building them up and using strategic immigration to accelerate that process, not to obstruct it. Mr. Speaker, the opposition believes every Caymanian must have a pathway to a good job, a real career, and a stake in this economy. And we believe that the pathway starts not at the job application, but in early childhood. That is where the battle for Cayman's future is truly won, or, Mr. Speaker, lost. As architects of a better future, we will continue to advocate for and press forward with Early Start Cayman, our plan for public-private partnership to ensure universal access to quality early childhood education, to train and retain qualified early years teachers, and to create a dedicated fund for vocational scholarships in high-demand sectors like healthcare, hospitality, and technology. We must also be strategic about the pipeline from education to employment. That's why our First Job Plus program is so critical, ensuring every school leaver has a clear path forward with the digital skills and training necessary to compete in tomorrow's economy. This is not a slogan, Mr. Speaker. This is a strategy. A real Caymanians First policy does not begin by pushing people out. It begins by preparing our people to step up. It continues by strategically using work permits to transfer knowledge and build capacity. And it succeeds when Caymanians are leading the industries that will define our economic future. Mr. Speaker, we must have the courage to be honest about the challenge. We must have the wisdom to learn how other nations have built capacity in emerging sectors. And we have to be committed to ensuring that when we talk about Caymanians First, we mean Caymanians prepared, Caymanians trained, Caymanians leading, and not just Caymanians waiting for opportunities that never come because we lack the courage to build them. Mr. Speaker, talk about healthy, safe, and secure communities. The governor reminded us in her speech in this House in June that we face serious security threats. The availability of guns, knife crime, engineered drugs, gangs, and organized crime. She specifically called Cayman's record for road deaths and injuries abysmal. The rate for solving crimes may be up, but many Caymanians still do not feel safe. Gun violence, our gang issues, our traffic fatalities are not just statistics. They are broken families and lives lost. Mr. Speaker, the government's strategic policy statement speaks about addressing crime, but we look forward to hearing a concrete plan. Under the government's 6-month watch, the community policing program has been suspended due to lack of resources. The police commissioner is left waiting, hoping that he will receive the necessary funding in the new year budget to rebuild resources and implement his plans. Mr. Speaker, that is unacceptable. While the commissioner is forced to wait and plan, Caymanians are living with the consequences of an under-resourced policing today. Mr. Speaker, this cannot happen again. And we will be paying very close attention to the budget to ensure that RCIPS receives the funding it needs to effectively carry out their duties. Mr. Speaker, the opposition stands ready to share our detailed plan to support the RCIPS. In addressing gang activity and reducing violent crimes, the scourge of gang violence demands urgent coordinated actions. Our manifesto commits to appointing a new anti-gang task force with a named specialist coordinator to ensure effective action across 6 priority areas, Mr. Speaker. First, we would update our legislation to ensure the criminal justice system can act effectively against gang members, with additional sentencing tariffs for gang-related crime to send a clear message: gang membership has consequences. Second, Mr. Speaker, we would take decisive enforcement action. We would ensure the RCIPS has the tools and resources needed, including investment in surveillance drone technology and effective implementation of new generation CCTV systems. But enforcement cannot stop at our shores. We will ensure that the RCIPS, Coast Guard, and Customs and Border Control work jointly and in partnership with other jurisdictions to disrupt the flow of drugs, guns, and illegal immigrants that fuel gang activity. Third, Mr. Speaker, we would divert young people away from gang membership through a national youth intervention program. This will include training for teachers and youth leaders to identify vulnerable young people early, and programs to support them in making positive life choices rather than slipping into criminal behavior. Mr. Speaker, we will also prioritize hotspot policing in areas experiencing high crime rates, strengthen police action against domestic abuse with new programs for perpetrators, and make essential improvements to public spaces, including improved street lighting in dangerous areas. To Mr. Speaker, help design out crime. And critically, we will ensure the RCIPS Commissioner prioritizes neighborhood policing. Communities are safer when they know their local officers, when police are visible and accessible, not just responding to emergencies, but building relationships and trust. And Mr. Speaker, we cannot forget those leaving the criminal justice system, because we cannot arrest our way out of this crisis. We must also help those who have made mistakes to turn their lives around. Too many leave Northwood Prison only to return within months because we offer them no pathway back to a productive life. We would offer enhanced support to those leaving prison, employment assistance, access to proper housing, mental health and addiction services, and counseling programs that tackle criminal attitudes and beliefs. We would extend the use of community-based sentences with restorative justice elements for appropriate low-risk offenders, recognizing that for young offenders, especially, prison can foster criminal behaviors rather than prevent them. Mr. Speaker, the conditions at Northwood Prison are unacceptable. We would commit to delivering new, fit-for-purpose prison facilities, but in the meantime, we would ensure enhanced training and rehabilitation opportunities for those in custody so they leave the prison better equipped to succeed in society. We would also work with the prison service and the professionals to address the critical gap in secure facilities for those suffering mental health crises, who may be a risk to themselves or the public, a gap that has grown more urgent as mental health challenges have increased. Of course, Mr. Speaker, I could not speak of the criminal justice system without echoing the pleas of the Honourable Chief Justice that funding for the upgrading and expansion of our courthouses be included in this upcoming budget. When it comes to making our roads safer, Mr. Speaker, the government promises a penalty point system, and we welcome that. But promises are not enough when lives are being lost on our roads. We would implement a clear, funded plan to deliver the objectives of the National Road Safety Strategy. This would equate to investment in road education programs targeting dangerous behaviors, engineering improvements at accident hotspots to make travel safer, digital traffic monitoring technologies, including AI-powered tools, to monitor speeding and detect offenses like mobile phone use while driving, supporting police enforcement without diverting officers from other critical duties. Enforcement of vehicle safety standards for imported vehicles, with regular reviews to keep standards current. Mr. Speaker, the government also promises an improved public transport system. In our manifesto, we just didn't promise. We committed to delivering a modern, energy-efficient public transport system for Grand Cayman, using sustainable technologies like electric buses. This would reduce congestion, improve safety, and provide reliable transportation options for families who need them. Now, Mr. Speaker, turning to mental health. After years of costly delays, the Poinciana Rehabilitation Center finally opened its doors in December of 2024. We welcomed that opening. Our community desperately needed this facility. And we acknowledge the successful repatriation of about 9 Caymanians from the overseas facilities, bringing them home where they belong. But, Mr. Speaker, let us be honest about where we are. Poinciana has a capacity of 54 beds. As of today, it houses approximately 15 residents. That means, Mr. Speaker, that 2/3 of the facility sits empty while Caymanians struggle to access mental health services. Mr. Speaker, that is unacceptable. The question is not whether Poinciana is open. It is whether this government has the will and the capacity to fully operationalize it. We would ensure Poinciana reaches its full potential, admitting patients who need the level of care without the current slow, incremental approach. We would put in place effective step-down services needed for community-based treatment, ensuring patients can transition successfully back into society. But, Mr. Speaker, residential care addresses only the most acute cases. Most Caymanians experiencing mental health challenges need community-based support, not institutionalization. We would significantly expand community mental health services, with particular focus on young people. Working with voluntary and community organizations, we would ensure our young people have easy access to support throughout schools, youth clubs, churches, and dedicated online services, which would be available 24 hours, 7 days a week. Many Caymanians experience mental health challenges without knowing where to turn. We would expand community resources so Caymanians of all ages can access help when they need it, using secure technologies, including apps and chat facilities, to ensure support is always available. Moving to supporting our special needs children and families. Mr. Speaker, too many special needs children and their families are waiting for assessments, waiting for therapists, waiting for support that should be their right, not a privilege. We would expand the capacity of Lighthouse School by developing the current campus. We would improve special needs provisions in mainstream schools so that support is better tailored to individual learning needs. We believe that a comprehensive early years development strategy would ensure earlier detection of special needs so that the learning gaps are reduced from the very start. Special need families deserve better than waiting lists and broken promises. They deserve action. And Mr. Speaker, the government speaks of expanding Cynical, but expansion is not strategy. Caymanians need a comprehensive approach to health care that ensures quality, access, and affordability. Our manifesto committed to meaningful action. First, we would introduce Healthy for Life, a new free basic health care plan for all Caymanian children. This will cover preventative services, including immunizations and health checks, access to primary care for illnesses and injuries, dental and eye care, mental health services, and ongoing care for children with chronic conditions. Mr. Speaker, this should be prioritized for the government's first budget being delivered next month. Second, we would deliver the new expanded healthcare clinic for Bodden Town that was planned by the previous PPM government but has not yet been delivered. The rapidly growing population in Bodden Town and the eastern districts requires this investment. Third, we would improve and expand the emergency room in Georgetown, including additional triage facilities, reducing waiting times, and improving patients' outcomes. The strain on emergency services from rapid population growth demands urgent action, Mr. Speaker. Fourth, we would implement a focused program to reduce preventable deaths from cardiovascular disease, potentially saving up to 40 lives each year. This would include promoting better use of primary care with more health checks for over 50s, expanded smoking cessation programs, alcohol harm reduction, better access to physical exercise, especially for our older adults, and improved diabetes control. And fifth, we would partner with healthcare providers to deliver affordable care for elderly and vulnerable Caymanians, reducing both the cost to government of caring for the medically indigent and ensuring no Caymanian has to choose between medical care and financial ruin. Mr. Speaker, we will also develop technological solutions, electronic health records accessible across providers, and telehealth services that improve access, especially for our sister islands, whilst at the same time reducing costs and improving outcomes. And in supporting our aging population, Mr. Speaker, we cannot wait for the crisis to arrive. We must prepare now. We would expand HSA geriatric clinics across all 3 islands, extending services to address dementia, diabetes, heart disease, COPD, arthritis, and sight and hearing loss. We would extend daycare services for older persons on Grand Cayman and explore satellite provisions for Kimmanbrack. We would support and expand the work of the Alzheimer's and Dementia Association to make the Cayman Islands dementia-friendly, promote and enhance activities available for older persons to keep them connected with their communities, including a focus on intergenerational activities, to bridge any emerging gaps between older Caymanians and the younger generation. We would also prioritize healthcare workforce development, planning for extra workers we will need, and ensuring that Caymanians develop the skills for the professional jobs with strong career paths that will be available in this sector. And speaking of our social future, Mr. Speaker, we have secured our economic present, but we risk sacrificing our social future. The spiraling costs of Health Services Authority, HSA, which we addressed earlier, are a symptom of a much deeper, much more challenging structural crisis in two critical national systems, healthcare and pensions. We have to be frank. Our current private pension system is no longer fit for purpose. It is a source of anxiety, not security, for too many Caymanian workers. The average retiree finds their lump sum savings exhausted in a few short years, leaving them reliant on government assistance programs. This is neither sustainable nor dignified, Mr. Speaker. We call for an urgent, comprehensive, root and branch overhaul of the national pension system. This review must include a fresh look at the viability of our contribution rates and caps, the fees charged by the pensions providers, and new investment guidelines that offer better returns and greater security. We cannot continue to push this burden on to the next generation, Mr. Speaker. A responsible government must confront this looming crisis now. Likewise, Mr. Speaker, we must move past stopgap solutions in healthcare. Expanding Cineco is not a strategic health plan. It is a temporary fix. The core issue remains: how do we ensure every Caymanian has access to excellent, affordable health care over their lifetime? We must launch a national health strategy review to explore the introduction of a universal health mechanism that balances our current market-based system. It is time to seriously and strategically investigate models that move us closer to a national health insurance, ensuring that no Caymanian ever has to choose between medical care and financial ruin. Mr. Speaker, a secure Cayman is one where every person has hope, where young persons see pathways to success, not gangs, where families feel safe in their homes and in their neighborhoods, where those struggling with mental health can access help, where special needs children get the help they deserve, where older persons can age with dignity and care. This is not just an aspiration, Mr. Speaker. This must be our vision. We have the policies, the priorities, and the commitment to deliver safer, healthier, more secure communities for all Caymanians. Mr. Speaker, safe communities and sound economies are inseparable. Security and prosperity reinforce each other. And that brings me to the economic foundations that must support everything that we have discussed so far. The current strength of our economy is built on the sound foundations laid by previous administrations. The recent reaffirmation of our AA3 credit rating by Moody's, placing us on par with major global economies, is a testament to Cayman's long-term stability. Our long-term political stability, as well as our financial and economic stability as a country, is crucial to our success. But, Mr. Speaker, economic stability is not something we can take for granted. It must be earned through sound policy, protected through vigilance, and strengthened through strategic planning. That is what this section addresses: the economic pillars that sustain our prosperity and the strategic investments we must make to secure our future. Tourism, Mr. Speaker, our lifeline, our responsibility. Across the Cayman Islands, tourism underpins livelihoods far beyond hotels and guest houses. It supports a rich tapestry of Caymanian work: chefs, servers and housekeepers, divers and tour operators, taxi drivers, artists, musicians, and local entrepreneurs whose success depends on visitor traffic. More than an economic sector, tourism is a lifeline for families, and for many young Caymanians, a stepping stone into meaningful careers rooted in service, culture, and national pride. The contribution is also financial. In 2024, Mr. Speaker, the government brought in over $40 million in accommodation tax revenue, a clear signal that tourism remains central to our public finances. Mr. Speaker, it's safe to say that the indirect benefits are also significant. As we plan for growth, sustainability must be non-negotiable. We echo the tourism minister's concern. The Caymanian essence of our product must never be diluted. That means creating genuine pathways for Caymanians, opportunities not only at the service level, but in leadership, ownership, innovation, and strategic roles, all in tourism. Because, Mr. Speaker, visitors come here not just for the sand and the sea. They come for the warmth, culture, and identity of our people. Ensuring this remains our priority is not just good politics, it is good stewardship. And financial services, Mr. Speaker, the heart of the economy. Because, Mr. Speaker, if tourism is a craft, the work done by thousands day in and day out that brings life to our economy and culture. But behind that visible work is the engine, financial services, which generates the majority of government's income. If one fuels our people's livelihoods, the other fuels our public service. Mr. Speaker, evidence shows that in 2024, financial services alone brought in CI $510 million in direct revenue, representing 45% of all government revenue. When indirect contributions are included, that number swells to CI $734 million, or roughly 65% of total revenue. This is not speculation, Mr. Speaker. It is a fiscal reality of our country today, confirmed by a 2025 report commissioned by Cayman Finance and researched by specialist firm Capital Economics. The financial services sector is not just important to our economy, it is absolutely essential. That means we must not only encourage its growth, but also vigorously protect its reputation and compliance standing on the world stage. This requires more than domestic legislation. It demands continuous strategic engagement with international standard setters, including the FATF, the OECD, and the European Union, as well as with influential governments and policymakers in key markets. We must ensure that Cayman's voice is heard, our actions understood, and our compliance efforts respected. Mr. Speaker, our successful removal from the FATF grey list in 2023 was a result of sustained, often difficult, legislative work across successive administrations. Let us be factual. When the Cayman Islands was placed on the monitoring list in February 2021, the previous government, our PPM-led administration, had already completed 60 of the 63 recommended actions, despite the enormous distraction of the COVID-19 pandemic. The incoming PAC government was left with the final 3 actions to resolve, and we commend the Honourable Premier, who also held the financial services portfolio in the last government, for successfully getting those final steps across the line. Mr. Speaker, we would also express our sincere thanks again to the Attorney General and the many hard-working teams across government who contributed to this important achievement. Cayman's delisting was a national effort, and we acknowledge the role everyone played in protecting the reputation of our financial services industry. The opposition therefore supports the coalition government's stated commitment to ensure that our financial services regime continues to meet and, where appropriate, exceed international standards, particularly in areas such as sanctions enforcement and the fight against illicit finances. On the matter of beneficial ownership, Mr. Speaker, in the joint UK-Cayman statement of June 2025, the Honourable Premier and UK Minister Stephen Doughty reaffirmed support for exploring a future framework where access to beneficial ownership information may be extended on the basis of legitimate interest, meaning access under controlled conditions for specified groups such as accredited journalists, civil society organizations, and academic researchers. We trust, Mr. Speaker, that any next steps in this area will reflect Cayman's constitutional responsibility and our long-standing commitment to balancing transparency with privacy, due process, and the competitiveness of our jurisdiction. Mr. Doughty's recent visit would no doubt have helped him better understand Cayman's progress and regulatory maturity. And indeed, following my own meeting with him, I came away confident that he had gained a deeper appreciation of both our achievements and the realities we face. Now, Mr. Speaker, I spoke earlier about digital transformations. Our financial services sector success has been built on regulatory excellence, political stability, and our ability to adapt to changing global standards. But the next wave of change facing this sector, and indeed every sector of our economy, is not regulatory, but technological. Artificial intelligence and digital transformation are reshaping how financial services operate, how businesses compete, and how our young people will work. We acknowledge that the government launched a National Digital Transformation Strategy Task Force just last week. This is a positive step, Mr. Speaker, and we commend the Premier and Minister Rankin for recognizing the urgency of this issue. However, the task force's 6-month time frame to deliver recommendations mean we won't see concrete action until well into 2026. Mr. Speaker, the AI revolution is not waiting for our task force to report. Jobs are already being transformed. Our young people are already competing in digital economies. So while we support the task force work, we must also be clear about what true digital transformation requires. And we need action now, not just studies. First, Mr. Speaker, our schools need AI literacy in the curriculum immediately. Right now, students in private schools and overseas are learning to use AI tools for research, coding, and problem solving. Our government school students cannot wait until 2026 for a task force report to catch up. The Ministry of Education should be piloting AI literacy programs this academic year. Second, Mr. Speaker, we need a concrete upskilling program for workers facing displacement. Thousands of white-collar jobs in Cayman could be at risk from AI. Where is a reskilling program in the SPS for the administrative assistant whose job will be automated? For the junior accountant whose work will be done by AI? We need a funded AI and digital skills center to be operational next year, not just a recommendation in a report. This should be a public-private initiative to ensure that it not only moves at pace, but has every chance of success. Third, our civil service needs to start adopting AI tools now, not after we study it for 6 months. Other governments are already using AI to speed up permitting processing, answering citizens' queries, and analyzing data for better policy making. We should be running pilot programs in selected departments immediately, learning by doing, not waiting for perfect plans. Fourth, we need to support Caymanian entrepreneurs who want to build AI-powered businesses today. The Youth Entrepreneur Support, or YES, program, as proposed in our manifesto, with grants up to $20,000 for digital or environmental businesses, could launch within months. Why wait? Take the idea and run with it. And fifth, we must ensure every Caymanian school leaver in 2026 has basic digital skills. That is just 14 months away. Our first Job Plus program, also proposed in our manifesto, would guarantee that every school leaver either enters higher education, further training, or a job with digital literacy as a baseline requirement. That needs to be in place for next year's graduates, not the year after, Mr. Speaker. When we look at the opportunities in the digital economy, Cayman's concentration risk, with 2/3 of the government's revenue from a single sector, makes digital diversification not just desirable, but essential. We must actively cultivate new opportunities. AI and financial services position Cayman as a center for AI-powered financial services, compliance technology solutions, and digital asset management, areas where our reputation for strong regulation and our tax-neutral platform gives us a genuine competitive edge. Digital services export support Caymanian entrepreneurs in building technology companies that serve regional and global markets, software development, digital marketing, data analytics, and of course, smart tourism. Leverage AI and digital tools to enhance visitor experiences while improving efficiencies and sustainability in our tourism sector. Mr. Speaker, the Digital Transformation Task Force has been given 6 months to deliver its recommendations. We will be watching carefully to ensure that this does not become another study that sits on a shelf. The opposition will hold the government accountable for publishing clear, measurable objectives and timelines, demonstrating how digital transformation will create opportunities for Caymanians, not just efficiencies for government, ensuring adequate funding for implementation, because digital transformation fails when it is under-resourced. Regular reporting to this Parliament on progress and outcomes, and most importantly, taking immediate action on the things we already know must be done, while the task force completes its broader work. Mr. Speaker, digital transformation is one pillar of our economic future, but it alone cannot eliminate the vulnerability I outlined earlier, that 2/3 of government revenues flow from a single sector. We must move decisively to foster growth in sectors and build a more resilient, sustainable economy. This is not about abandoning financial services, and it's clearly not about turning our back on tourism. Both are hugely important economic pillars. Rather, Mr. Speaker, it is about protecting these key industries by ensuring our economy can better withstand economic shock. Diversification is the insurance policy against global uncertainty. Our approach was founded on 4 commitments: attracting new investment. We must actively seek to attract, not just register, new economic sectors to our shores, expanding our reach beyond traditional fund and insurance business. Sector-specific regulatory excellence. We must dedicate resources to achieving and maintaining regulatory excellence in emerging sectors, whether that's financial technology companies, digital insurance providers, cryptocurrency businesses, or online banking services. Thirdly, developing human capital. True diversification is impossible without investing in our people. We must radically expand our educational and vocational training programs to create a pipeline of qualified Caymanians ready to fill the jobs of the future. And lastly, infrastructure for tomorrow. We must support continued investment in our physical and digital infrastructure, from reliable high-speed connectivity to modern international air and sea ports, to ensure Cayman is a credible and desirable destination for globally mobile business and talent. Mr. Speaker, strategy without implementation is just an aspiration. Our 2025 manifesto sets out the specific, responsible steps to build this modern, resilient economy. Supporting small businesses and local contracts. We would suggest actively fostering small business opportunities, especially in future growth sectors like technology and health. Our plan included procurement reform, introducing new rules to significantly increase the share of government contracts under $250,000 that go to Caymanian small businesses. Prompt payment guarantees, introducing a guarantee to ensure that government pays all small business invoices within 28 days, improving to 21 days, Mr. Speaker, because cash flow kills more small businesses than bad ideas. Young entrepreneurs, launching a youth entrepreneur support. Yes, offering grants up to $20,000 for those starting businesses in digital and environmental industries. These are the growth sectors of tomorrow, and we must back young Caymanians who want to build businesses that create jobs and add value to our economy. We must internationally cultivate new areas of growth. In tourism, reimagining the tourism sector, focusing on securing the industry's long-term future, including developing nature-based and heritage-based tourism opportunities. As I outlined earlier, tourism is not just about hotels, Mr. Speaker. It's about creating authentic Caymanian experiences that draw visitors back year after year while creating meaningful jobs for our people. Food security, Mr. Speaker. Increasing food security and reducing dependence on imports by supporting investment and training in modern and scientific farming practices that are best suited for our climate and conditions. I pause to congratulate the Agriculture Minister for the excellent initiatives he has supported on food security. The local egg production program is a good example of this. Food security is economic security, and it creates local jobs while reducing our vulnerability to global supply disruptions. Mr. Speaker, the conversation about our economy must not be confined to the four walls of this House. This is a question of legacy. What foundations are we leaving for our children and grandchildren? We must act now, not just to protect the jobs of today, but to guarantee the opportunities of tomorrow. Diversification is not a political slogan, Mr. Speaker. It is the act of a responsible generation, ensuring the next one inherits a nation that is financially strong, economically resilient, and the masters of its own destiny. Let us build that unbreakable future together. Mr. Speaker, economic prosperity means nothing if we destroy the environment that sustains us. Our natural beauty is not just an asset. It is our heritage, our identity, and the foundation of our tourism sector. The PPM has always understood that protecting our environment is not separate from building our economy. It is essential to it. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to express pride in the environmental legacy of the PPM during our time in government. Under our stewardship, the National Conservation Act was passed, legislation that provides Cayman with a comprehensive framework to protect our national heritage, our natural heritage. And we backed that law with action in 2019. Cabinet, under PPM-led administration, approved the largest expansion of marine protected areas in our history, increasing no-take zones from roughly 14% to 48% of Cayman's coastal shelf waters. Those regulations were later formalized and gazetted in 2021. This was a bold and science-led move to protect our reefs, fish stocks, and coastal ecosystem for generations to come. But it also included recognition that Caymanian fishing traditions along the coastlines were respected and maintained. Before I move on, Mr. Speaker, let me acknowledge that there are views in the public and in this House as to whether aspects of the National Conservation Act need tweaking. We shall see what the government does in this regard. But while I welcome the debate on this, I want to be clear that the opposition will never agree to a large-scale dismantling of the National Conservation Act outright. In fact, I hope that no one in this House would entertain that. But safeguarding our natural environment, I want to thank members on my side for your applause on that one. But safeguarding our natural environment means more than protecting what exists. It means acting urgently where damage is occurring. Beach erosion has become a serious threat across our islands. We must act now. Restore sand to the eroded stretches of 7 Mile Beach and implement a comprehensive program to protect all of our beaches before further loss is irreversible. Our beaches are not just tourism attractions, Mr. Speaker. They are part of our natural heritage, our coastal defense system, and vital to our economy. Losing our beaches, Mr. Speaker, is not an option. Mr. Speaker, we cannot talk about environmental stewardship without addressing the biggest plight on our physical landscape and the single greatest threat to our environmental reputation, the Georgetown landfill. The PPM-led administration initiated Project Regen, a modern waste-to-energy solution designed to cap the landfill and to convert our waste into resources. We note with great concern that some of the same individuals who contributed to the existing landfill crisis are now part of this government. We sincerely hope that their current solutions for dealing with the landfill will be a fully comprehensive plan to eliminate this environmental hazard, prevent the emissions of harmful methane, and demonstrate that our commitment to a sustainable Cayman is more than just a footnote in a speech. A comprehensive and properly funded management plan must be implemented immediately at our current landfill. This plan must not exist merely on paper. It must be enforced, monitored, and made accountable. To ensure transparency and proper execution, an independent oversight body, perhaps under the Department of Environment, should be established. This body must be empowered to monitor and report on all critical aspects of the landfill operations, including landfill gas control, water and leachate management, waste and acceptance protocols, capping and containment procedures, nuisance management, addressing odor, noise, litter, and pest, and finally, closure and aftercare management. Mr. Speaker, the landfill is not just an eyesore. It is a public health threat, an environmental crisis, and quite frankly, a national embarrassment. Every day we fail to act is another day we fail our children and fail the future of these islands. Let us be clear, this issue does not stop at Camana Bay or Georgetown North. The foul odors and smoke, especially when a fire breaks out, drifts across our communities depending on the direction of the wind. Residents and businesses in Webb Road, Courts Road, Kirk Supermarket area, North Church Street, Watlers Road, Marbell, Parkway, and even the southern end of West Bay Road along our main tourism corridor are all affected. Mr. Speaker, this is not a localized inconvenience. It is a national disgrace and a collective responsibility. We owe it to our people to fix it once and for all. I have heard that it is often uttered within the government that no one should have built that close to a landfill. I hope that that is truly not the opinion of this government, as it would clearly demonstrate a lack of empathy or care for its people. Mr. Speaker, environmental stewardship is not about choosing between economy and environment. It is about recognizing that a healthy environment is the foundation of a sustainable economy. Our reefs bring tourists. Our beaches support livelihoods. Our natural beauty is our competitive advantage. The PPM has proven we can protect the environment while growing the economy. We can preserve our heritage while building our future. And we will continue to be vigilant guardians of Cayman's national treasures. Because without them, we lose not just our beauty, Mr. Speaker, but we lose our identity. Mr. Speaker, the foundation of all that I have outlined is a comprehensive revision of our 28-year-old National Development Plan, Plan Cayman. For nearly 3 decades, it has lagged behind the realities of our growth. Until we adopt a modern, fit-for-purpose framework, we will not deliver affordable housing. We will not resolve the landfill or responsibly manage beach erosion and coastal setbacks, public beach accesses, and mangrove protection. Piecemeal decisions cannot substitute for coherent policy. I therefore urge the government to initiate and complete the update without further delay, with clear timelines, genuine public consultation, and enforceable standards. Mr. Speaker, we have listened to the strategic policy statement, but it must be measured not just by its words, but by its sincerity and capacity for achievement. This is a new government, and the reality across our islands is that its track record is thin. The government's focus has been on political machinations and optics, rather than genuine progress. Therefore, the doubt that must be addressed is not about what they have delivered, but whether they have the ability to deliver at all. We sincerely hope the SPS outlines a credible path, because the government's recent 100-day report was an exercise in political delusion. The vast majority of their so-called successes were projects funded, initiated, or substantially advanced by the previous administration. This is not governance. This is claiming credit for work that was already done. It shows government focused entirely on political optics rather than genuine results that needs to change. The question before the House in this country is that can government that spends its first 6 months claiming the achievements of others actually develop and execute its own blueprints? As architects of the future, we insist that you bring your own solutions to this House. Stop dressing up old track records as your own. The people deserve an honest accounting of progress. They deserve a government with the capacity to achieve it. Mr. Speaker, the SPS is a moment to set the country's direction. The government may set the course, but we in the opposition are the guardians of the watchtower. the steady hand on the guardrail, ensuring Cayman stays on a path that protects our people, strengthens our economy, and preserves our environment. We in the opposition are not here to just oppose. We are here to offer better solutions when needed. Our record in government shows that we delivered fiscal surpluses, grew reserves, worked to build and protect our economy, and improved education outcomes. We know what stability looks like. We do not oppose for the sake of politics. We guard for the sake of Cayman's tomorrow. Our vision is for a Cayman where every child can thrive, every family can afford to live, and every community is safe, strong, and secure. That is what it means to be guardians of Cayman's future. And that is the role we will play with vigilance, courage, and commitment. Mr. Speaker, we stand here today not just as opposition. We have identified the risk, the crushing cost of living, the unsustainable health system, the milestone of future debt. But more importantly, we have presented a clear, principled, and proven path. Our plans outlined earlier is built on fiscal courage, social compassion, and economic vision. It is a plan to put Caymanians first through preparation and empowerment, not just rhetoric. It is a plan to ensure that the economic success of our nation translate into genuine opportunity and relief at every single kitchen table. Personally, Mr. Speaker, I am deeply honored to stand as a leader of the opposition in this peaceful democracy. As we look around the world, this is not a responsibility I take lightly. The freedoms we enjoy, freedom of speech, freedom of movement, the freedom of religion, these are no longer universal rights, Mr. Speaker, but rare and precious privileges. Mr. Premier, I recall your comments, or I should say, Mr. Speaker, I recall the Premier's comments at his swearing in, where he expressed hope for an advocatory rather than adversarial relationship in this House. Said to Mr. Speaker, I heard when Mr. Premier. Okay. Sir, we are making progress, but we are far from that wish. There are still those among us for whom the desire for power outrides their love of country. There are still those who believe in plotting and scheming. We have those who act as if it is a monocracy and not a democracy. But if transparency is the foundation of democracy, Mr. Speaker, then all 19 of us sitting here must bear the responsibility of the public's perception of distrust, disillusion, and frustration. If we are to truly carry out the will of the people, we must be radically transparent and inclusive to those who we claim to represent. We must not be blinded by personal agendas and vendettas. We must look beyond our constituencies because we are one Cayman Islands, one nation, one people. Our duty in this honorable House is to represent all of the people of these precious 3 Cayman Islands. A person sleeping on the rocks out at the waterfront or living in substandard conditions on Eastern Avenue is not merely a Georgetown North constituent in distress. That person is a Caymanian that's suffering. Our decisions affect every person in these beloved isles, the poor and the rich, the new Caymanian and the generational Caymanian. We must be balanced and thoughtful in our deliberations and our decisions. To be leaders, we must have people to lead. So let us always remember that they put us here. They did so with an average voter turnout, Mr. Speaker, of 73.5%, a striking commitment when we consider our neighbor Jamaica recently held an election with a turnout of only 39.5%. This trust is a debt that we must repay with unity. Each morning, we wake to fresh uncertainty. The war in Ukraine, volatile stock markets, tragic mass shootings, transport crashes, and sudden interest rate moves. Each headline is a reminder that global shock can hit our small, open economy hard, threatening jobs, prices, and the livelihoods of our people. Therefore, we must prepare accordingly. Plan for the worst, pray for the best. We must be cautious in our actions, and, Mr. Speaker, humble in our efforts. We cannot go down the path of tax, borrow, spend, and burden our future generations with debt. As we vote on the strategic policy statement, and as the government develops its budget, let us ensure we show empathy and keep the focus on those who need us most. Let us not forget those Caymanians who look forward to the temporary employment from the nice cleanup initiatives. Let us assist those struggling in the cruise tourism industry. Let us be partners to single parents struggling to make ends meet. Let us be support for our aspiring athletes, those who dream of the arts, and let us motivate our scholars. And let us never turn our backs on our seniors, our seamen and their families, and all of those who have given so much to this country. And to Mr. Deputy Governor, let us open our hearts to those who served in the civil service, those whom the letter of the law may have abandoned, those who kept our country safe, collected our trash while we slept, and educated many of our past and current leaders. Mr. Speaker, Mother Teresa once said, "Yesterday is gone. Tomorrow has not yet come. We only have today. Let us begin." Honorable members, let us begin. And may God bless these 3 Cayman Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The question is, sorry, you had your turn. I think you lost it. Oh, you can speak? Okay. Members, please, I have made it clear that as Speaker, if you want to speak, stand up. I'm going to call 3 times. The next is the 3rd time now I've had to move forward to put the question for somebody to get up to speak. Please, in the future, if you want to speak, don't wait till that stage, because the 3rd time I'm not going to reverse my decision to put the question. Thank you.
Fine. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak on and offer my comments and observation on the strategic policy statement and the document that was tabled in Parliament on Wednesday. Mr. Speaker, permit me, I should have probably done this earlier this morning, but I wanted to say publicly, congratulations to you, sir, on the graduation of your daughter last evening. I got to be honest with you. I saw your eyes, the beam in your eyes, and that really moved me last night, and I say congratulations again to you. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to respond to the government's strategic policy statement for 2026 to 2028. The document that should set out the financial and economic direction of our islands for the next 3 years. The opposition's response will be constructive, factual, and guided by our experiences. We are here to ensure that the people's money is managed with integrity, foresight, and accountability, because fiscal policy is not about numbers, it's about the daily lives of Caymanians. Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge that in the preparation of the SPS, government will have had to take account of several external pressures, such as inflation, cost of living, and the global uncertainty that exists in today's world with regard to events and things that are happening in the world that we have no control over. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we know now that inflation in Cayman is running somewhat less, just under 2% from recent inflation reports. But, Mr. Speaker, our people are still struggling to adjust to the increased prices caused by high inflation that followed the COVID pandemic from 2022 to 2024. While the cost of living may have stabilized in the past year, we've all learned firsthand that once prices increase, they rarely, if ever, come down. Mr. Speaker, the uncertainty of the global tariff war that has erupted between the United States and its trading partners, to me, is a real threat to our economy. From my knowledge, while we do not have a clear picture of all the likely effects of the tariffs, it is reasonable to anticipate that it will lead to another spike in inflation in the coming months, as the cost of importing goods will rise once again. And this is one reason why it is important for government to budget conservatively, rebuild our cash reserves to make the country's finances more resilient to economic shocks. But regrettably, Mr. Speaker, the government's fiscal plans for the next 3 years can hardly be described as conservative. Mr. Speaker, as I listened to the Finance Minister's statement on Wednesday and read the SPS, there are 3 themes that I found permeated throughout the document and his speech. They are increased taxes, increased borrowings, and increased spending. Yes, Mr. Speaker, tax, borrow, and spend in each of the 3 years. And yet, Mr. Speaker, with all of this, they can only muster surpluses of $6.56 million in 2026, $9.3 million in 2027, and $13.89 million in 2028. Mr. Speaker, in my 12-plus years in this Parliament, I have never seen such meager surpluses being budgeted in this Parliament. With razor-thin numbers like this, Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely no wiggle room should results not pan out as forecast. Let me take it one step further and maybe help to illustrate what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister says they are budgeting the infamous NG 55 appropriation at a realistic level of $43 million and HEA 2 at $28.3 million. I ask the question, is $43 million realistic? Mr. Speaker, in 2023, government spent $55 million on NGS 55. In 2024, it spent $58 million on NGS 55. And at the end of September, the appropriation for 2025 stood at $55.5 million. And I have no doubt that the total cost of that head will exceed $55 million. In my view, Mr. Speaker, based on information I had before me, the amount that ought to be budgeted is somewhere between $55 and $60 million. That means that all other things being equal, the operating surplus of $6.56 million is really a deficit of between $6 and $11 million. And I have no doubt there will be other things like that in the budget. But you can see how easy and how quick a $6 million surplus can turn into a $6 million loss or deficit. My colleague, the leader of the opposition, ably said, we remain too reliant on a narrow base of revenues, primarily import duties and financial services fees. And Mr. Speaker, historically and even today, it leaves us exposed to global shocks and policy changes beyond our control. Mr. Speaker, at a Public Accounts Committee meeting here in September, the Honourable Financial Secretary, who was a witness actually at the hearing, made a statement to the effect that he was wanting to see the government get back to surpluses like when the PPM were in government. Mr. Speaker, I know I paraphrased him, probably not quoted him exactly, but that was the gist of what he said. Mr. Speaker, that recognition is not lost on us. It is a reminder that it is under PPM governments that we achieved record surpluses, reduced debts, avoided increasing taxes, while investing prudently in people and infrastructure. All 100% of it from just the recurring revenues. Mr. Speaker, one issue that has manifested itself in the months after the general election in April is the reliability of government financial forecasts. I have to touch on this. In the run-up to the general elections, the government published the pre-election financial update. That document revealed that the government was forecasting a deficit of $26 million for the fiscal year ending in December 31, 2025. This forecast deficit was one of the central issues in the election campaign. I don't know one person in here that didn't speak on that or that it didn't cause much concern amongst them. Then, a few months later, after the elections, public statements were made by the new government that the forecast had been updated and the deficit was now projected to be $60 million. And then it was just last month at a Finance Committee meeting convened to seek approval for an additional $107 million in supplementary spending, members were told that the forecast was again updated and it is now expected that the government will see a surplus of $10 million for the 2025 fiscal years. Mr. Speaker, such variations, especially in such a short period of time, they are indicative to me of significant shortcomings within our forecasting model. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we support the statements made by Her Excellency the Governor in efforts to seek professional assistance from the UK to assist in helping the government develop more robust forecasting model that can be relied on. And I'm reminded too, as well as in my discussions too with the Deputy Governor this morning, that it is an issue that is being taken up, and he will be working with the Minister of Finance in order to improve the forecasting. And so I wait with bated breath, truly, to see what the final outcome will be in terms of what they are going to do in order to improve and make the forecasting model more reliable. Mr. Speaker, in my view, the technical assistance that the governor said she would seek from the UK can actually help strengthen our systems. But the real goal must be to equip our civil servants with the best tools and training to deliver the high standards that they already aspire to. Accountability and excellence go hand in hand. And this all ties in with prudent fiscal management. Good forecasting was one of the pillars of our success. We planned conservatively and achieved real significant surpluses, not imaginary one. And let me make one final observation, Mr. Speaker, and that is that we all should remember when forecasts are weak, budgets lose credibility. And when budgets lose credibility, the people lose confidence. We cannot afford, Mr. Speaker, to let that happen. So this issue that we have experienced and seen for the first time this year, it has to be addressed. And I encourage the Deputy Governor and the Minister for Finance to really take this matter up quickly, and let's find the right solution. Mr. Speaker, I understand that it is the government's intention to reform the budget process and move to output-based or outcome-based budgeting and combine the SPS with the budget to streamline the process and ensure that SPS more clearly aligns with the government's budget. In my opinion, Mr. Speaker, this is laudable. I had high hopes that the new budgeting tool would have been implemented for the forthcoming budget cycle, but such is not the case, as the reforms do appear to be delayed and lack clarity at this point. Reform, Mr. Speaker, can be good, but reform must be clear, transparent, and timely. Right now, it's not one of these. And I would issue a word of caution to the government. Please, please, do not use streamlining as an excuse for reducing oversight or information available to Parliament. In my mind, Mr. Speaker, that would be a very retrograde step. Mr. Speaker, I urge you, sir, to guard this Parliament's right to full financial disclosure. Reform must never come at the cost of accountability. I must have emphasized that any reform must also fix the shortcomings in the forecasting model and accountability, not just to reformat the documents. Mr. Speaker, one of the tests of government's fiscal credibility is how well it delivers on its capital projects, the things our people see and depend on every day. Mr. Speaker, one of the things I am advocating for in my constituency is the completion of roadworks at the Grand Harbour roundabout. And I was pleased to hear the Minister yesterday in answering questions that the matter is at hand. And I know that the residents in Grand Harbour will appreciate it when this actually takes place. I drive that road and drive through that roundabout many times a week, and really, I got to pray every time before I approach it, because it really is a challenge. Feel free to do so. I got a daughter and two grandchildren that live right there in off Edgewater Way. Mr. Speaker, I think that in my mind, the roadworks have been dragging for far too long, and I'm glad to hear that it will move forward. For me, Mr. Speaker, it's not just an infrastructure issue, it is a public safety issue. And I raise this more in here often. I'm also asking government to give urgent attention to the flooding situation in Randyke. Let's find a workable solution, Mr. Speaker. The deep wells and pumping stations that were installed in 2024 were laudable. They really were. But we quickly found out that they were woefully inadequate to handle the storm water when the heavy rains came. And we had some real major issues in 2024 when we had that period in January where literally Randyke was completely submerged. It took days for the water to run off. Our capital projects, too, often suffer not from a lack of funds, Mr. Speaker, though that can be a problem at times, but really, in my mind, from a lack of management discipline. Sometimes timelines shift, you get rising costs, incomplete delivery. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, these things can be fixed if we turn our mind to them. Mr. Speaker, if the strategic policy statement is meant to chart a course for our islands, then it must speak clearly to the everyday pressures Caymanians face. Yet, this SPS offers little that will bring relief to families struggling under the cost of food, housing, and utilities. Inflation may have slowed, Mr. Speaker, but prices have not, and for many, the cost of living has become a cost of surviving. The oppositions, and Mr. Speaker, I have to say we see this every day in real time with the number of requests and people that visit looking for financial assistance from not just me, but I would dare say from the 19 of us here in this room. The opposition believes that sound fiscal management must go hand in hand with social responsibility. And though I join with my colleague, the leader of the opposition, in calling for targeted support to low and middle income families through well-designed assistance programs that ease utility and housing costs, for stronger competition and consumer protection policies to help lower the cost of groceries, energy, and insurance, and for smarter incentives for Caymanian small businesses to expand, innovate, and hire locally. Real growth, Mr. Speaker, begins when Caymanians have more confidence in their paychecks and more breathing room in their budgets. Finally, Mr. Speaker, diversification must be more than a slogan. Our economy remains overly dependent on financial services and tourism, both vital, but both vulnerable. And many times, the challenges we face do not originate on our shores, but they do offshore. We need and we must encourage new pillars such as technology, green finance, medical services, and the creation of industries, where Caymanians can develop skills and ownership. That's really how we build resilience, not by wishing for growth, but by planning for it and investing in our people to achieve it. A strong economy is built not on press releases, but on sound policy, stable finances that give investors and families confidence. Mr. Speaker, good governance and fiscal discipline go hand in hand. A modern public sector must not only be efficient, but also transparent and accountable. The people of these islands deserve to know that every dollar collected and spent is being used effectively and in accordance with the Public Management and Finance Act. We must therefore continue to modernize our systems, building stronger data, better performance measures, and more timely reporting across ministries and statutory authorities. You cannot manage what you cannot measure. And too often, our government is still measuring poorly. The lesson is clear. Effective forecasting, evidence-based policy, and public accountability are inseparable. The opposition supports the government's stated intent to advance public sector modernization and e-government reforms. But we urge that these efforts be fully resourced and properly coordinated. Technology alone will not deliver results unless the information it provides is reliable and used to guide policy decisions. We also support the continuing work of the Office of the Auditor General and the Public Accounts Committee in strengthening oversight and promoting transparency. Their findings must not simply be tabled. They must be acted upon in a timely basis. And I'll say, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to lead the Public Accounts Committee of this Honourable Parliament for a second term. Modernisation, Mr. Speaker, should empower our civil servants with the tools and training they need to meet the high standards they already strive for, while giving the public confidence that government decisions are based on facts and not politics. Mr. Speaker, responsible financial management requires that we not only look at today's balance sheet, but also at tomorrow's obligations. Fiscal sustainability is not achieved by chance. It is built through foresight, prudence, and discipline. Mr. Speaker, the SPS makes little mention of the unfunded pension and healthcare liabilities that continue to grow quietly in the background, or of the potential exposure from the public-private partnerships, loan guarantees, and contingent commitments. These are real risks that could burden future budgets if not properly managed and transparently disclosed. The opposition therefore calls for the publication of an annual risk statement to be tabled alongside the strategic policy statement, detailing the major long-term liabilities and fiscal exposures facing the country, including those identified by the government's own risk management unit. Such a report should set out not only the nature of these risks, but also the government's plans and efforts to mitigate them and their potential financial implications. Mr. Speaker, we must also be realistic about the importance of maintaining healthy reserves. With global uncertainty, supply chain disruptions, and a narrowing revenue base that increasingly depends on financial services fees, we cannot afford to spend every dollar we earn. Our reserves are the first line of defense in any downturn, and rebuilding them must once again become a priority. Mr. Speaker, I have to say I'm very concerned at what I see and have heard from the government with regard to where our reserves will be at the end of each of the years covered by the SPS, around 94.5 or 95 days of expenditure. That is barely meeting the minimum. And honestly, we saw it in COVID. You can eat that up pretty quickly when you get a major disaster like that was. Forecasting failures today, Mr. Speaker, becomes fiscal crises tomorrow. And that is why we in the opposition continue to urge government to strengthen the forecasting models, adopt conservative assumptions, and maintain credibility in its financial reportings. Mr. Speaker, when we were in office, that discipline allowed us to reduce core government debt by over $325 million, build cash reserves to nearly $460 million, and we delivered real surpluses year after year, all without raising a single tax. In fact, we reduced. That, Mr. Speaker, is the standard of responsible financial stewardship that the people of these islands expect, one based on transparency, resilience, and long-term stability. Mr. Speaker, the PPM's record of sound financial management is not a matter of opinion. It's a matter of public record. When we left office in 2021, the country's finances were among the strongest in the region. Low debt, healthy reserves, no new taxes. Between 2013 and 2020, the Progressives reduced government debt by $325 million, as I said, from $574 million at the end of fiscal 2013 to $248.5 million by the end of fiscal year 2020. And over that same period, cash reserves grew from $117 million to more than $460 million, giving the country both stability and flexibility in uncertain times when they came, and believe me, they came. In 4 of the 8 years that we were in office, that included 2 years of the COVID pandemic, Cayman recorded budget surpluses exceeding $100 million. They peaked in 2018 at $166 million. And importantly, Mr. Speaker, we achieved this without raising a single dollar in new taxes or fees. We did it by managing prudently, spending wisely, forecasting honestly, and governing transparently. Those sound finances allowed us to invest where it mattered most, in our people and our future. We built new schools, expanded health services, strengthened policing, established a regiment, supported small businesses, and upgraded the country's infrastructure, all while maintaining compliance with the FFR. That, Mr. Speaker, is a model the opposition now offers once again. Fiscal stability that creates room for social investment, strong reserves that give families and business confidence, and transparent governance that builds trust at home and abroad. We believe that sound public finances are not an end in themselves. They are how government can care for its people, invest in opportunity, and plan confidently for the next generation. Cayman achieved that balance before, and with discipline and vision, we can achieve it again. Mr. Speaker, strong public finances depend not only on competent management within the executive, but also on robust oversight by this honorable Parliament. Accountability must never be seen as opposition to government. It isn't. It is the foundation of public confidence in government. In the Cayman Islands, Parliament's role in financial scrutiny is central to our democracy. The work of the Public Accounts Committee and the Office of the Auditor General continue to demonstrate how professional, independent oversight improves governance and protects the public purse. Their reports must be treated not as a criticism, but as opportunities to strengthen the systems that serve our people. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the Office of the Auditor General also carries an important responsibility to ensure that its own work continues to meet the highest standards of professionalism and accuracy. Should its work ever fall short, it should be prepared to acknowledge it and to learn from it, because at the end of the day, reports are produced by people and none of us are perfect. Mr. Speaker, what I can say is I know that the Office of the Auditor General goes through a quality performance review once every 5 years to ensure that they are acting and dealing with the business that they audit, and that they do it in a professional manner, and they do it in compliance with the standards which they have adopted. Oversight and accountability must therefore apply to all institutions, and it must be exercised with fairness and humility. The opposition believes that parliamentary oversight should be supported and not sidelined. In many mature democracies, resources are provided to opposition members to ensure they can scrutinize government proposals with the same access to research and analysis that the executive enjoy. This is not a political favor. It's a safeguard, Mr. Speaker, for transparency. Mr. Speaker, as government considers future amendments to the Public Management and Finance Act, we urge that proper provision be made for opposition research and administrative support, consistent with international best practice. A well-resourced opposition leads to a better informed parliament and ultimately better outcomes for the people. Strengthening parliamentary oversight is not about politics. It is about partnership in good governance. The public deserves a parliament that can examine, question, and improve policy with professionalism and respect. That is how we build trust in our institutions, and that is how we ensure that every dollar spent delivers value for the people we serve. Mr. Speaker, Cayman's financial stability was not inherited. It was earned. It was earned through years of discipline, transparency, and sound planning. When the PPM first took office in 2013, the country was struggling to comply with the requirements of the FFR. I think at that time, in 2013, we were in breach of just about everyone. And we had to seek the approval of the FCO to present our budgets to Parliament for approval. Yet, within 3 years, through careful management, tough choices, we restored compliance. We committed to the FCO that we would do that by the end of our term in office of 4 years. We did it in 3. We did it through careful management, tough choices. We restored compliance, rebuilt confidence, and proved that Cayman could manage its own finances responsibly. And I say that same spirit of prudence and accountability must now guide us again. To me, the path forward is clear. And I've said this more than once as I'm speaking here this afternoon. Fix the forecasting systems, rebuild our reserves, modernize our budget processes without reducing oversight, and restore fiscal credibility and public confidence. It's not simply about numbers, Mr. Speaker. It's about people. Fiscal stability means families can plan their futures. Businesses can invest with confidence, and government can deliver services without fear of crisis. When finances are managed wisely, everyone benefits. We remain committed to offering constructive solutions to strengthen our public institutions, protecting our people from the high cost of living, and ensuring that every dollar of public spending delivers value for Caymanians. We will continue to hold the government to account, but we'll also continue to offer ideas, guidance, and experience, because that is what responsible opposition should look like. And finally, Mr. Speaker, while we are fixing our forecasting models, perhaps, well, we've seen government's commitment to fix the Grand Harbour roundabout. Why, Mr. Speaker, Caymanians have been forecasting that congestion for years. And for once, everybody's prediction has come true. Mr. Speaker, PPM built Cayman's surpluses before, and through prudence, not politics, and the people's trust, we can do it again. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for allowing me to speak.
Does any other member wish to speak? Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for recognizing me. I didn't have to wait until you called the third time and be ruled out of compliance with our standing orders. But the Shadow Minister of Finance waited 3 turns because truthfully he didn't want to speak. And after hearing his delivery, I can understand why he made you go 3 times. Because the truth is, Mr. Speaker, everything he has said, I'm going to deal with and address. Because just as he gets confused at the Grand Harbour roundabout, he is certainly confused about the economic and political history of this country. Let me set the record straight. Firstly, he couldn't come up with a slogan unique. I'm sure the lady member from the BRAC and the member from Bordentown East will remember quite vividly. Tax, borrow, spend was indeed the hallmark of the People's Progressive Movement. And in fact, we stood in these chambers and demonstrated clearly to the country that that was the MO. And Mr. Speaker, let's ensure that the record of the House and the listening public is set straight. He wasn't here in 2009 when the reckless spending and ill-conceived school projects of his former leader is what put this country on the precipice of financial ruin. He conveniently forgets that in 2008-9, when I, along with the lady member from the BRAC who stood in cabinet, had to go, forced to go cap in hand to the UK, and their financial mismanagement is what led us to the very problems that he then said that they rescued us from in 2013. Now, let us talk about modeling, and let us talk about how we truly got here. I clearly remember trip after trip going to the FCO, and he quite rightly put, we were not compliant with anything called an FFR because we didn't have an FFR. The framework for fiscal responsibility, FFR, was created and placed on the backs of this country after the outcomes of the 2005 to 2009 PPM administration. That is a fact. We can't recreate history. Because if we recreate history, then we might have the people fooled into then making the mistakes of going back in history and then having the same mistakes made. Our budget was enhanced during the 2009 to 2013 term by having to place record tax packages on the financial services industry principally. That is a fact. What now happens is our party fell apart. That's a political fact. We split down the middle. Even then, the Progressives couldn't win an outright majority and needed the assistance which she kindly gave the lady member from Kimmerbach East, that is, to assist them, to assist the country to form a government. That's a political fact. And I'm not here to try and twist anything. Let's paint the picture in reality. And in doing so, of course they didn't implement any new tax measures, because those tax measures that we implemented painstakingly from 2009 to 2013, which at every turn the then leader of the opposition and the then leader of the PPM got up and told the country we were going to ruin the economy. We're going to kill the goose that laid the golden egg. I can remember that as though it was yesterday when he was standing right there. So, the UDP puts in place all of the revenue. We negotiate the FFR. We get us to a place where the country had a platform to build from as it related to fiscal responsibility. But today, the Shadow Minister for Finance gets up and conveniently touts his chest and says they turned around things and created record surpluses. I want him to tell this Parliament one tax that they put to raise the revenue. None. Because the UDP did it all. That's a fact. Every one of those taxes that benefit us today were put in place because we inherited an absolute financial mess. Let's go a little further back in history. 2001, when we changed the government and both parties got created, was over a fiscal row because they could not manage the finances, and we had to wrest control from the then leader of the PPM and take over the government. And what did we do then? Had to put taxes and fees in place to ensure the country could survive. You see, in Cayman, sometimes we forget things. We suffer from this selective amnesia where we remember little pieces and little pockets of information, and then we don't want to paint the whole picture. Sometimes the picture is painful to paint. But let us be clear. The record surpluses that were being touted were earned on the backs of the tax packages, the fee packages the UDP put in place. In fact, the PPM didn't roll back one fee. After saying that they were going to kill the goose that laid the golden egg, they took over the government in 2013 to 17 and 17 to 21, and not one fee was reversed. So they took advantage of all the fees that we put in place and said that those were going to be the fees that drove away business. We were going to kill the goose that laid the golden egg. And then were able to deliver surpluses. Of course they were. Because we recognized in that term that if we didn't get revenues up to the level this country needed, in particular from sources that did not affect the common man, i.e., fees from financial services. We raised banking fees, fund administrator fees. We raised fees across the board. We remember the big brouhaha when we first taxed the accountants and lawyers in this country. We remember that. We remember when we were the ones that had to take the difficult decisions to put this country on the financial trajectory that we're now on. Yet, we have the audacity to hear here today in this parliament that these glory years of surpluses were somehow mysteriously created by the PPM. I would dare say that had they been managing the country properly, when the new government took its seat in 2021 and had to implement a 5% COLA, free school lunches, a one-to-one device policy for students, increased Siemens and veterans benefits, increased permanent relief for those who are injured permanently or temporarily, that the budget would have been able to accommodate them quite seamlessly if you really were building for the future. But sadly, the government of 2021 did not inherit such a situation. They inherited a situation that had they not done those things, none of us would be here now talking about a surplus or deficit being razor thin. Because those four items that I've mentioned alone come up to in excess of $60 million of expenditure combined. The country couldn't accommodate it because they weren't planning to assist those most vulnerable. They were just happy to go along, not put in any hard work to raise revenues. I guess they must have a lot of friends in the financial services industry and they didn't want to upset them. That's my guess. Because had they been paying attention to the needs of the community, they would have been able to have built out a tax base, a revenue base, to accommodate very much needed and vital services. So I say to the Shadow Minister for Finance, would he support, if we came back in November the 5th, with rolling back the 5% COLA, taking away free school lunches, taking away the one-for-one device policy for students in schools, reducing Siemens benefits and long-term financial assistance back to previous levels? Because if he supports that, we can then project healthy surpluses. And everybody can then cheer and be happy and say, yay, we have healthy surpluses projected again. However, I note that he conveniently glossed over and actually tried to criticize our budgeting for HEA2, NGS 55, TP 41, and TP 30. Mr. Speaker, facts over feelings. In 2024, those 4 items were under budgeted by $65 million. Broken down as HEA2 under budgeted by $13.5 million. NGS 55 under budgeted by $39.3 million. TP 41 financial assistance under budgeted by $11 million. TP 30 scholarships under budgeted by $1.5 million, coming up to $65.3. So if I went back and budgeted as they were just 12, 18 short months ago, my projected surplus would conveniently and magically be $71 million. And he has the audacity to say that this is not conservative budgeting. Then in 2025, HEA2 under budgeted by $16.5 million. NGS 55 under budgeted by $41 million. TP 41 under budgeted by $20.4 million. TP 30 under budgeted by $12 million. Under budgeted by a whopping $90 million. 90, Mr. Speaker. 90. Now let me be clear. Those items have been historically under budgeted year after year, and all of us in this country, all of us in this parliament who has been here for this period of time knows that's a fact. That is a fact. We've conveniently under budgeted those in hope that the budget outperformed on the revenue side, and therefore you could do your supplementaries, fill the gap, and everybody goes home. So sure, we could have budgeted these at or near those levels and just come with a budget, but we said no. Let us put in place numbers that are more realistic. In total, those 4 items were budgeted in 2025 for $60.7 million. We're budgeting them at $127.3 million. $127.3 million. That is a significant delta, Mr. Speaker. And so to now hear that we are being somehow reckless in our budgeting and that we're not being conservative, I believe is misleading the House and indeed the public. This is a conservative approach to the budget. Do we believe and do we hope that between now and November the 5th, because I did make mention of this, that the one area that we will be refining are a number of our revenue measures. We are going to be looking at them a lot more closely, because one of the things that the member that just spoke did mention that is an area that we continue to work on is our financial forecasting model. And so we are going to be looking at them much more closely over these next 3 weeks to ensure we refine those numbers. We are also going to ensure that we come back to this House with what we believe is a fair and accurate projection for the country. But most importantly, we are not going to conveniently underfund any expenses to just make the budget look good. This is a strong message This is a strong message to all and sundry, including those in the public sector, to every chief officer, that we must manage prudently. We must try to, or endeavor best to ensure we avoid any cost that we can, that we must keep a close eye on expenditure every step of the way. Because one of the things that false or overly generous surpluses does is it makes people naturally start to relax, because they then look on and say, well, we're projecting a $50 million surplus. So what if we go over $1 million here or there? We have presented, and we've been truthful about it. We have not come down here and tried to mamagize the Parliament or the public. We have said clearly, these are the projections based on our best possible estimates at this time. You cannot be any more truthful than that. We have had a sing-song in this country about diversifying the economy forever. Can the member who spoke in his 8 years as finance minister tell me one thing they accomplished to diversify the economy? They inherited the free trade zones. Now let's go back in history. Who created the free trade zones? It certainly wasn't the People's Progressive Movement. The free trade zones were created by the UDP government. We created Cayman Enterprise City to try and create a third leg for our economy. Do we have some work that we need to do around it? Yes, we have work, and we've already said in this budget that we are going to be going back at some of those fees, because we think that we need to make some of those fees a little more realistic than they are. We've acknowledged that. That was clearly outlined by me as one of the fee increases that would be looked at. However, Mr. Speaker, I don't know of one credible net new initiative that was diversifying the economy. We say this and we throw it out because the words are so beautiful and eloquent. Let us diversify the economy. Like we're going to have these mystical and magical things that just flutter down from the skies. And we're going to diversify and have this great base for the economy. If I hear diversify the economy one more time, you know what I'm going to do. The fact is, we live on an island that is 22 miles long, 8 miles wide. We don't have a lot of land mass. We don't have a lot of infrastructure, and therefore diversification is practically, for all intents and purposes, little to no probability of it. Let's be truthful to our people. Now, should we, when it comes to technology, just as there's now a tech zone, because we had CEC and then a tech zone was added, should we go along those lines and try to ensure that we bring in net new additions to the economy? Yes. Yes, we should, and we must. But throwing these sweet words out to our people for them to grasp onto this false hope, like we're going to have this third anchor mysteriously appear, like the phoenix from the ashes, it comes into being, and then we're going to get billions and billions of dollars, and we're going to now be stable. For the love of our most heavenly, let us stop the foolishness and be honest with our people. We have two hugely successful pillars that we need to defend and enhance: tourism and financial services. We need to do everything we can to rebuild cruise tourism. We need to do everything we can to cement stayover tourism. We need to do everything we can to protect and enhance financial services. Just as the Premier was on a roadshow just a few weeks ago, looking at new areas in reinsurance. That is how we build a strong economy. We build it by ensuring that the things we do well in a small economy of 90,000 people, we do it at a world-class level. And we build it in such a way that we can generate as much economic activity within our geographic borders to create employment, good employment opportunities, create good training opportunities for our people. Now, what is most interesting is, after having said all that, then we hear, well, let's fix roadworks at Grand Harbor. How are we going to fix the roadworks at Grand Harbor if we don't spend money? How are we going to fix Randike Garden flooding if we don't spend money? That is net new spending over the previous years, because those have been historic problems that I agree with the member. We have to address those. But we can't stand here and say we're going to address those, knowing there are going to be additional expenditures within the budget frame, but then criticize government on the other side saying, well, you know, the surplus deficit, the surplus is razor thin. It's razor thin because we are being truthful to the Parliament. It's razor thin because we're being truthful to the public. We are not going to buffer up numbers. We're not going to reduce expenditures and then conveniently come with what looks like a very, very strong-looking budget. We are going to work diligent. We are going to reform the budget process. I can commit to the member that in all that we do, we are going to enhance transparency. Because in all that he said, I agreed with one thing. Nothing that we do in regards to the budget process should diminish the accountability and transparency to this Parliament. We must ensure that everything we do in this budget process, and as we revamp it, that what comes to this House is transparent for all and sundry and transparent to the public. It is their money. It is their budget. It is their expenditure. We are but here to be stewards. We are here to but be representatives for them. I can also say that all unfunded liabilities have the 12-month expenditure frame for every one of them have been conservatively budgeted for to ensure that we don't leave any of the spend in regards to unfunded pension and health liabilities are not met within the allocations that we have put and will be bringing to this Parliament. That would be reckless. That would be dishonest budgeting. We are going to work diligently. And let me address this issue, because I addressed it in Finance Committee, but I must admit the member was not here, so I want to make sure that I'm clear, because there seems to still be some confusion around this topic. The government never went out publicly after we did a round of call to the ministers and portfolios. The government never officially went out. Yes, Mr. Deputy Leader, put on your glasses and write that down. Well, you heard it. Did I say to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, did he hear me as Finance Minister say publicly anything about a $60 million deficit? That I say it publicly. What I am saying very clearly is that after, let me restate what I said in Finance Committee. We had a preview. The preview was there for all and sundry. I'm sure every one of you, all of us, would have accepted that once swearing in happened, we wanted to know where we stood. We had to know where we stood, because the preview projected a deficit that would cause alarm for any new administration. And so the finance team went back out to ministers and portfolios and asked them what would be their projected expenditures and revenues through the end of the year. They then came back with what their what their returns would look like. It was on the basis of that information that we then worked with the Deputy Governor and implemented a soft freeze. It was on the basis of that we went out and said we wanted certain expenditure items and transfer payments reduced. So let us be clear about what happened. I said this in Finance Committee a few weeks ago, just a couple of weeks ago. So it's not like, because what is being painted is that forecasters somewhere in the Ministry of Finance are all over the place. Well, okay, I see some members of the opposition saying no. I'm simply saying what was just said by your member who's just spoke. So that was very much what actually happened, and we simply are now in a position, after having put those measures in place, the outcome is that we're projecting a small surplus. That is all. I don't know what all this excitement is about. Now we're talking about assistance from the UK, etc. I want you all to ask yourselves and do some research and talk about fiscal forecasting globally. The member did say one thing that is absolutely right. Fiscal forecasting, especially for governments, there's no science to it. However, are we working to strengthen the process? Yes, we are. Are we going to continue to strengthen the process? Yes, we are. But this whole notion that you put your hand up and, oh, well, we're going to get this one and that one that is going to magically assist us. Well, we have to look at what their projections have looked like, what their budgeting have looked like. I'm just offering up and asking the members to perhaps look at what other countries have gone through over the last number of years in regards to their economic modeling. I believe that what we've presented is an accurate and truthful picture. We will work diligently to come back to the Parliament on November the 5th and deliver, again, an accurate and truthful picture of what the budget outcomes will be for 26, 27, and 28. But, Mr. Speaker, we cannot, we should not, we ought not to ever take opportunities to recreate history and not be full and transparent about how we've gotten to where we're at. We are going to continue to spend wisely as it relates to assisting Caymanians and Caymanian families. The budget that is going to be presented is going to clearly demonstrate that. At this stage, we're looking at broad allocations. The details will be there, Mr. Deputy Leader of the Opposition. I know you can't wait. I know you can't wait. I see you making your notes. And it will be a budget that will elicit healthy debate, but I am confident at the end of the process, it will withstand the scrutiny of the Finance Committee, of which we're all members, and it will be one that will pass. And it will be one that will be good for Caymanians, good for the Cayman Islands. And so, Mr. Speaker, at 3:45 on a Friday, I can do but wish you and the staff a wonderful weekend. And at this stage, I say to all members that I offer the SPS to this Parliament. And I say, let us do what we've said. Let us vote together and ensure that the country understands and sees that we are of one accord when it comes to one thing, that is delivering for our people. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't planning to speak, but my good friend, the Honorable Minister of Finance, forced me out of this comfortable chair. I was doing some studying, Mr. Speaker, preparing to deliver for the debate on the actual budget itself. But after going so hard against our shadow Minister for Finance, I said, no. Everybody got a role. Matter of fact, before I go into all that, I promised myself I would start with this. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate my honorable leader for a well response on behalf of the opposition about the future of this country. I am certain that the public will see the vast difference in analysis and detail than that of the Honorable Premier himself. But the public will decide. Mr. Speaker, I know that you don't want us to go back into history. But unfortunately, the minister has opened that door. And it's irrelevant to what is actually happening right now in this SPS document. But since he gone down that road, let's talk about it. Mr. Speaker, he was contemplating and saying how it was always the UDP government that caused the PPM administration to do so well with the taxes. And he's 100% right. All the taxes that he raised, including those banking fees that are killing the Caymanian people today on their mortgages, on their loans and their fees. Yes, it was him as the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order.
Point of order.
My point of order is the UDP government did not put any fees or taxes on mortgages. Those are interest rates, and you pay the interest rate to the bank.
Mr. Speaker, I will withdraw that. But let the Hansards be clear that he did say banking fees, which was raised, and I'll challenge that. And regardless if they're on the mortgages or not, banking fees don't cost you when you're going through your mortgages. So, Mr. Speaker, with your support, can I continue?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was his administration that raised the fees. And it looks like it's going to be his administration to do exactly the same thing again. Tax, borrow, and spend. Mr. Speaker, over $300 million in borrowing is what the Minister of Finance has presented to this Honorable House on Wednesday. After his leader, who is walking out of the room right now, spoke about financial control and responsibility. Matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about all the comments that they made in the campaign to fool the good people of this country about how bad the People's Progressive Movement was. Mr. Speaker, here we go. The first thing we have to do before, Mr. Speaker, just for the record, this is excerpts of the Honorable Premier and the Honorable Leader at that time, and I'm happy to give you a copy.
And I'm just concerned about my copy, but are you tabling it so everybody get a copy, or are you just referring to it?
Well,
but if you're going to quote specific from it, I think you need to table it so everybody can have a copy.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that we table it because it's word for word and it's from the chamber debate, which is made public. It's on YouTube. But for all members to read them, I'm happy to do so, and I'll come back to it shortly. So I'll hand it to the Sarge so you can copy it and give it to everybody. Sarge, because we're going to get down to the nitty-gritty today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll come back to that as soon as the Sarge is here. I want copies for everybody. And in the interim, I will not quote, but summarize. The leader went on to talk about what a mess this country is in because of the progressives, and that the budget is out of control, basically, Mr. Speaker. And then we're going further into debt. Mr. Speaker, let me, for the Hansards of this House, which everybody can get a copy of, Your Honor, were here when he said it, the new borrowings and debt balance will be at a record high, Mr. Speaker, of $654 million is what this government is presenting to the people of this country. After half a year of waiting to tell the country what you're going to do, you came down here and tell them that you're going to give them a record-breaking borrowing? And you want to come and attack the minister who took us out of debt after the downturn in the early 2000s. Oh, no, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll take this opportunity to lay on the floor of this Honourable House, on the table of this Honourable House to you.
I just want to clarify one thing. You said you're just going to summarize it. If you're just going to summarize it, you don't need to table it. If you want to quote it verbatim, I think you need to table it.
Well,
but if you're going to summarize it, you're fine.
Mr. Speaker, I want your guidance on this, because what I did was I copied verbatim from the YouTube debate.
No,
so it's not a dark.
Right, what I'm saying, you intend to quote it verbatim in your debate. If you're not going to summarize it, then I don't think you need to table it. But if you're going to quote it verbatim, then I think you need to table it so people can assure that you're reading what's actually on the paper.
Yes, sir. I intend to quote from it, sir.
Okay, and then you need to table it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was just talking about the record-breaking debt that this government, under this Minister of Finance, has presented to this Honourable House. Yes, he's right. He's going to be ever so diligent. He has no other choice. Mr. Speaker, it's so funny how somebody who I looked up to politically tremendously, who gave me a lot of insight regardless of what they want to say about him now, the Honourable McKeever Bush, how they want to ride on his horse now. But when all of his members over there, no, let me rephrase that, let me take that back. Half of his members over there were the ones cutting his throat to get him out of this parliament. But yet still we want to stand up here today and take the credit for the UDP under the leadership of the Honourable McKeever Bush and say they're the ones that get him through? Come on, Mr. Speaker. I know that we're not allowed to call people hypocrites, but I can say today that it's very hypocritical. So he wants to paint the picture. Let's talk about the picture of the reality. Here's what he said the progressives did wrong. The Honourable Wayne Panton, the Honourable Andre Ebanks, who is now the Premier, was also a part of that People's Progressive Movement that he was just talking about, who's now a part of his administration. Let's paint the picture clear. Mr. Speaker, since we're going to go down in history and paint bad pictures for who and who not who. Oh, no, you were there. I ran with you, you remember? Mr. Speaker, here's the thing. The Honourable Minister got up and talked about, oh, since you want us to be prudent and you want us to get a surplus, you want us to roll back all these fees for school lunches and all the benefits that the last administration, which it cost so much, had put into place. No, we don't expect them to do that. But what we do expect, Mr. Speaker, is after going out and campaigning to the people about how much money we spent, and then come down here and make excuses for doing it. You can't have your cake and eat it too. It does not work that way, Minister. And Minister, you know the worst part about it? Mr. Speaker, I had no intentions of getting in a fight with my good friend, Mr. Anglin. We had a yeah. Well, we're not this politics. When we get outside, I'll have a Pepsi. I'm not sure what he's gonna have, but and we'll talk it over. But I had no intention of doing this. But now, you see, what I'm trying to get at, Mr. Speaker, is he is just like how some people will say, Kenneth, what are you taking on PPM battle for? You wasn't there. But so was he, not there with the rest of the members who campaigned against the People's Progressive Movement through this last election and talking about preview. This minister expects to tell this country that you come in here, you change laws on the basis of unreliable projections, and then you expect us to believe a set of documents that has outlined projections for 3 years and expects us to be comfortable with the short margins that he has presented. He must be losing his mind, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have to double down on this point, Mr. Speaker. And the Honourable Member from Georgetown East pointed it out, maybe with not enough vigor, as I will, but it's worth repeating. Mr. Speaker, they're expected to have a surplus of $6.5 million for next year. And they promised the Honourable good member for Environment, the Minister of Ebanks, committed to this House Oh, I promise you, my good member and good friend Kenneth Bryan, Deputy Leader of Opposition, that we will fund our budgets properly, is what she said. And the Honorable Premier also supported her and said, this government will not be like the last one, Mr. Speaker, is what they said. But yet still, their minister presents to us under budgeting again for HEA, not HEA2, NGS 55 at 43 million, when they were here just a few months ago, recognizing that the amount would be, forgive me, I'll find it for you very shortly, Mr. Speaker. No, you don't interrupt me. Good member, don't let me call you on standing order. Don't let me call you on standing order, please. I want to focus on this because the country needs to hear it. He budgets 43 million for something that is expected to only increase, as my good colleague has said, to 55 million was the actual for this year. Not the actual, intended to be the actual for this year, but only put 40. Hold on, how much he put in? $43 million, Mr. Speaker. That's $12 million difference. As a matter of fact, let me open my computer because I did it verbatim. I did the numbers already. Mr. Speaker, ultimately what this member has presented as the person responsible for advising his cabinet, and he didn't do it by himself, he did it with his team together because he can't take all the responsibility for what was there. Section 55. Forgive me, Mr. Speaker, and I know the listening audience wants to understand exactly what I'm saying. 55 million, and the difference between the two would be $12 million. And with the fact that they expect to have a surplus of $6 million, it's almost automatic, if all is equal, Mr. Speaker, as you heard the member from Georgetown East say, that they are planning for a deficit next year. That's what he has said to the country. And now I don't know about management or finance this and finance that and responsible management and all the fluff words. He said good, he says, all these members with all these fluffy words. Fluffy words, when he's the fluffer himself, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hope none of my youth parliamentarians are here, but they're going to probably hear me anyway. Mr. Speaker, I believe in holding me accountable for what we did. Fine. But let's not pretend now, Mr. Speaker. I looked at the Honorable Minister of Environment, a lady who I respect tremendously, by the way. I looked at her in the eye and I said, you know what? She's not going to make them fool around with her budget. No. Not with her leader. I genuinely believed in my whole heart, Mr. Speaker, that you know what? This 2 line items that has caused consecutive administrations problems, that they were going to come down here and budget it. And I don't know if the Honorable Minister is going to get up and defend her Hansards to the Honorable House, which I have here. Let me find them. Mr. Speaker, here we go. This is the words of the Honorable Minister about properly funding. So I don't know if there's a conflict within their cabinet or what, but here she goes. And this is on Friday, the 6th of June, 2025, the Honorable Catherine A.E. Banks-Wilkes. Mr. Chair, through you, I think this has been raised earlier, and it is evident that this is a trend. If I look here, the past few years, the actual original budgeted amounts versus the actual expenditure is significantly different. And that is not a today issue. And she's right. It has been going on for a number of years. Again, correct, Mr. Speaker. But what I would like to say, and here's where the hypocrisy starts, Mr. Speaker, through you, Mr. Chair, is that it certainly takes a change with this new administration, she says. We need to set realistic and honest answers to the people as it relates to what it takes to fund HEA 2 and NGS 55. Fortunately for me, she says, I sit in a cabinet that understands and appreciates the fact that this is a priority versus huge capital projects. But she's still not got the money in the budget according to her minister. But let's talk about the capital budgets, Mr. Speaker. Since we're going to go down the road of criticizing past administrations, good minister, let's talk about the capital budgets. We have, Mr. Speaker, a whopping borrowing, as you heard me say before, and you heard my good colleague highlight, borrowing 323, no, I apologize. This is the capital investments, but it's so interesting, the correlation, and that's what I was laughing about earlier when you saw me smiling. I couldn't tell you what I was smiling about. Look at the numbers. What an interesting point. That the borrowings are exactly the same amount of money for their capital investments. Oh, so you're borrowing this country to debt. That's what you're doing. You are borrowing to put us in debt. There's no way of twisting that, my friend. And I'm not an accountant. Affordable? Okay. Well, I don't know how affordable it is when you are mortgaging the children's future. Maybe you plan to tax them then too if you're around long enough. Because the trend is tax, borrow, spend. Tax, borrow, spend. That's what this government is going to do. Tax, borrow, spend. And if we got to recycle it, we're going to recycle it. Matter of fact, that's a new trend. For the listening audience, let that start trending. Hashtag tax, borrow, spend coalition government. Mr. Speaker, the capital projects is totaling $323 million, Mr. Speaker. An interesting amount about that. I want to, before I say all of it, because they're going to come back, you know. I know they're studying right now to come back against me and everything. I say, so I'm planning from. But before I say the total amount of $323 million is all capital, some of it going to SAGCs, and I calculated the total amount. Matter of fact, he did the work for me, of $80 million. That leaves, Mr. Speaker, $263 million worth of capital over the next 3 years. And here's what they say it's for. Some interesting stuff going to come out of this one. Schools, no, let's leave the schools to last because we're going to go down that road. Subsea cable, East-West Road, which I support, don't worry, Jay, I got your back on that one. Security equipment for police and Coast Guard, which we believe and support. And the schools, and he refers to it being, matter of fact, let me read word for word so the public, maybe those have missed his earlier comments. It says, significant capital projects include in the SPS are upgrades and expansion of education infrastructure. Key words now, Mr. Speaker, including new and refurbished school buildings. You notice something? Nowhere in this SPS document that talks about new school. Oh, but you see what happened now is he got to make sure that that gets in his statement. But we're going to see when the budget time comes about the school talk. Because we're going to get to the nitty-gritty. If he thinks that I'm going to sit in opposition for 4 years and fluster, he can think again. Because we're going to go through the nitty-gritty. Let's continue, Mr. Speaker. A new submarine communication cable system to provide greater connectivity and resilience to our economy, we support heavily. We've got to make sure that our financial services and connection to the rest of the world is secured. Continued investment in the road network for infrastructure, key being the expansion of East-West Arterial, of course, we support. And then the police, security, and Coast Guard. But the thing for me, Mr. Speaker, is interesting, is after I took out the $80 million from the total $323 million, once I took out the $80 million for the SAGCs, it leaves you with $263 million with 4 focuses. If I was to divide just evenly amongst all of them, $263 million into four topics. You know how much that is, Mr. Speaker? $65 million apiece. $65 million apiece. Now, I know I don't know if they plan to build a $65 million school. I don't know if the East-West Arterial is going to be $65 million or more. And I hope that they're going to give the police as much equipment as possible, and I would support that. And the sub cable, I don't know how much it costs. I know that at one point we put in $20 million in for the, was it 20 million or 10 million? 30? 30 million at one point and then 10 million at the second budget. So it's going to be a substantial amount. But those are the things that they have outlined, major stuff for capital projects. But Mr. Speaker, now that we have, has everybody got their hands out now so we can go back into the comments? Can I have back the original? Oh, no, my original has the highlighted version. I need the highlights. Okay. You want to call up them people's name? Mr. Speaker, forgive me. I'll give it back afterwards. Mr. Speaker, I was talking about earlier about the fact that the Honorable Minister rightfully defending his administration. I wish he didn't take on battles of other people when he wasn't here then, you know, so he shouldn't be taking the licks for it. But I know that he is aware that he's a part of a group of persons who used the finances of this country as an issue to try to convince the masses of this country not to vote for the People's Progressive Movement. And the interesting point about it is that I don't know if he forgets, I don't know if he got amnesia or what, but he expects to say, and what was the last thing? There is no science for forecasting and budgeting, basically saying you can't rely on it. But his premier and his team, both parties that he's joined, depended on it heavily to convince the masses of this country that, oh, this $26 million deficit, and that the three members that were over here was a part of the People's Progressive Movement was so terrible, but yet still today, they now have a $10 million surplus. Magically, Mr. Speaker. That's what they're saying. And then in the same vein, Mr. Speaker, this man gonna get up and say, oh, we're working on the forecasting. How you, hold on now. You want to spend and borrow over $300 million, put the country over $600 million in debt. Before you fix the problem, you expect me to trust the numbers? Rather than you say you're going to fix the numbers, fix the problem of budgeting first, so much so that the UK's representative, Her Excellency, the Governor, has said, yes, we have a problem in this country with our forecasting. Matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go as far as fresh as to say this election was stolen for bad projections, Mr. Speaker. That's how far I'm going. Yeah, I said it because you guys relied on it. Let's speak about the reliance. Watch, here we go. The member who was the leader of the party upon which makes up, I can call your name, parliamentary privileges. No offense, this is politics, my friend, don't come for me. Mr. Dan Scott, at the chamber debate, here he goes. That's long overdue, as well as taking care of the elderly and everyone else. This country is in a mess, he says. And it's a mess because of the progressive, consistent, failed policies. And we are now faced with a current-led progressive government, which is not a fact. Because the people that were there who created the preview document had nothing to do with the leader. But so it goes. Indeed, you would have seen the pre-election financial results. Downright scary, he says. You see what he did? Cause fear in the eyes of the people, the voters out there who are genuine. They want to vote for people who are going to control the country and not put them in debt. But then the minister who makes up this administration, made up of the same people who were saying these things, they're going to get here and come up here and say, oh, there's no science to the forecasting, and you can't basically rely on it. Hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker. And then he doubled down on it and said, you never heard me say $60 million deficit. I've never said it. But yet still, the member that makes up his government, who was the honorary premier of this country and once my leader, who has a level of significance in his voice and his words, going to go on our national radio and tell the country that the numbers say there's a $60 million deficit and now they're trying to run out of it? You know why? Because the tactic was always scare them into believing it's really, really bad. But now, at the end of the year, we want to be able to say, look at us, we saved the country. We're going to have a $10 million surplus when it was failings in the first place. Failings in the first place. And then come down to Parliament and ask for an extra 107 million, actually 108 million, Mr. Speaker. You think the people fool? Or you think the people saying, hold on, but I thought we were in deficit, how are you going to come and borrow $108 million? You think they fool? Matter of fact, not borrow, spend. Let's continue on to their comments, Mr. Speaker, after lying. And you know what? I don't blame them, because I would have probably done the same thing from using the report. The failures. Geez, Mr. Leader, you're going to get me in trouble. Can you imagine what the surplus would have been, Mr. Speaker, if they didn't come and borrow so much more money? Or spend so much more within how short? April to 9 months? 108 million, boy, they're doing well. We're going to get to the civil service spending shortly, doing it. But I want to continue on some of the things that they use to convince the masses, those people who don't have the time throughout the day to go through the numbers, to see through your nonsense. They should be ashamed of themselves because they knew it was wrong. Again, Mr. Dan Scott, as the current Premier-led government leaves office, they're handing us a ticking time bomb, this says, Mr. Speaker. That's what the preview and the connectivity to this conversation is, the fact that the forecasting is so bad that my member, a man who has had decades in the accounting field, feels worried and can't sleep at night, worried about the future, calling me as a young MP to say, I know you may not understand this young man too much. I've been in this profession for so long, but the country has a scary future. And he got even more scared. I can see it in his eyes, Mr. Speaker, when he saw the SPS numbers with over $300 million worth of borrowing, carrying us into debt, over $500 million in debt by this administration. Here, check this one out. Same leader, your leader, your leader, your leader, and Michael's leader, the Honorable Minister's leader. He continues on to say, $3.1 billion and growing on unfunded liabilities. Now, I want to ask the minister this. Where's the SPS document? Here. I think I got it marked up in this one. In the document that they outline, they don't want to go into the liabilities, you know. They didn't want to put that part there for everybody to see. But my little experience being in politics, I can read through the lines and I can show the people how the liability is going to increase. So, they used in the campaign to beat down on us the COLA. They say the civil servants should not got it. That's what they beat us up for and say, oh, they can't manage the country's finances. I never said you did. Now, I want the record to show that the Honorable Minister Ralston Anglin did not say that. Just make the record say. You're welcome, my brother. But the personnel cost is going to move from 2025 of $507 million and in 3 years to almost $600 million. So you don't think the liability cost is going to increase? The same thing that the good leader of that party, we're not a leader anymore. Now the deputy leader of this country is now the new leader of that said party. When that leader at that time, who did not get elected, said that they use the liabilities of the unfunded liability of $3.1 billion. I wonder if they don't know. I wonder if the deputy premier of today don't realize that those liabilities are going to increase now. What the campaign slogan going to be next time? What are you going to campaign on next time? Okay. Mr. Speaker, let's continue on about some more of the comments that they made in the election. Using the preview upon which is a relevant document for the SPS today, because I also want to always bring back the context to the scope of the discussion. Thank you very much for the question, he said. I think we should all have seen the pre-election financial report. So I think we sit at a pretty scary place right now and not sure what we have available. But by the looks of it, Mr. Speaker, with our next extra $108 million more spending, look like they had plenty. They look like they had plenty. And then to add on top of that, let's go down a different little road for a second, because I'm going to get back to all this. We got time, you know. How much time I got? Oh, I got plenty of time. Mr. Speaker, the member just got up and said, when they saw the numbers going down to, or expected to potentially look like, he never said he said it publicly, no, but he member did, scaring the public, never went out and refuted it or anything when the media was sending it across the world, online everywhere about the debt of this country, worrying investors, worrying the country and our children about the debt that we're going into. They never corrected it, but they're trying to come out of it now, but that's okay. See, you make me lose my frame of thought already. Oh, we're going into the civil servants. He got up just now and said that because of those numbers and those models running, they decided to do a soft freeze. Hold on now. Hold on now. Something not right. Because the honorable Deputy Governor said in this building in Finance Committee, it was always planned to do a soft freeze in order to pay for the unfunded cost of living increase upon which we improved. So we knew that going in to the next year that we could hold back because there was enough savings. And we knew that there was going to be a tight thing, but now they want to take the credit for the hard work of the Deputy Governor. The Deputy Governor knew there was none budgeted much, so now if they want to formally send it out and say there's a freeze to take the credit for it, go ahead. Anyway, we'll move on. Let's move now to our Honorable Premier. He says, there is no time for unstable finances. We need to be able to get in there, get the finances under control from the big money spenders and work on the cost of living as a priority, Mr. Speaker. I looked everywhere in this document to find the cost of living pressure relief valve, and I couldn't find it. I believe they capped that pipe. And they talk about getting the finances under control. You got it under control, yeah, by bringing us further in debt. That's what you got under control. And then you also come down here with a document. Now, I'm waiting for somebody to get up, and explain to me how you're going to how the minister is going to present in this Honorable House numbers that basically say you're going to have a deficit next year. Because the only how, if that NGS 55 gets to the levels of what it's supposed to get to, is if you come down here and do a Section 12. Now, unless you don't spend all the money that you ask for, that means you're not delivering what you say you're going to do. Should the country think that all of this stuff is just fluff and you're only saying it just because and you don't plan to spend the money and that's how you're going to balance it? Which one it is? It either lack of performance and you're not delivering what you say you're going to do because you're asking for money for a reason. All that money is allocated to something. So the only how you can save it is if you don't do it. So which $12 million of what not going to get done? Tell me. You can do that and you wrap up. Let's continue on, Mr. Speaker. Again, the Honorable Premier, talking about the pre-election financial update, shows that this country is now in a deficit. The same one that the Honorable Minister just said, oh, projections are not reliable. I bet you they didn't say that during the election. I bet you they said with the scariest face, oh my God, public, we're in a deficit. And the country, even down went as far as to say, and we're at risk of the United Kingdom coming down to take us over. That's what they did. Scared the people into voting for them. But then come down here and said, oh, look at us be so magical. We got a surplus, but let's continue on, Mr. Speaker. Right? You didn't fool the people that came and brag like you rightfully said, good member. And this is from the big spenders that are now in Mr. Hughes' party. Most of that lavish spending happened after my colleagues had resigned. Oh boy, he thought he could have fooled the people. Like say he wasn't there when they were budgeting it. Like he wasn't there when they were approving the NGS 55 which is the same thing that we're talking about today that is under budgeted again. That he gave this honorable House a commitment to make sure that it is funded in September. Come on, man. I was almost convinced that they were going to say, you know what, principle, selling this argument of principle, we're going to do it right, and we're principle, code of conducts, and our members are going to be straight and narrow, and their shirt's going to be ironed with good old starch and crisp and sharp. You know what the former member used to call them? Lily Whites. The Honorable McKeever Bush. Well, you can call him my hero, you can call him what? There's nothing learning from a good man who has good intelligence. He made his mistakes and he will pay for his own mistakes. That don't mean I can't learn from him. And I'm willing to learn from all of them. Ones on your side are willing to learn from you, willing to learn from them. Nothing wrong with that. Okay. So yes, I've learned from McKeever Bush. Let's continue on, Mr. Speaker. You have to get a handle on the finances because now it's with the global trade war. He recognizes, the SPS recognizes that the global circumstances are iffy. Mr. Speaker, I know economists, and I'm neither no accountant. That's why I like to rely on the good member of Georgetown East, because you see, they're not going to listen to Kenneth Bryan, Donna Bryan, old boy from Georgetown, that belong one in Black Mark Fields. They're not going to listen to me. That's why I wanted the Honorable Roy McTaggart to say it, because now that he said it, now they will believe it. Right? So let's talk about that uncertainty that's happening in the world. Let's talk about the answer we got from the Honorable Minister for Trade. No, not Trade, I apologize. Border Control, when I asked about the question of the tariffs and how it affecting the country. I'm not sure if I get an answer yet. Clear as mud. And this is no undermining of him. But the fact is that we have not properly analyzed what those effects on cost of living has been on this country. And we're going to pay for it. I believe next year it's going to be hard. Mr. Speaker, let's continue on. So you have to be able to stabilize the country's future finances. That's why it's necessary to have a rainy day fund so that you can better implement essentials if you need financial assistance. I'm waiting to see if they're going to have all the money for financial assistance, DFA, or if they're going to under-budget that again. But we'll see. Good member Isaac, Honorable Minister, make sure they fund your budget, my brother, because I don't want to come after you too. Mr. Speaker, let's move on to another one. I got two more, and then I'll go back further. But I'm just giving the emphasis of the point of doing these comments is because they emphasized about the country's finances and scared the people into believing that they were the Holy Grail. And I almost drank it. Mr. Speaker. I swear I sat there and looked at my good friend, the Honorable Catherine E. Banks Wills, and said, you know what, if anybody I know that is going to be truthful to this is her. But either that or they didn't give her the money and she asked for it. But we're going to see, because guess what? You know why I didn't want to talk about it today, Mr. Speaker? Because I say if I show my hand now, it gave them a chance between now and budget and go fix the numbers. But I'd rather them fix the numbers so the budget is right. But don't come down here in November with those same numbers your Honourable Minister just presented. Last one now, Mr. Speaker. Engaging, this is by Mr. Dan Scott, engaging with our civil servants in a respectful manner. Let us have a conversation. When we look at our MPs, I mean, the starting point is we're getting rid of those Tahoes. Oh, I didn't mean to read that one. Forget that one, because the public can see for themselves. The last one was, so from our standpoint, infrastructure is important and we need to deal with it on an urgent basis. So I see that finally they're supporting my good friend, Minister J.E. Banks, and giving him the money for that road because it is essential. But they're not going to run over Jay, you know. That's, you see, that's the thing. Because when the man needy help, you see the government fragile, you know, Mr. Speaker. The government fragile. There's certain people they can't say no to. It's ticklish. It's ticklish. And there's certain things, There's a reason why, Mr. Speaker, you see that blue iguana control mechanism that came off of that. But don't think that people are not fooled and not looking at what's going on, you know. Because there's the ideological difference between the TCCP and the National Party and in the independents. And somebody got compromised, but I'm waiting for the full 4 years to see how many compromises are going to happen. And I can promise you this, the National Conservation Law going to be the next one. But we will see. But out of that, we really need to get back to stabilizing our finances of this country. And this is by Mr. Dan Scott. It is an awful position, he says, when you're facing an already $26 million deficit and potentially next year another $44 million deficit. See, Mr. Speaker, I'm done with these comments. My point was, they scared the country into this terribleness of it all, based on a flawed system admitted by this government, but yet still they want to present another budget for 3 years, $300 million in deficit with $500 million in debt, and you're not fixed the projections yet. But you want a country to believe that? Huh. Mr. Speaker, let's continue on about some other things my good friend had said. He did say, let's stop the foolishness, and he is right. He is right. Let us stop the foolishness. Because the truth will come out. The election gone and done win, you know. But just be honest about the realities of how we got here. Mr. Speaker, interestingly enough, another little point, and the Minister of Tourism should pay close attention to this one. He says we're going to rebuild cruise tourism and stay over tourism. I encourage the listening audience to look through this document very clearly and find all the good old substance they have about cruise tourism, because I can't find it yet. Now, they talk about tourism in general, no question about that. But they can continue to, what they would say, I can't know if I'm allowed to say that word, but mess around, or I can't say that word now. Huh? Evade. Let's say evade. It means the same thing. They can evade this issue all they want. And I'm not going to bring it up. I'm not going to fight the cruise tourism battle. The people have spoken. That's one thing I believe in. When the people say what they say, argument done for me. They say no. Regardless of whether you want to say the information was messed up. And I hear about ill-timed referendums and this and that, while they're the same ones out there who wouldn't campaign for it. Now, you know what the next argument going to be? Oh, we support cruise tourism and a cruise dock, but we were against it because the information was bad. Because they're going to come back at it. They will come back. If there is a sun in the sky, Mr. Speaker, they will turn their argument against it. And Mr. Minister of Tourism, pay close attention. So, Minister just gets up and says, we're going to rebuild cruise tourism, and up to now, I don't know how. I'm waiting for the numbers, and I heard them saying whispers, but oh, well, article come out in the paper that the numbers for cruise tourism next year is better than what Minister Bryan had projected, and it was going to be all bad. I did my own little calls. Being the Minister for Tourism for 4 years and the chairman of the Caribbean Tourism Organization for the whole of the Caribbean, I got my link still. And I tell you what, I'm going to tell you what the response I got. I won't tell you by who. I said, guys, how is this possible? They're saying that the number is going to be $1.7 million, 1.7 million cruise passengers. You know what the response was? Yeah, and I'm turning 21 tomorrow, and the person was 80 years old. No. That basically means it's a bunch of foolishness. But don't worry. You're going to have to explain your numbers. Because unless the Lord comes for us all, which I hope he comes anytime he's ready, my soul is with him. But if he don't come, 2026, 2027 is going to be here. And you and this administration and everybody else are going to have to face all of those employers and employees who depend on the cruise tourism industry. And you're going to have to decide what you're going to do. But, Mr. Speaker, I also see that there's whispers about the cargo too. Because they may not want to build a cruise dock. That's fine. The people have spoken. But when it's time to import food, I want to know what you're going to do then. I want to know what I'm going to do then. If Anyway, let me leave that one alone because I don't want the environmentalists to come for me because, to be honest with you, I think I was a little too hard on the environment the last time, and I'm actually more closer in line like the Honorable Wayne Panton than he thinks. But sometimes he misunderstands my intention. But I love him still. He knows that. Mr. Speaker, no, I didn't go off the rails then. He's my friend. Let me tell you something. I'm never going to make politics get in the way. We all Caymanians. That's all right. I still he friend. You can say whatever you would like to say. Mr. Speaker, well, I did. You know why I brought up the NCC matter, Mr. Speaker? You know why I brought it up? Because what we need to do is start fooling the people. You know why? Because everybody, the children in Africa know there's a difference between viewpoints on that side of government with the National Conservation Law. And they can smile and take as much pictures as they want to take. They can talk and fluff and say, well, we unified as much as we want. But the environmentalists know, and the developers know. And there's two sides of it. I see the Premier is doing a really good job trying to soften it. And you know what he said? I remember when he said, I said, boy, he good, man, he good. He said, well, you know, this is an answer on Radio Cayman. I expect the Minister of Environment and the Minister for Development to work hand in hand together to figure out this discrepancy between development and environment. They got to figure it out, because you can't pick sides, you see. You need one and you need the other. That's why the National Party, who was on one side, and the TCP, who on the other side, collectively came together to take us out, because they know that the PPM government was the strongest group in this country's party system. But 2029 will come, Mr. Speaker, and they will not be able to sell the same old story about enough is enough, because I might be the one saying it. So you can't sell the story twice. Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up, oh yeah, you want me to say the slogan again? Mr. Speaker, it seems that this government's slogan is to tax, borrow, and spend. Tax, borrow, and spend. They're going to tax this country. How are they going to do the taxes? Where are the taxes? Oh, here's the taxes. Other import duties. Exempt company fees. Stamp duty on land transfers, as if to say they don't know that when you increase land, no matter where you go, it reflects on all the rest of the land, but they'll figure it out. Work permit fees, because the business owners don't need workers, you see. So they're talking about bringing down the cost of living. If you're bringing down the cost of doing business, that's going to bring down the prices. That's a smart move, Mr. Speaker. Partnership fees, as if to say the financial services can handle anymore. You know what's going to happen? And the former Premier said this before. The Honorable McKeever Bush once said, you're going to, kill the goose that laid the golden egg. But you know what? I'm not in financial services. I unfortunately don't mingle with enough of them. They're not in my circle. My circle is the people of Georgetown Central. They're usually of darker colored skin, and they're usually of less bank accounts. So I don't know what they're saying. And I'm going to trust the Honorable Minister of Finance, Financial Services, that if they think the financial services can handle it, because what I'm hearing from the little one, two ones I know, they're already scared. And don't take it from me. Find the Caymanians that you know, members, that are in the financial services, and ask them if they're comfortable with us squeezing them even more. And Mr. Speaker, I didn't say, the Honorable Minister just got up and said in response to my colleague from Georgetown East, it was the UDP who squeezed them then. Under him as Minister of Finance. Sorry, let me take that back. Let me rephrase that. Minister of Education, my apologies. Oh, it was Honorable McKeever Bush himself. I forget about that. I'll take that one back, Rolly. I really apologize for that one. But he went in cabinet with him. But, Mr. Speaker, so I can't say whether the financial services can handle it anymore, but let's continue. So you got partnership fees, private fund fees, mutual fund administration fees. So all kind of fees in the financial services. But you see, they believe that the common person out there go, yeah, financial services, and take the money from them because they got loads of it. I reckon if they think that Cayman is the only country willing to create legislation structure to allow financial services in their jurisdiction, keep it up. Matter of fact, honorable member, let's have a meeting with the financial services industry after this sitting at the House, because I want to get the full story. I don't want more whispers. Let's continue on to the last one, Mr. Speaker. Oh, this one I'm interested in. Tourism accommodation charges. So I can happily tell you this, because I know this from experience. We are one of the most highest costs for tourism accommodation in the Caribbean. Rightfully so, we just increased the minimum wage. Now, if you think if the hotels are not going to pass that on to the consumer, you can think again. So you increase their wages, they're going to pass that on to the room rate. And now you're going to increase the accommodation charges, they're going to pass that on to the room rate. And we already have an expensive jurisdiction already. So while I worked so hard, me and the good team at the Department of Tourism, to build up the numbers that they can brag and say, oh, 2025 is doing so well, and record-breaking numbers and things are looking good for the future, bring those in and see what's going to happen. And not me that's going to have to deal with it, you know. I'm in opposition, I'm here to critique. You, Honorable Minister, are going to be the one to deal with it. They've been dying to kill the tourism industry, but increasing fees, and I stopped them. No. Why try to fix something that isn't broken? Stay-over tourism is the one sector that is doing well outside of them hiring more Caymanians. And I give Honorable Minister of Labour and Immigration as much support as I can possibly give. I don't think he's going about it the right way, but I do believe he has good intentions. Because I know the challenge of trying to get more Caymanians in the tourism industry. So I wish him well, and I'm praying for him, because if he's successful, this country is successful. I think he can take some advice from some other people, but so it goes. So we were talking about the theme about tax, borrow, and spend. So let's talk about the tax. I just went through all of the taxes. Let's talk about borrowing, just for as I wrap up. Well, 1 hour debate, that's not bad. As I start to wrap up, the borrow, as I said before, is a whopping $654 million we will be in debt when they're finished in 2028, with a whopping borrowing of, where is the borrowing amount? $331 million. And the spend, Mr. Speaker, as we heard, I don't know, I hope somebody can clarify it, because based on my numbers, how much it came out to be? 263 after you take away the $80 million for SAGCs from the total of the $323 million worth of capital investment. The left is $263 million of capital. So the spending part now is on the new school, old school refurbishment, sea cable, east-west arterial, and security equipment for the police and Coast Guard. Now, I'm not going to be here to critique the priorities. Only the government can decide that. They are the elected arm of this country, and we have to respect that. I might like it, but I respect it. So if they are prioritized that from a capital perspective, these are the top priorities for them, so be it. I think they could be rearranged and some other things could be top priorities, but we will see when the final budget comes together. Mr. Speaker, I don't want the public to take my criticisms of the administration to be just simply, being there critical. The truth intention is that the opposition had no intentions of me speaking today. Me as member, my capable leader, did an excellent outlay of what you would have expected from us in suggestions or even proposals of partnership. But then to be got up and criticized by the Honorable Minister for Finance, undermining our criticism, I had no other choice but to get up and respond to him. I was waiting till the budget because I wanted to say the actuals, because I'm so worried that the figures may be off between now and November because the projections is so bad. So I wanted to hold back, but I couldn't, because at the end of the day, the words that come out of the members of cabinet, and particularly those who are charged with the finances, are going to be taken for gospel. And the one thing I can take away from this budget, or this SPS, numbers that are associated with it, is that I'm not sure it can be relied on. I think that it's risky in running a very thin line. It has projections that already suggest a potential deficit in the very first year, not even the second or third, within the very first year, and it'll bring us to historical debts numbers. Highest, listen to that word, Mr. Speaker. This government intends to put us in debt to the highest level in our history. Let me say it one more time. This government intends to put this country within the first 3 years in the highest level of debt in our country's history. The first major move is the SPS, and that's what they announced. Mr. Speaker, I got to say that I'm concerned. I noticed that I haven't really addressed specifics to the SPS because my honorable leader has already done so. And like the good Minister of Finance would say, all these fluffy words and fairy tale stuff. I can say the same thing about the same things that he's saying, because you know what? You can pay any good analysis, anybody to do this. I know how this process works. I was there. You get your professionals and say, oh, we want to do this fancy stuff and fancy this and fancy that. The fluff, magical stuff that the Minister of Finance is talking about. A lot of this. I am hopeful. I'm not optimistic, but I am hopeful that the fluffy, magical stuff in this becomes reality. And I ain't going to bother about it. My honorable leader has already addressed that. I wish them well, but do not come down here with your hypocrisy, campaign on basically things that are unreliable, and then present numbers that don't make sense and put us further into debt and expect us to just go, oh, you guys are so good. It don't work like that. And I'm ready for the battle, the political battle, because if you think that the People's Progressive Movement is going anywhere, you can think again. Because we are working behind the scenes and we are preparing, so make sure your team is tight. On the taking pictures, tighten up even more. You hear? Because I intend to be a part of the People's Progressive Movement that will come for your government in 2029. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Bordentown West.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I was prepared to wait until November 5th to say what I wanted to say. But, Mr. Speaker, the tone of this debate, we are going down a slippery road. When we met with the government several weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, I said to them that I'm a student of history. I like to sit down and study the mistakes of other countries, other islands, to make sure we do not make the same mistakes. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that have made Cayman unique is that we have never played politics with the finances of this country. And the last campaign, I'm not going to say today, the last campaign, we went down that road. Mr. Speaker, if you want to talk about SPS numbers being bad, you can go back to the 2021 general election. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, as much as that time I was in opposition to the PPM at that time, I never used those forecasting projections against the government because I recognize it for what it is, exactly that, a forecast. And we have seen the preview, the pre-election economic forecast, being politicized in the last election. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the last election took a tone that this country may not realize opened the door to a kind of politics that we do not want to ever see in this country. I had opponents going around telling people we need to get rid of that damn Jamaican in Boddington West and all that kind of stuff. There was a tone of uncivility. And I need to make sure today that we nip this in the bud. Because I can tell you, the budget is really where the debate needs to take place. And this can't continue. You know who's laughing at us? The special interest group. Mr. Speaker, when we were running, every one of us inside here, and that's the thing about campaigns, we have the solution for every problem in this country. But then when we get elected, we find out what the socialists talk about, a wicked problem. That you think you're solving one problem, you're going to solve another problem. This ain't a business, Mr. Speaker. This is people's lives. And I know you know that. So, Mr. Speaker, I decided I'm going to interject myself into this battle. Because there's a lot of blame to go around in terms of how we get here. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? The one blame that I was looking for that we have not yet touched on is where the blame needs to go. And it is the special interest groups in this country. And Mr. Speaker, I want to give you an example. I'm going to depart from, I guess, my prepared notes to some extent. On CEMA's website, they give us the total amount of money that is made across the different sectors, particularly banks. And there's a section on their website that speaks about the total amount of revenues that banks make. Physical Class A banks in the retail space, in other words, the banks that we can walk into. For 2024, does anyone have an idea how much money the Class A banks of the physical real estate in this country made last year in terms of revenues? I will tell you, $986 million US, $14 million US shy of $1 billion. For 2024, $986 million US. But that's revenue, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to tell you about the profit now. Do you know what the profit was for those Class A banks, the physical real estate, physical real space that you can walk into, retail space? Sorry. $752 million US. So from $986 million in revenues, $752 million US in profit. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, you find banks in the US, their margins, or UK, or anywhere else in the world, their margins are nowhere close to what we have right here in Cayman. And the reason that bothers me, Mr. Speaker, the real reason that we're in this financial mess, NGS 55, HEA 2, TP 41. What do those vote covers? Those vote covers the same people that used to work in those same banks for 20, 30, 40, 50 years, make all of that money for that bank, and then push through the door with not one iota of health insurance. And then they show up, cap in hand, with no dignity, asking the government to help them. That is the problem in this country. Yep. That is where the problem is. And naturally, being a caring society that we are, we have to take care of them. But yet, the people who push them through the door with $752 million profit in 2024 US dollars. In 1 year, $752 million. Sit on there and laugh at us because we're that stupid to realize while we're fighting amongst ourselves what is happening. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have to apologize to my mother. And I'm going to tell you why. Because as I was preparing my speech, my mother is traveling. She's with my sister, Caroline. And everyone knows that my sister, Caroline, is my campaign manager. And every time I went to a particular section, I would call Caroline. She'll have me on speakerphone. And I'll read what it is my thought line were. And then Mummy in the background, you can't say that. You can't call people stupid. And I'm like, Mummy, quiet. You're a different generation from my generation. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to say something that has been missed in this entire process. And something happened here recently that kind of hit me. This is the first time in our history, at least since the 2009 Constitution, that the leadership torch has been passed to a new generation. And I want to congratulate the member for West Bay South as being the first member outside of the baby boom generation to lead this country. And I am glad I am alive to have seen that leadership torch pass during my lifetime. This is not to say, Mr. Speaker, that we are not mindful of the contribution of previous generations. But when I look around this Parliament, I see that the majority of members are from Generation X. Those are people born between 1965 and 1980, and Generation Y, those born between 1981 and 1996. First time ever in Cayman history, the Parliament is now consisted majority of a new generation. And I think, hey, you know, Mr. Speaker, for those, I know where you're coming from, and I'm glad. And the reason about it, Mr. Speaker, is that we are in the business of building on what others have done before. And I know, Mr. Speaker, you yourself understood that, because in your time, you yourself were ahead in many initiatives. History has now vindicated you. Why build a new hospital for $16 million when you can renovate the old one for $70 million? So I think it speaks itself. And you know, Mr. Speaker, as a matter of completeness, and I don't like to go back in the past too much, but I think you should release the report from the Commission of Inquiry that came about after 1992. No, because it did say something inside there that that plan that was put together, and you know it better than me, was it given a chance to be implemented? This is from the independent commission that was commissioned to hang you, actually turned out and vindicated you to say, had that plan been implemented, the Cayman Islands healthcare system would have been much further ahead. It was actually one of the first, would have been further than ahead about us in the Caribbean. But politics being what it is. What? No. Listen, Mr. Speaker, when I think of, well, you see, that is politics again of the day. As I said in the last Public Accounts Committee meeting, I don't make it a habit of criticizing ministers, or in particular finance ministers. One, I don't play politics with finance. And two, people make decisions based on the information they had at the time. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, there was one decision I made in Cabinet that, I can say it right now, that bothered me, that I regret making. But at the time, based on what was presented to us, I went along with it. And that decision was the mandatory COVID vaccine to people. And I regret that decision, but at the time, when Dr. Lee and all of them came inside there and putting all of this stuff out there, and you're not being a medical professional, you depend on the technocrats, I regret that decision. But again, we made the decision based on information that we had at the time. I said it before. You just wasn't listening. But Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, that my mother always cautioned me in terms of, all it is that I be careful in terms of the language that I use. Because one of the things I wanted to do this go around, Mr. Speaker, something I haven't done in a long time, was actually to type out my speech. And part of that was to force myself to be politically correct, because when you're standing up here, it is very easy to sometimes get into the moment. And I wanted to now temper my approach. And the reason being, Mr. Speaker, I remember my first SPS, and I know you remember it too, back in 2017 after the general election. The then Premier at the time came in, said it was his last term as Premier, and to his credit, he delivered a very good SPS. It was a bold SPS, and it was an ambitious SPS. And we in opposition at the time got up, and we wished him luck, wished him all the best, and said anything that we can do to help, we'll help. Mr. Speaker, the Premier response was a bloodbath. He beat the hell out of the opposition that night. I know you remember it. And I remember Mr. Eden at the time turned to me and said to me, was that really necessary? And I said to him, Mr. Tony, yes. And I'm going to make him regret it. If that's the tone he wants to take, I'm going to make him regret it. And I remember when we met in Cayman Brac, and the cruise debate was the big thing. And I remember calling, we're in the lunchroom speaking, and I was saying to him, when I called a friend of mine who's a tourism expert in the Caribbean, and I said, listen, the cruise debate is coming up. I need some arguments against the cruise port. Can you help me? And everything the person was telling me was supporting the cruise port. And I said to the person, nah, man, I'm going the other way. I need other arguments. So the Premier came to me and said, Chris, that's what I don't like about you, You know the country need the cruise port, but you're going to get up and oppose it. I said, Premier, you told me in your SPS debate that my job was not to disagree. My job was not to agree with the government. My job was to disagree and offer alternatives. If you get up and you publicly apologize for that statement, I will come out and I'll change my position. But as for right now, I am going to take an adversarial approach, because that is what you task the opposition with. So, Mr. Speaker, I listened to our new Premier from a new generation on his own inauguration speech. And he said he wanted to take a more advisory approach as opposed to a more adversarial approach. So I'm not going to use the yardstick from a previous generation to recognize now that we're now living in a new generation with new leadership. And as such, I will take the more advisory approach and work towards cooperation as opposed to conflict, and look for more where we can find consensus over controversy to that extent. And that is the approach that I decide I'm going to take this term from what I've seen thus far. Most of the vast majority of people on the opposite side, I can tell you I have a lot of respect for. I have a lot of confidence in the Minister of Finance. I know him. I know where his heart is. And on top of that, he also has the talents to back up what it is that he wants to deliver. But I do recognize, Mr. Speaker, like with all of us, we have our challenges with information. And I'm going to touch on some corn now. But if we're going to sit down and really move this Parliament forward, and Mr. Speaker, most people may not know, but it is the current Speaker is the reason why this is now called the House of Parliament. Because during the constitutional conversations that they were having, the meetings, he was one of them who insisted it changed from a legislative assembly to a parliament. And he also pushed to make sure that we modernize our legislative framework on our legislative body as much as possible. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure I'll probably thank you, but for the record, I want to personally thank you again. Because when we were going around telling people you're MLA, they were looking at like, what the hell is an MLA? But everybody knows MP. So it does make it much easier when you're dealing with your peers. And, Mr. Speaker, I'll say this much. When it comes on to the issue of information, one of the keys to information is making sure that we have the correct systems to capture the information. And one of the things in democracy that's important, and I want every member in this parliament to understand this, it is called the continuation of government. Under our system of government, the continuation is charged to the civil service. That's why in yesteryears gone by, they were called permanent secretaries, now we call them chief officers. They are the requisite knowledge that passes from one government to the next. So every new minister coming in should have received from their chief officer a binder, a folder, with every initiative that the previous government was working on. Then you sit down and you have the conversation, Minister, this is what we are working on. Do you want to continue it or you don't want to continue it? I can say, Mr. Speaker, for my time in Cabinet, I was blessed with two very talented chief officers, Kenneth Jefferson and Wesley Howell. And I can tell you, both of them sat with me and had that conversation. They came prepared the very first meeting. These are all initiatives. And I will say to the new members over there, if you did not have that conversation as yet, you need to make sure you go and have it in terms of everything that was being worked on. Because that is where the continuation of government lies. But, Mr. Speaker, I also recognize that human beings, being who they are, and people having preferences to non-preferences, I will also say now, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to ask you, Mr. Speaker, to lead this initiative, that we in this Parliament set up our own continuation of government, where we have, at least on a quarterly basis, or at least 2-3 times a year, meetings between former members and current members. Because I can tell you one thing, regardless of how one election turns out, everyone who runs and everyone who get elected are still patriots. They still want the best of this country. And we have people who have walked out of this Parliament with a lot of knowledge. And for a lot of young people or new people coming in, we need to make sure that we have at least a setting where someone can say, well, I was working on this, I was working on that, or you guys looking at this, or you guys looking at that. That is important. Because there are some things that we make as a political decision that civil servants would not be privy to. In the United States, the Senate is charged with the continuation of government, politicians. You know, we need to make sure that we understand these things because, Mr. Speaker, whether you want to accept it or not, as we mature as a democracy, we'll start seeing the shortcomings of the Westminster system if we don't do it properly. It's a good system, but we're still in that embryonic baby stages, and we need to make sure we start putting systems and processes in place. So at least when a new government comes in, there is at least that talk or that conversation between previous governments to say what was being done. Because like I said, some decisions are political decisions that would have been outside the civil service. And I am sure other previous members would have no problem coming down here and having that conversation, but at least part of that, because at the end of the day, whether you come inside here, serve 1 term or 2 terms or whatever, we're still now part of a fraternity for the rest of our lives. And it comes with its own ups and downs. Let's not forget that. You know, so, Mr. Speaker, as this generation now moves.
Mr. Member, I hope it's a convenient time, but standing orders require a 30-minute break at 5 o'clock. So the House is suspended for 30 minutes.
recognize that a lot of blame needs to be passed around. As I said before, Mr. Speaker, when we were all campaigning, we had a lot of the solutions to this country. And now that we're here, we recognize that we're a wicked problem. And now some of the things that we thought we could have solved just by pure mentioning it or will it away, that's not the case. So, Mr. Speaker, I raise the issue.
Just a minute. The cameras are not on, it being recorded. Can you check on it and let me know? Okay. Member for Bordentown West continuing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just before the break, I was making reference to make sure that we in this honorable parliament maintain a certain tone, especially with regards to finances. As I said, we need to make sure we don't make the mistakes that other countries make and that we learn from those mistakes. I know during the break, Mr. Speaker, I was speaking to the Honorable Deputy Premier, and I was reminding him that there was a time in Cayman's history when our men went to sea, like my father did, and they would see what was happening in other countries, and they brought that knowledge back home to make sure that we didn't make those same mistakes here. And since we no longer have our seafaring heritage like it used to be, we need to make sure that we find other ways to study the mistakes of others to make sure that we ourselves don't make the same mistake. So, Mr. Speaker, as I'm looking at the government financial position, at the end of the day, I do recognize that the items that are putting a lot of strain on the government finances is pretty much the amount of money we spend to take care of our people, to take care of our citizens. And one of the things that I am concerned about, Mr. Speaker, is that we're allowing companies in this country that make hundreds of millions of dollars in profit a year to basically push their people through the doors at the age of 60 or 65. And then they come to government with cap in hand looking assistance, especially with regards to health care. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, or the question I asked earlier with regards to when the Deputy Governor made his statement was retirement age. I think it's important for the people in the private sector to recognize that there is no retirement age in the Cayman Islands. It is only the age in which you stop paying pension. The issue that we have, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's incumbent that we address this issue, is the issue of ageism, where people are discriminating against our seniors. And one of the issues that drive that, Mr. Speaker, is the cost of their health care when they reach a certain age. And while many of them can still work, can still be productive citizens, because the cost of their health insurance is too high, companies are basically looking to push them through the door at 60 and 65. Now, Mr. Speaker, one of the things I've always raised an issue with, and that deals with the pension and the pension contribution. Within the private sector, the contribution rate is at 10%. It basically means that you take 10 years to save 1 year's salary. And even if you're fortunate enough to work with 50 years, that is 5 years' worth of salary. Now, in normal circumstances, like in the 90s when the stock market was booming and everything else, and the pension law came into effect before the big 2008 financial crisis and other different crises, you could probably sit back and say, maybe people can survive on that. But the stock market has not been performing anywhere to what it should have been performing. And many people, in some cases, their pensions are actually still losing money. Every time I look at my pension, maybe just randomly look at a statement, I see where I'm losing money. So here we are having people working for 50 years. That's 5 years' worth of salary. Even if you're lucky and say that money even doubles over 10 years, Mr. Speaker, here is the fact. Women are living to roughly 84 years of age. That is 19 years past the age of 65. even if they're fortunate enough to have 10 years worth of salary saved, what happened to the other 9 years? Men are living to, I think, 79 the last time I look at the number. That's 14 years past the age of 55. Even if they're lucky that after working for so long and their pension double, they're still going to be short at least 4 or 5 years again from that standpoint. And this is where they're showing up. But one of the things that we have seen, Mr. Speaker, is the amount of people each year that is requiring this health insurance. And I've said it before in this honorable parliament, if we do not tackle this issue, it is going to bankrupt this country. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased that the Minister of Finance is actually putting together a committee to examine this health care issue. One of the points I made in the last Public Accounts Committee meeting when we were discussing the Auditor General reports on the long-term sustainability of the Cayman Islands government was the unfunded pension liabilities and unfunded medical liabilities, especially for civil servants, which is, those two numbers combined is roughly about $3 billion thereabouts. But the point I'm making, Mr. Speaker, is that when we looked at the numbers at the time, we were spending roughly around 50 million. I thought is less than 50 million to cover roughly 2,300 civil servants and their dependents. So we know by buying health insurance for roughly 2,300 civil servants and their dependents who are retired, it cost the country around 50 million. Why then are we spending close to 80 million blank check approach to take care of, the time we look at the numbers, 2,069 people, if my memory serves me right? Wouldn't it be cheaper to go out, Mr. Speaker, and actually buy insurance for those people? At least if you buy insurance, the reinsurance kicks in at a certain point. So I am pleased to know that the government, that is something, this motion passed unanimously in the last parliament to actually bring in the free health care for children and seniors, and I'm happy to see that the government is actually looking in terms of going that way. Because a lot of the members on the government side was also here and supported the motion at the time. So I'm happy to hear that that is actually being looked at, and I think that in itself is a good step in the right direction. But, Mr. Speaker, it does not change the fact that we still have companies in this country that are making tons of money. And you know, Mr. Speaker, everyone complains about CUC. CUC back in 2023, 2024, I think, their revenues was around $287 million US. Again, I'm just speaking from memory. And their net profit was around 39, 40 million. But you know what you don't find from CUC, Mr. Speaker? None of their former employees who have retired with CUC is coming to the government for health care insurance, because CUC still covers their employees after health insurance. Yet, Mr. Speaker, there's one bank, and I'm not going to call them out by name, but Mr. Speaker, you add your EIU, your Hazard Intelligence Unit, forgive me for being so formal, and I know my good friend Arden and his ARU, his Arden Research Unit. Well, Mr. Speaker, I was able to put together my own CIRU, the Chris Intelligence and Research Unit. And Mr. Speaker, I combed through financial statements in the middle of the night. Those big old SEC filings with 200-odd pages, I combed through them. Now, it's very easy to do. First, you find them, then you go into the search engine and you put in Cayman, and you just look for all of the references to Cayman. And Mr. Speaker, when you do that, one financial institution made over $200 million in revenues, made $136 million in profit. Marking them, this is now roughly $86 million less than what CUC make, but 3 times the amount of profit that CUC have. But then their employees are coming getting government assistance. You cannot be making $752 million profit in 1 year, Mr. Speaker, and can't take care of your people. It is wrong. It's an injustice. And, Mr. Speaker, that same company, which shall remain nameless, but you can figure it is when you go look at the SEC filings, I look at their staff costs from year to year. And you know what I find? They're making money in Cayman, but the jobs are going elsewhere. And the thing about it, Mr. Speaker, when the Premier, who's also the Minister of Financial Services, does his traveling, if he walks with CIMA's report to say to those banks, especially some of these American banks, look at the margins these banks are making in Cayman, which many of those US banks aren't making, I guarantee you, some of them will be looking to set up shop right there in Cayman. That's what needs to be done. Mr. Speaker, the Cayman Islands Monetary Authority Act speaks about consumer protection, but there's nothing in the legislation that deals with consumer protection. I filed a bill on consumer protection in the last sitting, and the feedback that I got from many people in the community is that we can't speak about consumer protection if we're not going to include the banks and the insurance companies. Because, Mr. Speaker, we, for too long, have allowed these banks to continue to make massive amount of money in this country and say nothing. One presentation I remember, Mr. Speaker, and again, I'm using CUC as a benchmark because we complain about the 10% return on capital that CUC makes. One year we looked at it, the average return on banks for their profitability was 26%. It basically means that within 4 years, the bank, all those investing banks got back their money at that rate. CUC at least had to wait 10 years to get back their money. These guys were getting back their money in 4 years. And bearing in mind, that was the average of the industry. If it was at 26%, it means that some banks were higher than 26 and some were lower than 26. And I know some banks out there are in excess of 30% return on their investment, which means that by within 3 years' time, they get back pretty much all of their money. And we're stuck. So, Mr. Speaker, we can sit here and have these numbers that reflect the reality of the government's responsibility. But the government and every member in this parliament must also recognize that the private sector of this country also has a responsibility. And for too long, we have allowed the private sector in this country to get away. There were banks in this country, Mr. Speaker, before the National Pension Law came in, was giving their employees generous retirement benefits. Many of them offer defined benefit plans for their employees. And the minute that the law came in, I can tell you what they did, because I've seen it with some banks. They left the defined benefit for their expat employees and moved all the Caymanians to the local plan. That's what they did. And we are now stuck with that decision. And like I said, Mr. Speaker, it's very easy to look back and say, well, we should have done this and we should have done that. But again, we make decisions based on information we had at the time. And that's why I can't be critical in terms of going back too far unless something is painfully obvious. Mr. Speaker, one of the things I have to touch on, though, which is also a bane of contention for me, because while I was going through the CIMA numbers, there was a line that got my attention, which was directors' remuneration for those Class A banks with a physical retail space. After those banks made $986 million in revenues, US, and $752 million US in profit, their total directors' remuneration for 2024, as again per CIMA's filing, was the equivalent of 660,000 CI dollars. So remember now, the entire Class A bank physical real estate, all of those board of directors making all of that money, 660 CI dollars equivalent across all the banks. CIMA, Mr. Speaker, for 2024 paid $174,000 to their directors for managing the entire financial sector. So not just the banks, but also the insurance, mutual funds, the full gamut. The Cayman Islands Monetary Authority directors running this massive financial services industry was $174,000, again, per their report. So I beg the question, Mr. Speaker, bearing in mind that the banking industry was $660,000, and half of 660,000 is 330,000. Why did the HSA pay 327,000 to their directors in 2024? Mr. Speaker, I've said it to the Premier already. This is an issue. And I'm going to call on the Honourable Deputy Governor because there's a report. In fairness to the Deputy Governor, Mr. Speaker, he did his job, because if you read the Public Authorities Act, I think it's Section 13, it deals with remuneration of board members. And it refers, I think, to Section 18 of the Public Service and Management Act, where the Deputy Governor basically makes sure that the salaries paid on those government boards aren't crazy outside this normal civil service salary. So there's a safeguard that was set in. And I know that there was a whistleblower letter because I got a copy, I used to say on my windshield, that's how we used to put it. So I know what is going on, and I can tell you it is not a pretty picture. And credit to the Deputy Governor, from what I understand, and guys, if you know Chris talking about it, you know Chris knows what he's talking about too. So that's putting it out there. A report was done, and I will encourage the Premier and every member of the government to ask the Deputy Governor for a copy of that report that dealt with the HSA board fees that they were paid. As a matter of fact, I would probably go as far as to ask the Deputy Governor to table such report inside those, because as I always said, the public business can't be done in private. And I think that report is going to be quite alarming to many members. But to give credit where the credit is due, the Deputy Governor did do his job in that regard. And like I said, the Public Authorities Act and the Public Service Management Act speaks about those issues. And so I can't sleep properly at night knowing that people sat down there and collected all of that money that could have been used to hire nurses and doctors. Because, Mr. Speaker, if anyone have been to the HSA and seen some of the waiting times that you have just for people to be triaged, and know that we could have even gone out and hire a couple of nurses part-time, that from the private sector, that would have been more than happy to moonlight at the HSA. Those funds could have been used there to at least cut the waiting time. Because those waiting time not only makes people more agitated and get more sick while they're waiting for care, but it also impacts the productivity of this country in terms of having access to health care. So again, I will ask the Deputy Governor to table that report that was done by his internal audit unit. And if somebody need a copy, we will talk offline. But, Mr. Speaker, oh yeah. Mr. Speaker, coming back to the government numbers, it is, like I said, sailing close to the wind, but I also recognize that it is not apples to apple compared to previous budgets. Because the amount that was budgeted now for HEA2, NGS 55, and others have actually been increased big time. Deputy Governor, I'm glad you came back in. I spoke about that you did your job with regards to the HSA fees, and there's a report, and I'm asking nicely if you would consider tabling that report so all members could, and the public can directly see what was happening. But your team did do their job as required by the Public Authorities Act and as required by the Public Service Management Act. So I don't want anyone to believe that you were asleep at the wheel. You did your job. Thank you, sir. So you can table that report and we can put that issue to rest. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we also need to look at as we go through the SPS is the issue of cost of living. This is an issue that does not only affect the citizens of this country, it also affects the government. Because at the end of the day, the government is also the largest purchaser of goods and services in the country. And the government also feels the effect of cost of living. So I think that's one of the other issues that need to be tackled. And when you look at the cost of living, Mr. Speaker, and you look at the CPI basket, there are three things that basically drive the CPI basket. The cost of rent or mortgage, fuel costs, food, and communication. Those, again, from memory, I think are the four largest baskets that drives the cost in this country. And one of the things that we looked at in the last sitting of the Parliament, or the last session of Parliament, was basically looking at a mortgage company. Now, I understand the new Minister of Finance, and again, I don't want to take any thunder from him, is actually working on something to actually utilize the government balance sheet. Because as we have found out in this sitting of Parliament, we have over 2,000 Caymanian families that is waiting on a place to live, a place to call their home. And government just do not have the cash nor the money to finance building the homes over 1,000 Caymanians. But the private sector does. And if we use our balance sheet right, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to get into the issue of debt as yet, because I need to see where the money is going. If you're spending debt or incurring debt that will increase productivity, then it may not be that bad. So you always have to look at the full picture. And the reason I raise that issue, Mr. Speaker, and again, this came on the last Public Accounts Committee meeting, where the Auditor General was talking about government's long-term sustainability. And while they were talking about the rising cost of spend for the government, what they also did not factor into their report was the rise in GDP during the period that they were looking at. By government spending the money, it invests in the economy. People can get up and say, oh, government shouldn't do this and government shouldn't do that. But they need to recognize, Mr. Speaker, that when they're talking about government not spending money, 500 million of the government's 1 billion and change is going towards paying the salaries of our public servants. And if you want to cut that number, we're talking about sending public servants, mostly Caymanians, home. And I do have a problem with that, because the truth of the fact is, Mr. Speaker, it is not the cost of the civil service. Not that there may not be places for inefficiencies, don't get me wrong, for efficiency, sorry. But it is not the cost of the civil service why we're in this issue. Because part of the civil service cost is even the health insurance, which is a large part. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? That very civil service cost that we're talking about includes a cost of health insurance. And guess what? Part of their health insurance cost is from subsidizing Cineco, because where Cineco has to remain regulatory compliant with CIMA, and when Cineco falls short, they just turn around and raise the fees on the civil service. And guess what? Subsidizing again the retirees from the private sector, because the banking industry sit down, collect $752 million a year in profit, and refuse to take care of their people. So I would tell you right now, Mr. Speaker, I propose that the government, when they're looking at revenue measures, look at taking some extra money from the bank. Now, I'm not a person who likes flat fees, because flat fees means that they just pass it on. I like taking a percentage, I like a commission. So, Mr. Speaker, here's my proposal to the government. The foreign exchange revenues that the bank makes on converting CI to US dollars, we need to go and take 50% of that money. And I'm going to tell you why, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have here a copy of the 1971 Cayman Islands currency law. Now, if memory serves me right, Mr. Speaker, you'd have been about 18 at that time. I think you're from that famous class of 1969 that produced many great Caymanians. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to read, with your permission, again, this is to be public knowledge, so I don't think I need to, the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons from the Cayman Islands Currency Law of 1971. This was, in essence, the law that brought around the Cayman Islands dollar. And it reads, from ever since the Cayman Islands were a dependency of Jamaica, the Jamaican currency was used as the currency of the islands. This situation continues after Jamaica became an independent Commonwealth country and the islands remained a colony. It is now considered that from a social and economic point of view, the time has come for the islands to have its own distinctive currency. The object of this law is to establish a currency for the islands, the unit of which will be the Cayman dollar, which will be divided into 100 cents. The parity of the Cayman dollar will be CI $2.40 equals £1 sterling. In other words, Mr. Speaker, 1 CI was 42 cents sterling, just to make it easy, and you understand why I come around. And it goes on to say, the law provides for the establishment of a board of commissioners of currency who will be responsible for the general administration of the law and the operation of a currency fund to be established under the law, into which will be paid and upon which will be charged all amounts respectively due payable to the board of the fund under the provisions of the law. So, Mr. Speaker, when we brought about the Cayman Islands currency back in 1972, even though the law passed from 1971, we were coming off of the Jamaican dollar, which in essence was also tied to the pound sterling as reference to the law. Both currencies at that time, Mr. Speaker, was floated against the US. In other words, they were not stable. If memory serves me right from my research, back then, one Jamaican dollar was equivalent to, one US dollar was equivalent to 78 cents Jamaican. In other words, the Jamaican dollar was stronger than the US dollar. And it is from that 0.78 or the 80 cents where we maintain what we have today. So that was in 1971. The currency came out in 1972. But, Mr. Speaker, something else happened in 1971 that caused a disruption in the markets. And that was what we refer to as the Nixon surprise, where in August 1971, Nixon took the US dollar off the gold standard. And that created an issue within the global markets. And again, the gold standard came out of the Bretton Woods Accord, after the Bretton Woods New Hampshire in 1944, where 44 countries got together and planned basically everything we needed for world peace. I won't get into that debate here. But the problem, Mr. Speaker, is that it created alarm inside the currency markets at the time. Now, Mr. Speaker, here we are, a little island with a population of just under 12,000 at that time. We decided we didn't want our currency bumping up and down. We wanted a fixed currency. We wanted a currency that was set, because this movement up and down could not work. So much so, Mr. Speaker, that by 1974, we made an amendment to the Cayman Islands currency law, and it says that the amendment reads, and again, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, in exercise of the powers conferred upon the Governor in Council by Section 10.2 of the Cayman Islands currency law 1971, the following order is hereby made. The order may be cited as the Cayman Islands Currency Order 1974. Subject to the provisions of paragraph 3 of this order, the parity of the Caymanian dollar shall be $1 Caymanian equal equivalent to decimal 0.54 pounds sterling. In other words, one Cayman dollar was now 54 cents sterling. Bearing in mind that back in 1971, it was the equivalent of 42 cents. So in that small period of time, it went from 42 to 54, which created, again, the fluctuations. This is what happened in the 1974 law that made a difference. Notwithstanding the provisions of paragraph 2 from and after the coming into effect of this order, the parity of the Caymanian dollar shall be $1 Caymanian equivalent to such an amount of sterling based on the London sterling dollar United States cross rate at the close of business in London on each day as will be equivalent to United States $1.20. So now we have now introduced the US dollar into the Cayman currency system. And again, because of the issues with the pound moving up and down. And of course, by the 1983 law, Mr. Speaker, we made no reference to the pound sterling, and the US dollar became the currency that we pegged on as opposed to when we started with the pound sterling. And the reason we took that route, Mr. Speaker, again from my research and speaking to elders like yourself and others, is that we recognize that we are still importing a lot of stuff. We didn't want this up and down, up and down, up and down. We wanted a fixed rate. The banks at that time, you're coming off a floating currency and you want something fixed. The banks at that time built in an exchange rate which is equivalent to roughly 3.2% to give them any fluctuations within the markets. So by you pegging it, they gave themselves a broad enough spread to basically give you that coverage. You may recall that some people back then actually wanted it to be 1-to-1 to the US too. My research have actually shown that. So that in itself was even an argument of the day, that it should have been 1-to-1. but they wanted to make sure they built in that comfort spread for the banks, and that's fine. You're in the 1970s, the Bretton Woods Accord is through the door, currency markets in a flux, the banks needed some level of comfort, no problem. We gave it a 3.2%. So for the listening public, cash was 80 cents, you're buying it was 84 cents, that 4 cents difference between 80 and 84 is 3.2%. Easy maths. Well, Mr. Speaker, here we are 53 years later. We have proven more than half a century later that the Cayman Islands dollar is stable. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have another elephant in the room that we weren't looking at back in the 1970s. It's called credit cards, which just about everybody has a credit card. That credit card is denominated in US dollars. The bank's already making 18% interest on average on your credit cards on interest. You incur the cost in US, then you have to turn around and buy the US again and make a ton load of money in terms of basically paying the money now to make it. So, Mr. Speaker, if you go through and you look at the amount of money that the banks are now making on converting CI to US and vice versa, it is in excess, it's in the tens of millions of dollars. Now, when I was proposing looking at this issue, my first approach was to say, you know what, let us look at lowering the rate. But then, Mr. Speaker, when the sun shines on the righteous, it shines on the unrighteous too, and there's some people that don't really want to benefit from that. So I think for us to make sure that we get it where we wanted to benefit, I think the government needs to go through to the banks now and say, listen, this FX rate that you're making converting CI to US, after already making 18% majority on your credit card and your high interest rates, we now need a percentage of this fee. And I can tell you, if you can make $752 million US profit, you should have no problem finding 20, 30 million US dollars, giving up 20, 30 million dollars US of that foreign exchange fee to the people of the Cayman Islands. And guess what? That money, Mr. Speaker, will pay for their employees that they don't want to give health insurance to when they come out of when they leave through their doors after making them all of that money. So consider this payment for your former employees that we have taken care of, and payment for your future employees that we'll have to take care of. And, Mr. Speaker, I will say this much. Don't stop there. Go through industry by industry by industry. That if you do not want to take care of your employees, and the government has to take care of them for you, we will find our way of collecting our money to set aside for your employees. It is that simple. But you cannot come inside here, make 3 times the profit as CUC, quietly, thinking that nobody's looking at you, nobody's seeing it, and then you get to do that to your staff. Can't continue, Mr. Speaker. This cannot continue. So you know what? It's time for the people of the Cayman Islands now to get back some of that money. Mr. Speaker, one of the things, and I want to share something that only 2 other people knew the intention back then when we formed the government in 2021. The member for Georgetown Central, Mr. Kenneth Bryan, and then member for West Bay North, Mr. Bernie Bush. At the time when we came in, Mr. Speaker, and we were looking at the trend of status grants, the numbers are too high. So in September 2021, when the boards are coming to be changed, as within the government, members will come and they'll give you names to serve on boards. One of the things that the members didn't check, Mr. Speaker, is which board I was going to put their nominee on. And Mr. Speaker, from speaking to some members at the time who submitted names, I basically, in a roundabout way, find out who was the most kunta kinte radical person of their nomination. In other words, I needed people who understood what the Cayman Protection Law was about. So, Mr. Speaker, we assembled a board that was chaired by Dr. Steve Macfield to run the status. And the member from Georgetown Central gave me a great deputy, Magdalene, I think that was her name. And we had Roosevelt McLaughlin, Joanne Barnes, Denise Webster, Denise DeMarcard, I think some people have her. And that board did some work. And Mr. Speaker, we saw the number of statuses. And I don't want to be accused of misleading this House, but it was something I campaigned on, so I put it out there. Mr. Speaker, just to kind of give you an idea of what was happening, we had in 2011, 422 statuses we did. In 2012, we did 576. 2013, 607. 2014, 677. 2015, 635. 2016, 699. 2017, 635. 2018, 791. 2019, 641. 2020, 416, 2021, 590. And looking at that number, I said this was unsustainable. By the following year in 2022, our board reduced it from 590 to 523. And by 2023, it went down to 266. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, by 2024, it went up to 1,567. Now, I raised that issue, Mr. Speaker, for something that was on my mind back then as Minister of Finance. And that's one of the reasons why when the then Premier came and was assigning ministries initially, while he didn't give me finance, he gave me something else. I told him, no, I want that, I want this one, because I knew I wanted that labor immigration issue. And by the time the census rolled out, Mr. Speaker, my concerns were realized. One of the things that came out of the census, and I think it's on maybe page 84 of the census, if my memory serves me right, was the average age of non-Caymanians. I think the number was 48 or 49. I think it was 49, I believe it was 48 or 49. Again, somebody can go back and check. But that number jumped out. The average age of non-Caymanians was 48, 49. If we were to do a quick maths, Mr. Speaker, again, going back to my early analysis where it takes us 10 years to save 1 year's worth of salary, it means if the average age of a non-Cayman was 48, and you put them back in the Cayman even at age 40, so 8, 9 years before they could apply for PR, by the time they reach 65, it means on average that they would have been in the Cayman around 25 years. Which means under the current pension contribution rate, that would be 2.5 years worth of salary. That would not be enough. Right now, Caymanians can't retire after working here for 50 years, much less someone working here for half that time being able to retire in Cayman. It means then, Mr. Speaker, that we will be creating an environment where we're now putting more people on to be a future burden to generations in this country. And not only be unfair to the current generation and future generation, it will also be unfair to even the non-Caymanian too, where we're basically knowing that they'll be trying to, I guess, live and retire in a very expensive jurisdiction. So, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that that issue needed to be sorted out, because the last thing we need, and the reason why I brought it up, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to put some numbers out there now. Or as my daughter would say, this is where you start cooking. And I want people to forgive me for getting very technical, but I need to put the numbers there so people can fully understand the issue that I'm talking about. Sorry, I'm all over my notes because I really didn't plan on using these today. But, Mr. Speaker, if we were to look at the 2010 census at that time, right? In the 2010 census, we had, it was 3,000 something. Hold on, let me get, sorry, Mr. Speaker, let me find my notes here. But I really realize I type up so much notes, man. Yeah, here we go. If we look at the 2010 census, Mr. Speaker, we had sorry. I'm in the right section, don't worry. Okay, here we go. If we look at the 2010 census, Mr. Speaker, we had 2,603 Caymanians above the age of 65. And 11 years later, when we did the census in 2021, that amount increased by 2,091 to the point where we had 4,694 Caymanians above the age of 65. So in that 11-year period, Mr. Speaker, the number of Caymanians above the age of 65 increased by 80%. Now, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the fall 2024 labor survey, the amount of people above the age of 65 was 6,635. Now, when we consider that by the 2021 census, we had 4,694 Caymanians above the age of 65. In that 3-year period, there was a 41% increase by 1,941 persons to get to the number that we have. I remember that number now. So 1,941 was the increase between the 2021 census and the 24 labor survey. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is where the rubber meets the road. If you go back to the 21 census, and again, they have a very good demographic table where they have everybody listed by age, like 61, 62, 63, 64. And I was to go and look at the amount of Caymanians that was 62, 63, and 64, which would naturally by 2024 move into the 65 and above category. You get a complete different number than what has happened. The difference between those numbers, Mr. Speaker, is actually 688 persons. So if we did nothing with the census and we just took those who were 62, 63, and 64 when we did a complete census and put them in the 65 category, we still short 688 people. And this is where the impact or the effect of immigration comes in a short period of time. And this goes back again to the average age. Now, Mr. Speaker, why am I raising this issue? This is not about being anti-immigration, anti-foreigner, anti-anything. But let me tell you the issue that we need to face. I am sure everyone on social media, at some point in between whatever you're watching, will see all of these commercials pop up that's speaking about artificial intelligence and all of that kind of stuff, AI and all of that, AI revolution. We have reached a point in our development right now in human history where we will not have enough jobs manually for people within the next 5 to 10 years. Right now, California is running driverless taxis. I mean, automation is real, AI is real. Jobs that people used to can do before are now being replaced by robots. This isn't new. The United Kingdom and United States, you start hearing terms like universal basic income being dropped around. There's a book that was written by Andrew Wang, who had ran at one point for the Democratic nomination, called The War on the Middle Class. And in that book, when they talk about even the trucking industry in the US, where they're looking at automating that trucking, they realized that the same truck stops along the way employ like 3 million people along the way. And they said if you automate trucking, these are 3 million jobs that will be lost. Where do these people go? How do these people feed their families? So now, in yesteryears gone by, the argument was, or the economic thought was, you need to increase your population because you have a bigger tax base. And the more people you have, the more taxes you can get from other people, the more productivity. But we are at a point in our development where that will now come back and may probably impact us in the sense that as more jobs are being automated, right now we look at even the accounting industry, where it pays very well in Cayman, we make good amount of money on work permit fees and everything else. But now these guys have AI doing stuff that within 3 days after a year and audits are being signed off. That is what is happening. So the question is, do we now continue to depend on the work permit revenues from accountants 10 years from now? These are the decisions that we need to take today and now wait 10 years from now to see what it will look like. This is not just something for the government. As I said, Mr. Speaker, when we're all running, we had all the solutions. I am not going to go back and blame anybody. As far as I'm concerned, I am 1/19 the owner of all the problems in this country. And everybody else in here, they own 1/19 too. We are the ones who have to set the stage and fix this problem, because I guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, I know my kids. They faced enough. And they will come and they'll pass excess wastewater on our graves. You all can figure out what that meant. They will do it. So we need to start facing these decisions today, have some real long-term planning to say, what do we think Cayman is going to look like in the next 5, 10 years? Revenues that we're making today, we may not have. We need to look at our population, Mr. Speaker. This, and I'm going to give credit where credit is due. Today is Dr. Frank's birthday. Happy birthday, Dr. Frank. I know you don't support me, but that's fine. Back in the first UDP government in the early 2000s, Dr. Frank raised the issue of housing. He didn't get much support. They built some houses that wasn't no good, according to people, but the bigger issue, Mr. Speaker, was that there was a housing shortage. And Mr. Speaker, I'll say this much. This problem of housing shortage is 20 years in the making. It did not happen overnight. And I'm going to tell you why, Mr. Speaker. This is the first time ever in human civilization that we have 4 generations working together. You'll find an 18-year-old working alongside an 81-year-old. Never happened before in the history of human civilization. Never. Because people were not living that long. And in yesteryears gone by, when the grandparents would leave their house to the grandchild or the child, the grandparents are still living in it. We are literally 1 generation shortage of housing. And the only country around the world that recognized that problem coming at the time was China. China went out and they were building these cities that were all empty, and we were laughing at them. Oh, where Eskimos got money, they buy ice. China saw the problem coming, that people would be moving, people are living longer, and they want to move from the rural areas to the urban areas, and they went out and they built it. And you have people out there, Mr. Speaker, waiting in yesteryears gone by. They could have waited on their grandparents to transition to the afterlife. And they would say, well, who's going to get the house? Who's going to get this? Who's going to get that? Grandparents not going nowhere. They live into some serious age. Look at you, Mr. Speaker. You're not going anywhere anytime soon. Anybody waiting on your house, I'm sorry for them. They're not getting it. They're not getting it. But my friends, this was not how it always was. So now, people realize, no, we need to go build these homes. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, the FFR and the government finances do not allow us to go out and build 1,000 homes for the 2,000 Caymanians that need a place to call home. But the FFR does give us something. And to give Jack his jacket and give credit where due, the honorable leader of the opposition brought a motion in the last sitting where while the government guarantee mortgages, let us guarantee development. As I said to the government when we met a few weeks ago going through the budget, let us be bold. Every single person has been able to come to this country and become millionaires. Let us now go create some Caymanian millionaires. Let us go and make 10 Caymanian millionaires a year. And Mr. Speaker, this is not about political favors. Our job is to create the environment for our people to do well. Let us use the government balance sheet. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, I was having this conversation with the Minister of Finance several weeks back, and before I could finish it, the man was on it. I said, the man is switched on, I'm feeling good already. Because he recognized that, let us use the government balance sheet. We have very good credit rating. What's the use of having a credit rating and your people can't have a place to live? But we got good credit. People can't eat, they're hungry, but we got good credit. Let us use the credit to help our people. It's their credit, it's their collective credit. That's what we need to start doing. Mr. Speaker, if you do a quick Google right now, 70% of the mortgages in the US is backed by the US government. 70%. But if we get up here and talk about doing it, they want to call us socialists. The biggest capitalist country is 70%. Why are we afraid for our people to do well? A man come here as a sous chef. He's not a millionaire selling real estate. A man come here as a dive master. He's not a millionaire selling real estate. A man come off the lawyer 3-4 years off the plane, millionaire. But some of our own lawyers, 30, 40 years, can't get anything. Mr. Speaker, this goes back to the issue that we need to tackle in this country. And we in this parliament need to start. And it comes back to that same thing I talk about, bad mind. Yes. We're too bad mind in this country. And we need to fix that. And I can tell you, they would prefer to see somebody do well than our own people. Let me tell you something. I want my friends to do well, you know. At least I can go borrow from them. I can go hit them up. It's good when you have your people that can do well. That's what it needs to be. Yeah, call you. Yeah. But that's what it is about, Mr. Speaker. Caymanians helping Caymanians. We now, Mr. Speaker, need to create the institutions for our people to do well so they can maintain their dignity while they're doing it. Because, Mr. Speaker, that dignity gap is becoming a big issue in this country. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I'll be the first to tell you, my first election was 2013. And back then I was running the UDP. And Mr. Speaker, there's something that happened to me on the campaign trail. It's a story I hate to tell because it takes me back to a place that I don't like to go. But it reminds me that I was living in a bubble. Back then, Havana Club on a Friday evening, the movies here, weekend trip to Miami. Chris was, okay, yeah, Chris was safe water buying. Chris was making good money. And Mr. Speaker, on the campaign trail, I ran into this lady. And I'm there talking to her for the longest while. I'm like, man, Chris, you're really working hard to get this vote, man. But, you know, you're trying to be polite. It's your first campaign. And she said to me, Mr. Saunders, I need to show you something. I need to show you my roof. Come here. I said, oh, God, no, I'm going to get taxed now. Jesus. I should have ended this conversation already. When we stepped into our house, this is 2013, Mr. Speaker, I look up, I look straight to the zinc. She said, my roof has been like that since Ivan. And she said, Mr. Saunders, if you're elected, I only want one thing from you. I'm like, yep, here it comes now. But it wasn't what I expected. She said to me, I want you to fix the education system. She says, Mr. Saunders, I sit on my veranda, and everybody drive past me, walk past me. Nobody stop and look at me because I'm a nobody. That hit. Nobody stops because I'm a nobody. They don't look at me. And that really, that night I just went home after speaking to her. I couldn't even campaign any further. And I remember speaking to Mark about it at the time. I said, man, you didn't tell me this thing was like this. And he said, boy, Chris, a lot of our people are hurting. And I remember that a few nights later we were having a meeting up in Lookout Gardens. You know, the UDP caravan, you know, we're heading up there. Mark stopped and picked me up. And he says to me, Chris, I want to stop at this lady's house for me. I said, Mark, we have this meeting, man. People waiting on us. We need to go to this meeting. He said, no, Chris. I want to stop at this woman's house. The same thing she said to you about people driving past. Let Carmen go look for her. And I remember when we pull up with Mark at the time, of course, he wasn't premier then, he was booted out and everything else. But when he pulled up and he came out and she saw Mr. Bush, the famous McKeever Bush in her house, the woman went down on her knees and prayed and said, thank you, Lord. Mr. Bush, come look for me. And I always remember that woman's reaction. But that is one of the things, Mr. Speaker, that is impacting our people. They're losing their dignity. And we're proud people. And we inside this parliament need to do a lot more for the people in this country to make sure they have their dignity. Because Mr. Speaker, I'm going to tell you this, and I'm going to tell everybody this. The day voters get fed up and they decide to go vote in some real Kunta Kinte people, I'm going to tell you one thing. There'll be not enough planes for people to leave this country because a lot of people are feeling it. A lot of people. And for those in a certain generation who understands what Cayman was like, they sit down and they blame themselves. Like, what decision did I make? Why I am living like this? And they blame themselves. This is the first time at 52 years of age, almost 53, that I have seen so many suicides, not just here, but elsewhere. It's the first time. And Mr. Speaker, I know you know this. If you go back to, I think, 1948, when they were creating the World Health Organization, their definition of health was a state of physical, mental, and social well-being, and not just the absence of disease or infirmity. A state of physical, mental, and social well-being. From back then, they recognized the mental issues and the social issues. And we in the Caribbean and this side of the world is a little bit late. And one of the reasons why we're this late to the party, Mr. Speaker, and I went out and did my research, why mental health is just finding its way into the Caribbean, and even other places, other regions, is that for countries in Europe and the Americas that fought in the Second World War actively, and they saw their soldiers coming home with PTSD and all those issues, from then they recognized that those soldiers had some mental issues that needed to be sorted out. And because we in the Caribbean wasn't that active in the war theater, we didn't have much people coming back where it was in our face to say, boy, this man went off and his brain got scrambled. You know. We didn't have that. And as such, we never took it serious enough. But, Mr. Speaker, it's a serious issue. I've seen young people just decide, that's it, I'm out of here. And these are real issues that are facing our people. And these are the issues that we need to make sure. I have kids I know see their parents struggling and think their parents are struggling because they're too expensive, and they think it's on them. That's unfair to our children. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of work to do. And like I said, we have two approaches that we can take, because this is now our generation time. This is no longer the baby boom generation. This is no longer the last generation. This is now Generation X and Generation Y. And there's one thing about this generation, Mr. Speaker. It's been argued that many of us grow ourselves. Because both parents are working and we have to grow ourselves. And we have proven that we can be resilient and we have very strong resolve. The question is now, how are we going to use that resilience? or are we going to use that resolve? Are we going to come down here and fight and have conflict, or are we going to cooperate and find consensus? Because I can tell you one thing, Mr. Speaker. If there's one thing Christianity can do, I can tell people who to blame to. I can do that. I can analyze problems and tell you who and who to blame. But that does not fix anything. I need to go back to my people in Bordentown West and say, this is the problem, and here's what we're doing to fix it. As I said to the government when we met several weeks ago, we can sit down inside here and we can agree on an approach where we take some controversial issues that are political, fix them together, and agree. Because listen, we have enough issues that we can disagree on politically. But let us take the major issues that have been a problem over and over and over, because people keep trying to get political points and political upmanship. You have seen, Mr. Speaker, what that approach have done to Cayman. We should have been much further ahead than where we are, but because of that kind of politics. So now I say to my people in Generation X and Generation Y, are we going to continue the same old politics that went before us, or are we going to take a different approach? That is up to us. So, Mr. Speaker, I will close with a quote from Dr. Peter Raybould, who was inspired by Deuteronomy chapter 6, verses 10 to 12. And it says, we build on foundations we did not lay. We warm ourselves by fires we did not light. We sit in the shade of trees we did not plant. We drink from wells we did not dig. We profit from persons we did not know. This is how it should be. Together, we are more than any one person could be. Together, we can build across generations. Together, we can renew our hope and faith in the life that is yet to unfold. Together, we can heed the call to a ministry of care and justice. We are ever bound in community. May it always be so. Premier, in your inaugural address, you set the tone for this Parliament. You said you want to take a more advisory approach, and I can give you my word that I will take that approach with you. But I will say this much. As nice as I can be, Shawnette and everybody who knows me, I can flip on the other side too. But I do not want to use my energy, because his generation, his government of 1988 to 1992, gave me a scholarship to go off and get an education and come back and make this country better. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for that opportunity. And I would prefer to use my talents for that. But, like I said, I'm going either way. The ball is in the government's court. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, please.
I could be good at night owls, I don't know.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know the time is getting late. I will go through this as swiftly as I can. Looking around, I'm seeing laughter, which is a good thing. I want to thank the last member for his contribution. I thought it was extremely inspiring. Mr. Speaker, the last 3 days, you'd have heard me asking questions about early childhood education. It's probably no secret to anybody now that that's an important topic to me. So that is what I will focus mainly on, as well as a few other issues with education. I will keep the tone positive. Mr. Speaker, our children's potential is the foundation of our island's future. We must invest in it today, but I think we all agree with that. The potential of our children does not begin in a boardroom. It begins in a classroom, in a nursery, and the arms of a parent teaching a child to dream. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Education has a very good, an extremely good, and well-practiced stump speech on the importance of education. I've heard him say several times in recent months, the home is the first classroom. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that all members of this Honourable House would agree with that sentiment. Indeed, the pioneering educator, Dr. Maria Montessori, certainly understood this truth when she said, the most important period of life is not the age of university studies, but from birth to the age of 6, for that is when our intelligence, mankind's greatest implement, is being formed. Let me say that again, Mr. Speaker. The most important period of life is from birth to the age of 6, for that is when our intelligence is being formed. Mr. Speaker, if there are any doubters, recent research has also affirmed what Dr. Montessori knew a century ago. Nobel laureate economist James Heckman, through more than 2 decades of work, has shown that investing early in a child's development is one of the wisest investments a country can make. Heckman and his team at the University of Chicago found in a landmark study published in 2017 that every dollar invested in quality early childhood education can yield up to 13% annual return. Mr. Speaker, that's one of the highest rates of return of any public investment. An investment that returns better educational outcomes, higher lifetime earnings, and stronger, more resilient communities. So, Mr. Speaker, I say to my colleagues that if we truly believe, and I think we do, if we truly believe that, then our policies, our budgets, and our priorities must reflect it. The way we treat early childhood education is the truest test of whether we mean what we say about building Cayman's future and giving our children the best start in life. Early this week, and again today, Mr. Speaker, I said to the Minister of Education that I recalled well his advocacy for giving our children the best educational start. And that even as I questioned him about his plans for early childhood education, my main aim was to ensure that he had not forgotten it. I was happy to hear him say he had not early this week and again today. And so, Mr. Speaker, and I have no doubt that's the case, Mr. Speaker. And so, when I asked on Wednesday whether the government would consider increasing the cap on the early childhood assistance program and linking it to the real needs of Caymanian families, I was genuinely pleased to hear the Minister confirm that the work on this was starting. The Minister was not yet able to provide specific details or timelines when I asked for them, but Mr. Speaker, acknowledgement of a need is the first step, and I thank him. However, good intentions must not be matched by action. I'll be watching closely to see what concrete changes appear in the next budget, because Caymanian families and Caymanian children deserve to see real support and tangible results by hopefully early next year. Because when any of our youngest children, whether it be 1 or 890 that was mentioned, potentially could be on a waiting list. When any of our youngest children, whether 1 or 890, Mr. Speaker, remain on any waiting list, parents watching other children learn while they and their children wait, this is not just about policy, Mr. Speaker, and funding. It is a moral urgency that should keep us awake at night. I'll be watching, Mr. Speaker, and as I mentioned to the Minister, I'll be watching for the promised improvements in the early years program, either through additional support for private early years centers or by introducing more early years centers within government private schools. Mr. Speaker, one of the first requests I had as a new MP was a mother needing assistance because particular circumstances she did not have the ability to pay the school fees, the $12 or whatever $100 it was for the school fees, and I was able to assist as well I could, not for the whole thing, but happily she got the ECAP approval, and she was mostly sorted after that. So I've lost my space there, sir. I shouldn't go off track. But yeah, so give away money. Yeah, sure, exactly. So I'll start again. I'll be watching, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned to the Minister, for the promised improvement to the early years program, either through additional support for private early years centers, or by introducing more early years centers within the government private schools. The benefits of this early start for individuals, for children, and for the country are real. I know the Minister knows that. The world is changing rapidly, and if we do not match that pace in the education we provide our children, we will be left behind. I am proud to say, Mr. Speaker, that there are a number of quality schools in my constituency and also in the neighboring Prospect constituency that are doing a stellar job educating our children from preschool through primary, and also those children with moderate to profound special education needs. Indeed, across our 3 islands, government schools, despite whatever improvements they may need, and despite the criticism that we often hear, they're doing an excellent job of educating our children. But our schools face challenges. And I'm a new MP. I've been doing my tours, conversing with people. So the information that I've obtained may or may not necessarily be the case, but I will pass on what I'm understanding. I'm happy to speak to the Minister with regards to these at some point. But I've been reliably informed that a fairly high number of children in our schools have some sort of special education needs. The number that was given, which I won't repeat, the number that was provided to me was a shock in terms of it was not my expectation that it would be that way in the public school system. So, however, I've learned that not every school has a dedicated classroom for providing specialist one-on-one teaching. But despite this, I've seen schools being creative and utilizing special needs tutoring spaces wherever they can. They may have a room that's not used all the time, and they may just divide off a little space to put a desk there. But that obviously is not ideal. So I would ask the Minister to look into this and determine how best to support schools that need extra space, that extra classroom, and additional resources for children who need personal help in a particular area to ensure their success. Another challenge mentioned to me is that schools are increasingly taking in more children whose first language is not English, many of whom are Spanish speakers. The issues, as I understand it, range from a language barrier where an interpreter may be needed, and all schools don't have an interpreter, somebody speaking Spanish. But it could range from a language barrier where an interpreter may be needed to the child struggling with passing the English exam. You need maths and you need English. If you don't get that, then you're already crippled in terms of your ability to move forward in our society and to even get a scholarship. So not being able to pass English, Mr. Speaker, by itself has repercussions for the future of the individual. So these are challenges that need a solution, if indeed the concern is as widespread as I've heard. The Minister was nodding I was speaking, so I think he's agreeing with me. That said, Mr. Speaker, there is so much that is positive with the job our public schools are doing. Having attended several graduations across various schools, especially the last 2 at John Gray High on Tuesday and Clifton Hunter High last night, I left with an enhanced appreciation for the staff's care for the students and a number of students achieving good examination results. Mr. Speaker, I'll even say that the graduations I attended, there was one at Red Bay Primary, just left me on a natural high when I left there. I just felt so good about what the schools and what I saw. Attended a graduation for preschool, that's in my constituency. Again, the same thing. I just left feeling so good about how well the kids seem to have done. So whilst there is more work to be done moving all schools to a rating of at least a good school, I can say to you and the Minister, it's heartening to see our schools collaborating. Because I've came to find out that they do collaborate. Not being told to do so, but they realize that between themselves, some have some strengths they can learn from each other, and they actually work with each other to share ideas and help move each other forward. It is encouraging that over the years, the OES inspections have shown continued improvement in government schools. And I want to commend the work done by the staff at the Office of Education Standards. As the Minister acknowledged this week, both the 2014 and 2015 baseline assessment of schools and the ongoing work of the OES are pivotal, those are his words, pivotal to monitoring and raising educational standards across our islands. I mentioned to him with a bit of pride, Mr. Speaker, and I thanked him for the comment, the confirmation that I was looking for, because it was that PPM government of 2013 to 2014 that had the baseline study done and reinstated an independent school inspectorate. These are the tools that help us, that help the country, that help the ministry to measure how well our schools are doing, and that help us determine how to move the bar and help schools advance towards being excellent schools. Of course, the work of the Ministry and Department of Education and the work of the schools and parents are what drive those improvements. Mr. Speaker, the Edna Moyle Primary and Sir John A. Comber Primary moved from satisfactory to good in 2024. And sorry? Yes. In 2024 and the other in early 2025. Proof of what steady focus and good leadership can achieve. Mr. Speaker, I'll take a minute for a somewhat humorous observation, but slightly serious one as well. And I will ask that the government consider correcting its 100-day report, which listed the upgrade of the Sir John A. Comber Primary School to a good school from a satisfactory one as one of the government's 100-day achievements. In fact, that assessment by the Office of Education Standards was completed in 2024 and only announced in May this year. The progress made there came under the Honourable Juliana O'Connor-Connolly as Minister of Education over the previous 8 years and as Minister when the assessments were made. The improvements, however, I know that my colleague, the Honourable Member for Kelvin-Brack East, would say that the credit really belongs to the hard-working teachers, parents and students, supported by the Office of Education Standards and the civil servants in the Ministry and Department. But as a member of Bodden Town East has frequently said, and he said again tonight, we should give Jack his jacket. And the gains there came under sorry? I said East of it. No, sorry, I have Bodden Town West there, sorry. I said the wrong thing. Bodden Town West. Mr. Speaker, while we celebrate schools that have moved to good schools, we must redouble our efforts to help schools working to improve in areas that may be preventing them from reaching that goal. We must close the gap, but we cannot just settle for good. We must move to excellent across the board for all schools. The government should set up transparent targets for when they expect each school to move from satisfactory to good and from good to excellent, with clear accountability for results. I'll be monitoring this closely and calling for more resources, stronger leadership development, and innovation to sustain momentum if I think it's needed. It is not enough to diagnose a problem through the OES reports, Mr. Speaker. We must fix it and fix it as quickly as we can. Mr. Speaker, progress in education must continue beyond graduation. The Year 12 program, I believe, Mr. Minister, it's time for a full review of that to ensure that it remains relevant for today's students. And indeed, we need to ensure that the provision of education provided there has not been hindered or hampered over time as the facilities have changed or by any other means. At SciFEC, many young people pursuing vocational trades today lack the equipment and materials needed to learn effectively. That's my understanding. The government must ensure adequate funding so SciFEC can meet the demands for practical, career-ready training. The Office of Education Standards, I understand, may also need additional resources to carry out its work efficiently, and our schools urgently need more mathematics specialists and assistants. Strengthening numeracy is critical for students are to compete regionally and globally. And, Mr. Speaker, in a conversation with someone, they said to me, if at the end of this conversation you take away anything, it is that we need to have more career guidance within the schools. I understand that Kimmer Brack has a dedicated career guidance counselor, and that may be needed in the other two government high schools as well. So I would implore the minister to also give that consideration and have a look at that. Families with special needs, children are amongst the most vulnerable in our community. I know the minister knows that well, and I'm happy to see the government stating that it plans to expand the Lighthouse School, and I look forward to the budget to see more of these plans. Mr. Speaker, the government's strategic policy statements speak of a modern and future-focused education system. That is welcome. But aspiration must meet action. If we are to prepare our young people for the world they will inherit, we must ensure that innovation and technology are central to education. Artificial intelligence, as we've heard today, is set to transform entire industries. You can't turn on your TV or read a newspaper or a magazine without hearing about AI and impacts of it. So if Caymanians are to thrive, not just survive, Mr. Speaker, but thrive and lead in the digital economy, every student must graduate ready to build the future, not just inherit it. That means introducing more digital literacy, coding, and data sciences across our schools, ensuring Caymanians are not only users of imported technology, but where possible, creators and innovators in their own right. Our education strategy must be as bold as our economic ambition. Mr. Speaker, turning to mental health, as we heard early on this evening, an area of increasing concern, especially as regards our children. We must move swiftly to providing a facility where children with severe mental health issues can be helped. Families are being forced to send children overseas at great emotional and financial cost. No parent should face that choice. We need a dedicated youth mental health facility, purpose-built and properly staffed, so that our children can receive care safely and close to home. Mr. Speaker, early in my term as a new MP, I was approached by a distraught mother who was caught in a system that at times seemed to move a bit too slowly. Her child faced serious mental depression. She was distraught and concerned that her child might seriously harm itself. Of course, like many mothers, she was probably ignoring the impacts of her own emotional state. And the last thing that she needed, though, was to be stuck in a bureaucracy while her child's life possibly hung in the balance. In the end, help was received. And I want to thank Mr. Minister of Education, Mr. Mark Ray, Director of Department of Education Services, who I reached out to. Sorry? Who all right. Who I reached out to and whoever else helped oil the wheel so that the right decisions could be made. But then, Mr. Speaker, the situation took a turn and specialist mental health facilities were needed. But again, things were perhaps moving too slowly. And so I again thank the Minister for Health, Mr. Speaker, the member for West Bay Central, for quickly responding to my outreach and again working to oil the wheels and getting the right things done. The public sees the discord in here, but they don't see these kinds of things happening. Early on today, a member on this side was having a conversation with the minister about an issue she was having, and he was helping her resolve it. The public don't see these things. We work together, we work collegially. And it's not something I'm seeing now for the first time, something I've seen over the years, even though, yes, I am a new MP. But getting back to my pleas, that the government does need to start planning for a youth mental health facility in its budget. This is an urgent matter, and the planning for it must begin. Government projects, as we all know, take a long time to get done, and a delayed start makes the wait longer. Mr. Speaker, before I take my seat, I want to say how happy it made me last night as I sat behind you, sir, to watch you beam as your daughter graduated from the Clifton Hunter High School. You are justly proud, and congratulations to you and your wife and your daughter. And congratulations to all graduates of all high schools across our islands. I wish graduates Godspeed as they continue their education and their journey through life. I also congratulate the hard-working civil servants, past and present, in the Ministry and Department of Education, and the many teachers across all of our schools. And I thank the current minister for the work that he is doing in his new role. Before I close, Mr. Speaker, I want to, since I'm in a thanking mood, sir, I want to again thank there's a good mood to be in. Thank the Minister of Planning. Thank the Minister of Planning for once again giving his commitment to making the Bimini to Selkirk Link Road more drivable. I will clap with you, sir. I am hopeful that this may happen before the end of the year, so we can both give a Christmas present to the many people who use that link road, sir. So, Mr. Speaker, the other thing I will thank him for is when we met a week or two back, for his commitment to getting necessary roadworks done in the constituency. Some roads, like Prospect Drive and roads connected to that, are in dire need of not repair, but renewal. When I last met with the folks at the NRA, they showed me a fantastic program that they have where they assess the roads, and they went through a number of roads. And they were surprised that they weren't finding Prospect Drive, nor Holy, however you want to pronounce it, Drive. It wasn't there. The thinking was that somehow it may have been missed over the years. Those roads are in dire need of renewal. So I thank the Minister again for his commitment to looking to try to get something in the budget to actually get that done. And though it is late, I will take my seat, sir, but thank you, and I thank this Honourable House for listening to me.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, good evening. I know it's getting late and I promise I'll keep this brief, sir. But I would just like to thank the MP from Bardentown West for his touching contribution. You hit home with a lot of us, and it was near and dear from the heart. Mr. Speaker, I would like to tell the listening public how I got here. It was hard work in connecting with people in the good people of Georgetown South who believed in me and what I stand for. I've been called a lot of things in life, but a new one may have come to me today because I didn't steal an election, so I don't think I should be deserved to be called a thief. And I look at my colleagues here as well, and I know that I can say the same thing for the 10 of them. Each one of us worked hard to get elected. I want to go on now, and we talked about this paper that was tabled here, and it was 7 excerpts from the Chamber of Commerce debate. Pardon? Purported experts. And 5 of them came from somebody who wasn't elected, and 2 came from our premier. So, but all in all, it's in the betterment for the people of the Cayman Islands and the country, of the comments that were said. But I can go on to tourism right now. Mr. Speaker, we have something special here in these 3 Cayman Islands, and that's our people. We're a proud nation and people and need to make sure that we remain that way of who and what we are. Just last month, there was a tourism job fair at the Marriott hosted by the Minister of Employment, and we can proudly boast of approximately 130 fellow Caymanians obtaining employment in our tourism industry. It's going to take work and it's going to take time, but Caymanians put this industry to where everyone has come to enjoy it today, and we need to put it back and continue in the trend that has been put there for decades and generations before. My goal is to have as many Caymanians possible in the tourism industry, providing a true Cayman experience to our visitors. Caymanians need and deserve the opportunity to be front and center of our tourism product. Minister J.E. Banks and I will be attending the FCCA next week. It's a conference in Puerto Rico for the Florida Caribbean Cruise Association to establish relationships and promotion of the island and our cruise industry. Minister E. Banks and I have been working collaboratively to enhance our cruise passenger experience. And I want to make sure that what we have here and what we can continue to develop and grow, that our guests will have the best experience when they come ashore. Because Cayman is a first-class destination, and we must provide first-class service. So I said I would keep it brief, and I want to go, let's touch on a bit of the air arrivals, the stay-over tourism. We have Grand Hyatt coming online and 1GT. This country is special, and we need to continue to maintain our product, clean it up, and I say this every time I meet someone, that when our guests are checking out at the hotel, the first thing I want them to do is on their phone Googling to make their next reservations to Cayman because they had such a good experience here. Yes, sir. So, Mr. Speaker, I said I'd keep it brief, but I just had to clear a few things. God bless everyone. Have a blessed weekend.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Will the Honorable Premier exercise his right of reply?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see books closed, chargers being wound up, people yawning, pens put away. Yeah, he's still sitting there. But the signal is clear. It's time to go home. However, we first start by thanking all members for their contributions, Mr. Speaker. I sincerely thank all members of the NCFC, right down the line and around, for working hard and diligently to produce this document, ably assisted by the MFED team, who are marvelous. I see two former finance ministers there who would probably not disagree with the work that the team produces for us. Thank you. I'd like to thank the Leader of the Opposition for reminding us that we're still in hurricane season and we've been spared so far. I joked with him in the kitchen that I thought he jinxed us because as soon as he said that, the rain fell. So it is a good reminder to our people that we have to stay vigilant through the season and be prepared. All of us on our side wore purple. With competing schedules and parliamentary preparations, we weren't able to all attend the Silent Witness March yesterday where they wear purple. But the struggle against domestic abuse is real, so we stood with you today, the day after, in purple. Mr. Speaker, I thought there was a chance we might finish at 4:30 today. My hopes were dashed. The point of changing the SPS preparation time after an election from 3 months to 6 months was to spend more appropriate time to create a more accurate SPS, closely more matched with the full budget, to avoid the historical double budget exercise. I don't see why that's such a terrible idea. I'd be very interested to see if the next government after the next election rushes to change it back to 3 months. We'll see. I also hoped in turn it would avoid the double debate. That hope was dashed too. We started off well. The Leader of the Opposition, I thank him for acknowledging the transparency to table the SPS, allow a decent amount of time for review. I had no major quarrel with his contribution. Myself and most caucus members, as I canvassed the team, acknowledged that most of what he said is either covered by the SPS, we already even publicly have those actions underway, and are starting to move the country forward. But a certain amount of political speak is expected. Attempts to diminish achievements, deflect attention from things that should have been done a long time ago. It's all right. The Caymanian people are full of common sense. They'll be able to weed through all that for themselves. But then the tone took a wild swing. And people started sending me all kind of WhatsApp messages with ways to frame the rebuttal. Hot air hysteria over ancient history. Pride over problem solving. An empty barrel makes the loudest noise. But none of that is necessary. So I joined the Deputy Premier in thanking the member for Bordentown West for returning the tone to a constructive discourse. That member got the thrust of my opening speech. We all know the issues. We all know the what. The difference in this term will be how we work together to solve those issues. Can we continue to go 12 rounds over the pre-fuel? Was it scaremongering? Was it genuine concern? I can dig up chamber forum debates too. I watched them carefully. The member for Georgetown East and his debate, the word he used was disturbed. He knew in the context of the time, in his heart of hearts, there were transactions that were a problem. We know they were a problem. But is there any point in rehashing all that? I mean, you're right, member for Georgetown Central. I applaud the fact that the PPM isn't going anywhere. The country needs an opposition, needs healthy debate. But if all we do is bluster and grandstand and fault find, then the country won't go anywhere. We're on the world stage now. Local and international investors, international standard setters, I'm telling you, watch our deliberations. There's no such thing as just local TV anymore. You're going to show off for local people. Hooting and hollering helps no one. So you didn't hear any of us taking office, having the facts, continuing to beat the pre-food drum. Our view was, if it's correct, we'll make adjustments to guard against the downside risk. If it's incorrect, the country will be better off. We have no planned fanfare to be saviors. That just then gives us more time and more energy to apply ourselves to the problems at hand. So let's just move on. It's time to solve long-standing issues. So we're happy to hear the leader of the opposition does not support gutting the National Conservation Act. If the member for Newlands here, you could barely contain your joy. He also couldn't, Mr. Speaker, contain his joy at the leader of the opposition crediting the PPM for bringing in that act. I watched your face. It did just that? But at the end of the day, it's there. Cool. But it isn't about the coalition being fragile. Yes, I asked the minister with responsibility for the environment and the minister responsible for development to talk. That's how reasonable people with different perspectives solve things. It isn't about some sort of political balance. The country needs to move on. We want the natural beauty, but we also know we need infrastructure. The balance has to be struck. If there are modest modifications to make it gel better, then let's do it. Immigration. Yes, it's a thorny issue. And the minister for Caymanian immigration, Caymanian employment and immigration, has been able, through the caucus and the cabinet, to get his amendment bill published to have a Caymanian Protection Act. Because there are abuses. There are. So can we sit around and say, oh, well, we want to make sure we don't want to wreck the economy? Nobody wants to wreck the economy. The goal is simple. We need better population management. We need a different methodology of how you become a prized citizen of this country. We need a system that protects Caymanians, but at the same time has an efficient, effective system to get overseas talent when required. He's done stakeholder consultation. Minister, I think it's over 70 businesses in focus groups that you've run who've come away now. Because see, Mr. Speaker, these days, we get our news based on snippets and algorithms. So depending on what your account listens to is the rabbit hole you're going to go down. But when people came together, he did the presentation and he understood where the caucus was going with it. This isn't so bad. Maybe there's a few tweaks here and there. So it's out now. I'm happy to arrange a meeting with the opposition to sit them down and go through it. And if we have to make modest modifications, they may think of things that we hadn't thought of, or maybe could be done a bit better. But that's how, again, how you solve things. I think I overheard the leader of the opposition ask either yesterday or the day before, can they see the housing policy? Yes. Once it's gone through caucus, we have approval, we're happy with the shape of it, let's share it. Are we all going to continue to go another 10 rounds over NGS 55? What the Minister of Finance has done, and TP 41, is to say to both ministers with social development and health, we could avoid the toil of preparing this budget by doing what is always done, the neat trick of just decreasing their budgets and then present surpluses. So we could have probably been down here 4 weeks ago. But what he has done is to present a realistic budget, get it 3/4 of the way, on the basis of if we fund it all the way and just put our hands up and accept the problem, it grows. What he's done is issued a challenge to say, I'm going to give you something realistic that won't have you coming back down here in Q1 and Q2. But at the same time, both sides of the House have to work on health insurance, have to work on the public health care system to give a chance that it'll decrease, to have a larger pool and get to universal health care. We have to work on these things. So yes, a challenge has been issued, but don't come down here and say it'll be unrealistic. It is realistic. But the challenge still has to be made that we have to solve the problem. And if we have more Caymanians that are protected, that rise in the ranks, not just to get a job, Minister Miles's vision is to get them to the executive and pull their families along, then we might have a chance that TP 41 can go down, because that budget is 2/3 made up of those who are older persons and those who are permanently disabled. We got to get that 1/3 down and get them to as much as we can to work, to get that back under control. Then we may have more money to put into the people who are not able to generate an income for themselves. So, Mr. Speaker, the hour is late. I think my point has been made. It is time for us returning, as the member for Bodden Town West said, to my swearing-in speech. No, you know what, Mr. Speaker? Let's borrow from John Gray High School. Wasn't there a catchphrase that night? You were right behind me with the Overcomer Award, the member for Georgetown Central. Get in the game. All 19 of us, get in the game. You want to solve problems, then let's get into a room and solve them. If you want to discuss how we're going to change election reform, then let's get into a room and get it done. The country is tired of hooting and hollering. They want help. They want us. They want it now. Let's get in the game. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. God bless you. God bless this Parliament, and may God bless the Cayman Islands.
The question is, be it now therefore resolved that the Parliament approves the policy priorities, aggregate financial targets, and financial allocations set out in the 2026 to 2028 Strategic Policy Statement as the indicative parameters on which the 2026 and 2027 budget will be formulated. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against? The ayes have it. The motion has been approved. That completes the business on today's order paper. I would therefore invite the Honourable Premier to move the adjournment.
agreed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, if for nothing else, members going east, the traffic has diminished, if that's any small comfort, while Minister Jay and the caucus works on the east-west arterial. In the meantime, we look forward to more fruitful discussion. I now move to adjourn this Honorable House until 2 p.m., Wednesday, the 5th of November.
The question is that this honorable House be now adjourned until 2 p.m., the 5th of November, which will be the third meeting of this Parliament in this session. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The House stands adjourned until November the 5th at 2 p.m., when we will start another meeting, the third meeting.